LMP1s this year. That's a massive improvement on last year, although I think as recent as 2015 we did have something like 12 or 13 LMP1 machines. Two big manufacturers no longer with us. Audi leaving 2 years ago, Porsche stepping away from Le Mans and from the World Endurance Championship on an LMP1 level at least at the end of 2017. But it's almost as if they've ramped up the GT Pro entry to make up for that, and more on that in a second. But the LMP1 Privateer category is very interesting indeed. Lots of different engine and chassis combinations, configurations to speak about over the next 4 hours and the rest of race week. LMP2 set to be a real cut and thrust battle from the start, I would say, with 20 near identical cars. They're all powered by the same 4.2 Gibson engine and the same gearbox supplier X-Track, but you've got three different chassis, Orica, Ligier and Dallara, that will be fighting it out over 24 hours. And GTs just look epic for 2018. 17 GT Pro manufacturer cars, and there are 13 GTE AM customer machines from Porsche, from Ferrari and from Aston Martin. And you can already hear in the background, you're also already hear in the background a little bit of Martin Haven there, but also some of the bustling down on the grid as well.
Sometimes you win the race.
So cars out on the apron, and we are about 10 minutes away from the start of this session. It's not just going to be me, Johnny Palmer, looking after this first chunk of free practice, though, I'm delighted to say, because sharing the load, enjoying the action, Paul Truswell is over to my left. We're getting used to, slowly but surely, Paul, our new surroundings for 2018, and hopefully you're all tuned in via the webcams to locate us specifically. A massive screens that presents me, but it's nothing compared to what you've got over there.
Yes, I make up in quantity for what you have in size or something. In that I have many screens. I too am still trying to get used to the setup. We're inevitably trying to push forward in development, and in so doing, I think I've overcomplicated myself. But we'll get back to simplicity in the end, and we'll work out how to best follow what's going on. But I don't know. I mean, you were just talking about the test day, Johnny. You were here. I was covering it remotely, but I was staying in touch with what was going on from afar. This is when it really does start to heat up, though, both figuratively and literally. It's lovely and sunny. We've got perfect conditions, as you say. The track will take a little bit of time to get all the dust and whatnot from the public roads off it, but I think we'll be on to some fairly rapid times fairly early on. Although this is just a free practice session, I think they'll be pushing on as quickly as they can. And yes, this is when all of the questions start to get answered. This is when it's important. This is when, you know, if you do make a mistake, then it can have repercussions. We've seen it before in this test session where we've had cars badly damaged enough that they haven't been able to participate in the race itself. So, you know, it is serious at this point. And so, you know, I think everybody will be just playing themselves in calmly, just wanting to get out there, make sure the car's working, and then make sure that they have a car not only that's going to qualify well, but one that's going to last 24 hours and be quick and stable over 24 hours, because that's what it's all about.
Do you think we can easily overlook that, because we're talking about how quick can the car go, though? I'm really only measuring it over 8.5 miles, when actually you've got to go far longer than that. And you've got to keep the car going throughout different temperature periods, through different concentrations of traffic sometimes, and often GT cars can clump together. So I remember catching some of the highlights in the lead up to this event of last year's race. You know, LMP1 cars ended up off the track entirely down the Mulsanne because you had 3 abreast GT cars that you needed to skirt around.
This is one of the consequences of having 60 cars in the entry you were talking about. Personally, I think it's a few too many, whisper it. But yeah, it does mean that you've got a lot of cars to overtake. And as we saw last year as well, with the new breed of LMP2 car, these are very quick LMP2 cars in a straight line. And so you do have, particularly for the hybrid Toyotas, they get to the end of a straight and find themselves running out of hybrid punch, and then they find one of the privateer cars, one of the Gibson engine Rebellions or the Mechachrome engine Ginettas, will start to overtake them because, as I say, quite frankly, the Toyota just runs out of punch towards the end of the end of a straight, whereas the non-hybrid car can just keep on pushing out the energy. So yes, I mean it's one of those things, and you do have to get used to running in that. You can do all the simulator work you like, but you've got to be able to handle the traffic and conditions during the race. Last year we were lucky because it was dry throughout. Who's to say what the weather's going to do this year? I think for the next few hours, at least, it's going to be dry. But weather forecasts. We also have. It always rains at Le Mans. Some people say didn't last year, so perhaps we'll do a double dose this weekend. We'll have to see. But that's the kind of thing where you've got to prepare for everything here at Le Mans, and this free practice session is just the first step in that direction.
Thank you, Paul. Let's, without further ado, introduce the rest of our Mobil 1 RadioLeMans.com team, at least for the first part of free practice this Wednesday. And get a first word from our Forza Motorsport pit lane report, indeed, from Bruce Jones, who's now joined by Lawrence Tomlinson.
It's a lovely afternoon. Lawrence Tomlinson standing in front of the garage with the longest team name, CEFC TRSM, but underneath we know Ginetta, don't we? Obviously that's where you come in. Cars look amazing. Ready to go?
Yeah, we're all ready to go. Yeah, they've run up, just banged the tyres on in 2 minutes, and then both out for 4 o'clock, which is good.
Track time imperative, obviously missing the Spa-Francorchamps weekend. It's not as though you haven't done any mileage, but all mileage is super valuable at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, for sure here we've got Charlie and Mike who've not done Le Mans before. They've only done the 10 laps, so it's a case of getting the drivers up to speed and also just dialing in. We've got the Le Mans optimization aero kit to try during this session to see if it gives us a bit better top speed, because up to now we've been running a modified sprint kit, so that will be interesting. Mechachrome are doing a good job on the engines. We think we've got a better package to start with. So yeah, all to test for, and then see where we are relative to everyone else. We're going to improve on the test day without doubt. It's just a matter of how close we can get to the front runners like Rebellion, really. So who did an excellent job in the first running.
Yeah, well, it's going to be tough. The P1 class, we're all looking at it with huge interest. Obviously, a big mix of the bowl. You've got Oliver Turvey ready to go out in number 6, the Cambridge University mega brain to help you with the sorting out, and Mike Simpson in the other car. Cars look brilliant. Lawrence, great to talk to you. Chat you through the course of the weekend.
No, thank you. Hopefully it'll run clean this time.
Let's see.
Obviously pushing through throughout the distance is going to be key as far as Ginetta are concerned. I know they've done some distance testing, but not necessarily twice around the clock. But they're delighted to at least be here. Spa, unfortunately, they could do a couple of installation laps during the free practice sessions, and that was all. Didn't make the race. We've made giant steps then, have Ginetta to be here with their G60 LMP1 with the Mechachrome engine. Now remember, that's single turbocharged as well. The only single turbocharged engine on the grid, 3.4 litre V6, which is a development and much so on from basically their Formula 2 engine, their GP2 engine that Mechachrome have brought here and are linking up with Ginetta for this year. Whilst we're down in the pits, let's get another Forza Motorsport pit lane report with Shay Adam.
A nice little opportunity to have a chat with one of our starting drivers because, well, he's not in the car yet. Cooper McNeil in the WeatherTech Ferrari. They're now waving him over to say that he should start to get ready to get in. But quick word, you excited about this session, Cooper? I know it's been a couple weeks since test.
Yeah, I mean, the JMW crew has been hard at work with the Ferrari since we left here for the test. The test went well. So hats off to them for working really hard. Happy to have WeatherTech on board with us this weekend. We've actually got 2 WeatherTech Ferraris here. And we did a photo shoot on Monday with the 2 at the Dunlop chicane, so it looks pretty cool. And the Ferrari's always a good car. It suits my driving style, so I'm hoping to go fast.
Good luck.
Thanks, Shay.
Live from trackside at Circuit de la Sarthe, this is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM for 2018. Johnny Palmer and Paul Truswell, along with Bruce Jones and Shay Adams, supplying and providing the Forza Motorsport pit lane reports. Just now, 90 seconds away from the start of free practice, so cars are heading away from the pit lane apron and down to a lengthening queue. One of those cars being the number 1 Rebellion racing machine, to be started by Andre Lotre. We'll obviously let you know the rest of the starting drivers in a moment or two. There has been a balance of performance change as far as GT cars are concerned, though, and we may not be done in that department for race week. So there's been some data that has been looked over since test day and some adjustment made. Aston Martin fans may be rather grateful for that. Obviously coming here off the back of a 2017 victory, but with brand new cars and a very different paint scheme as well. The lime green for the numbers 97 and 95 cars, the Vantage AMR, and 95 is the spare chassis, remember, because the original car that was due to be raced here badly crashed by Marco Sorensen, and both he and Harrison Newey reprimanded for the incident that happened through one of the right-hand kinks between Mulsanne Corner and Indianapolis, although it is a suspended penalty, pending good behaviour pretty much, Paul Truswell.
Yes, but if they don't good behaviour, if they do transgress again, there's a 5-minute stop-and-go penalty waiting in the wings for both of them. Interesting, we are allowed to talk about balance of performance during qualifying, aren't we? Because
well, that was a restriction that John put on himself. I'm going to talk about it throughout free practice. Bear in mind, we're about to get going, though, so the green flag is waved now to get competitive, in inverted commas, action underway for the 2018 running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. You're tuned to Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM for 2018.
Live from trackside. On 91.2 FM.
On Sirius Channel 138 and XM Channel 201.
And online at radiolemans.com. You're listening to coverage of the world's most famous motor race, the Le Mans 24 Hours, on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
The weather brought to you by DuraGarages.com.
Pretty decent afternoon here at the Circuit de la Sarthe, looking like a temperature of 20 degrees as the top forecast, falling this evening to round about 11 degrees Celsius, although we will have a little bit of cloud. There will be some clear breaks as well. Virtually no chance of rain as we head into the evening qualifying period. Right now, at the end of the Bugatti circuit, it's 18 degrees here at Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
The weather brought to you by DuraGarages.com.
Cars are out on track for the first hour of 4 that will be, it's a continuous session, and free practice therefore is underway, whether you're here at the track listening on 91.2 FM or elsewhere around the world on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. Remember, we're on RS1 all week via the RS player, and you can find that at radiolemans.com. And work already taking place on several cars. Some of them will not be back in quite yet, of course, having done the one installation lap, but car 10 is having new Michelin tyres put on it. One of many cars up in the Granny Annex, the additional pit lane garages. Both Dragon Speed cars are neighbours, one in LMP1 and one in LMP2. But the Aston Martins are early takers in the session, Paul, and I'm hoping the 95, yes it is, out there with Marco Sorensen at the wheel.
More than half of them already out there, would you believe? Just at the latest count, it was 39. That's gone up to 40, 41, 42 cars now out there. So, yes, a very high state of readiness. I think, well, everybody's been here since Sunday anyway, when scrutineering was. So it's very much, I think, people champing at the bit, ready to go out. I suspect, having said that, a lot of them will come straight in at the end of this lap, though, because the cars, although they were out on the test day, they've been sitting in the garages, being rebuilt for the last week practically. So a lot of them, this is basically just a rollout session for what will be very close to brand new cars, and then they'll be bringing them into the pits, as I say, at the end of this lap. One or two might stay out, but we've got the two Toyotas out. Sebastian Buemi at the wheel of the number 8 car, Mike Conway at the wheel of the number 7, and Johnny, there's one car already pulling off, and having spoken to Lawrence Tomlinson, oh dear, that really was the curse of the commentator, wasn't it? Because the number 5 car has pulled off at the side of the track.
Yeah, driven at the moment by Charlie Robertson, who was in the original lineup of drivers. There's been a change in that there's no Dean Stoneman anymore and Mike Simpson taking over. But yes, car number 5, which finished 12th fastest in the test day. Charlie sharing with Mike Simpson and with Leo Roussel, last year's co-European Le Mans Series champion. But that's not the best of starts to free practice for Ginetta. They'll be happier that it was happening in free practice rather than in the qualifying sessions. But actually, Bruce Jones now just telling me off air that it's Mike Simpson at the car. So the screen giving us a little bit of duff information there. Car 5 then driven by Mike Simpson, and car 6 driven by Oliver Turvey, the Cumbrian driver.
It's just at the Forest S's, incidentally, that incident, Johnny.
Which is the left and the right just before Tête Rouge and the turn onto the public road down the Mulsanne Straight. So not very far away from pit lane exit. That number 5 car has stopped. It may be an electrical related issue, of course, and therefore Mike might be able to recycle the process there, the electrical process, and get the car back up and running again. We'll wait and see. Meanwhile, I said the Rebellions were in the queue. They have been out and then straight back in again, and that was what Paul was mentioning, that several cars would probably do that. Andre Lotre at this early stage driving the number 1 Rebellion R13, and Thomas Laurent, the man who impressed so much during test day and pretty much every prototype level he's raced at prior to LMP1. Car number 3 is in the hands of the Frenchman. Elsewhere, Tom Dillman in car number 4, Mike Simpson, as I mentioned, in number 5, Ollie Turvey driving number 6. It's Mike Conway in the number 7 Toyota TSA 50, and in the number 8 car, which is the Alonso car, Sebastian Buemi is doing the opening bit of driving there in free practice. Dragon Speed haven't yet taken to the session in car number 10, but both SMP Racing machines have been out. These are the BR Engineering BR1s, both powered by 4.5 litre Gibson V8 engines. And no, they're not. They're powered by 2.4 litre, rather AERs, I should say. Turbos. So the AERs power the SMP cars, and the Gibson power plant, which is the same that you find in the Rebellions, that is powering the Dragon Speed machine. And drivers are Jenson Button and Stefan Sarrazin. At least they were, Paul, but they're now back in the pits.
Yes, both of them coming straight back in again after a single installation lap, as did the 2 Rebellions. I think you said that. However, the 2 Toyotas stayed out, so Toyota's sufficiently happy with the way their car is that they've decided to leave the driver out there, and so the car's at the moment just turning right through Arnage and heading kind of, I say, back towards us. They start the long run back towards us at Mulsanne Corner, really, but then there's that big left at Indianapolis and the right at Arnage, and the 7 and 8 Toyotas making their way down through the Porsche curves now, through the slightly realigned Porsche curves. If you are planning to come down to Le Mans, there's an awful lot more runoff at the Porsche curves, and it does mean that the route has slightly changed through there. The apex has been made a little bit less severe, and that's where the 2 Toyotas are now. When they come through at the end of this lap, this will be the first flying lap complete for those 2 cars, and I would guess that they'll be already down into the low minute 320s.
There's also an early difficulty for Jasmine Jafar in what appears to be, yes, it is an outlap for the number 37 Jackie Chan DC Racing Orica, and that car looked to be down on one side. I couldn't grab a visual on the right-hand side tyres, but it looked like it was lumping along, and therefore indicative, possibly, of a rear right puncture. We'll try and get that confirmed just as soon as the car makes its way back to the pits. That was at Porsche curves, though, so it's got a bit of time yet to find a bit of a way to go before the car reaches the pit lane once more. The 2 Toyotas circulating together, now in the slow zone, though, caused by this number 5 Ginetta at Forest S's, in fact just beyond that now, between Forest S's and Tête Rouge, where the marshals are trying to get the car restarted.
And it was a 3:24.124 for Sebastian Buemi, a 3:26.221 for Mike Conway. So the number 8 car doing a 3:24.124 and Mike Conway doing a 3:26. So I said they'd be in the 3:20s. I thought it might be a slight bit quicker than that, but of course this next lap will be a slow one indeed because of the slow zone, which is in force to sort out the car of Mike Simpson.
Cracking job by all the marshals. There must be about 6 or 7 marshals on the rear wing of the number 5 Ginetta to wheel it towards safety pretty much. There is a gap in the fence not very far away down Mulsanne Straight, so that's the aim, to try and get the number 5 car as close to that as possible. Jazeman Jafar's now made it back to the pits with what I think is a rear right puncture. We'll get that confirmed. The number 6 Ginetta's being wheeled back towards its pit stand now, having just done a lap. He says, Ollie Turvey, yes, has been out and then back in again. So the car's back with the team now. Meanwhile, Shea Adam is with Pipo Derani in the pit lane.
How cool to sit here with Pipo across the pit box from the 52 Ferrari. Tony Vielander has just taken it out, but it's also your name over the door. It's every kid's dream to race for Ferrari, to drive a Ferrari. What's it like to have the red overalls on?
I quite like the red, to be honest. It's been amazing so far. Ferrari, I think it's a dream for any driver, and for me it was no different. So to be representing them here at Le Mans, it's special. Our car in particular has the red, which is the same in Formula One, so the color looks great. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to this year.
The red on the other 2 cars, the ones that run the full season, it's a little bit closer to the red that's now on the car that you ran last year. Coming back after being on the podium with Ford last year, did that just whet your appetite even more? Now you really want that win?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I've been searching for this win for a while, especially after winning in America, Daytona and Sebring. So now I'm in another garage, changed the blue to the red. And how awesome would it be to win Le Mans with Ferrari? It would be a dream come true. So we're gonna work hard for it. It's not gonna be easy. 17 pro cars, the best in business. They're all here, so we're gonna fight hard for a good result here.
This is the one session that really doesn't count for anything. There's no qualifying times coming out. What is the plan for Ferrari, and particularly the 52, coming through this session?
Well, first of all, we need to run and see where we are. We don't know how it's gonna play with the BOP, especially there has been some changes from the test day to today. So we're gonna run obviously as if it was qualifying, trying our best and putting everything we have on the table to see how we compare to the others. But obviously, as you mentioned, this doesn't change anything for qualifying. So trying to gather as much information as we can so we can have a good car for the race and for quali as well.
It seems from the outside, people, that even though there are 3 cars, it's still one team, that there's a lot of cordialness between the teams. Everybody's friends. How much of the data is being shared back and forth, and how long are you guys going to continue to be friends before you become competitors?
Well, there's one goal here, and the goal is to bring Le Mans victory back to the prancing horse, back to Maranello. And if that's with the 51, 52 or 71, it really, there's no big difference. The thing is, we've been working, like you said, as one team with one goal, and I hope that we can achieve this goal for Ferrari. And if we do, it would be amazing. Obviously, there's a little bit of competition. If we get to the end of the race with 2 cars fighting for it, we'll see what will happen. But the 3rd car here is not only to make numbers, it's to go out and have a good result. So hopefully that good result comes to the car 52.
In 2016, Pipo Derani won a major 24-hour race and a major 12-hour. Well, he's already done the 12-hour in 2018. Good luck getting the 24.
Thank you.
Could be a very big year for the Brazilian driver, so we'll wait and see how those Ferraris get on. 51-52, which is the addition to the World Endurance Championship entry, and car 71 in the colours you may well be used to from last year, the deeper red on the 51 and the 71, but arguably slightly more Ferrari red on the 52, and that is Pipo Derani's car that he shares with Antonio Giovinazzi and Tony Villander back at Le Mans too. So good to see the Finnish driver, the only Finn in this year's field. They're 2 platinum and 1 gold driver. Derani is the gold, looking for a victory here, which would effectively change his grading. So already had 15 minutes of this, Paul Truswell, and the car in the background, the number 8, Toyota hybrid working its way now down Mulsanne Straight, having negotiated the first chicane. And this is a chance to really open up the throttle and power its way down to the left, the right, the left, the second chicane on the Mulsanne Straight.
Yes, this is its third full lap, an out lap. He's done a flying lap. This is he stayed out and he's doing a third lap, and didn't better the lap time on that second lap because of having to go through the slow zone. But I think the slow zone at the Forest S's had been removed by the time they went through there on this lap, so we'll see a more representative lap time this time. Fastest in LMP2 at the moment is the number 22 United Autosports Ligier in the hands of Felipe Albuquerque, just ahead of Loic Duval in the TDS racing car, number 28, the Oreca. That's a 3:36 for Felipe Albuquerque, a 3:42 for Loic Duval. In GT Pro, it's Ford at the head of the times at the moment, with Tony Kanaan, number 67, having done a 4 minutes 02.712 thus far.
Let's go down to Bruce Jones for a Forza Motorsport pit lane report. News on the number 37, Bruce.
Yes, you reported it limping its way in. By the time I got here, they were checking all four corners of the car, but that's what they do anyhow. But the main change, they're changing one of the pedals for the driver. So, did you say the car was limping in down at one corner?
It looked like it was kind of bumping along, yes, Bruce, but the tyres were inflated on the left side. I wondered whether there was a puncture on the right side, but that wasn't ever confirmed.
No, well, I can't see anything to that because by the time I got here, they'd gone away. But the fact they're changing one of the pedals suggests that maybe the problem was elsewhere, and he was just running maybe towards the edge of the track, maybe slightly off the track to keep out of the way. But there's no great hurry up. But then again, these are all precious times they're losing on the circuit.
Indeed so, and the 37 car is one of two Jackie Chan DC Racing machines. They are, in fact, we've got four in total because the two Asian entries as well, and more on those cars in a second or two. But the Oreca 07s run by JCDC, a real highlight for the country of Malaysia to have three drivers from that part of the world. They're all from Kuala Lumpur and separated by a year, the youngest of those being Wei Ron Tan at 23 years old. A year older, Nabil Jeffrey, and at 25 years old, Jasmine Jafar is the eldest, and he was the one driving the car at the time. The other, the 38 machine, Gabriel Aubry, who's still only 20 years old, having competed in the Formula Renault Euro Cup last year, along with some Northern European Championship Euro Cup racing too, joined by Stefan Riquelme and Ho Pin Tung. Some entry lists have him down as a Dutchman, some have him down as a Chinese driver. If he is, well, he was born in China, and that makes it, by my count, 32 different driver nationalities in this year's race. And Bruce Jones confirming to me that he was actually born in Velp in the Netherlands. Thank you for that reminder off air. Born in the Netherlands, although of Chinese descent, and runs on a Chinese racing licence. But to get that extra nationality, 32 rather than 31, I beg your pardon. Yes, we. Now we've got. I've started our argument here because Shay Adam thinks off air that we've got 33 driver nationalities. I make it 31, and if you change Ho Pin Tung to a Chinese driver, it's 32. But we'll have that argument later on over dinner. Meanwhile, the number 40 Graf Racing machine coming out of the pit lane and rejoining the session. There is still a slow zone. No, there isn't a slow zone in operation anymore, but there are slow zone speeds under investigation. Now, that was a slow zone implemented because of the number 5 car stuck between the Forest S's and Tête Rouge. The car's now been pushed out of the way. As I say, 6 or 7 marshals needed to do that, but with all the cars now measured by GPS technology, and also they're logged through more sectors than the 3 that we're going to talk about all week. Obviously, speeds have been judged to be over that 80 kilometres per hour that they are supposed to be through a code 60. So 1 or 2 drivers, I'm afraid, might be pinged for that. It's going to be investigated. The 2 Toyotas are fastest at the moment, followed by 6 LMP2s. Car 22, the United Autosports entered Ligier, is fastest of the LMP2s, followed by the TDS Racing Machine number 28 and the Signatech Alpine Matmut car number 36. And GT Pro is led by number 93, the Porsche, the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship entered Porsche of Earl Bamber's driving that, and then the number 56 Team Project 1 car of Jörg Bergmeister is the top of the GT AMs, but it's still very early doors. We've not yet had 20 minutes of free practice, Paul.
No, quite, and although there have been some improvements, because Buemi and Conway still out in the 8 and 7 Toyotas respectively. Buemi quickest 3:21.449 now, ahead of Mike Conway, who's done a 3:23.081. Still those two, the only two LMP1 cars that have completed flying laps. In LMP2, still the 22 United Autosports car fastest with a now faster time of 3:31.302 ahead of Loic Duval, who's done a 3:31.374. In GTE Pro, it's Porsche ahead of Ford now, because Earl Bamber in the plain Porsche, as far as he's concerned, the 93 car, has done a 3:55.752 to go quickest, to the tune of 0.3 of a second ahead of Tony Kanaan in the Ford and then Tommy Milner in the Corvette. So as far as GTE Pro is concerned, it's Porsche, Ford, Corvette in the top three places. Fastest GTE AM car is the number 56 car from the Team Project 1 team. It's a Porsche, and it's Jörg Bergmeister who is quickest in GTE AM at the moment, in his time a 3:57.688.
So that's how things stand after just 20 minutes of free practice, with the number 3 Rebellion now hurtling its way through the fast sequence of corners after the Dunlop Bridge. So you've got the Dunlop chicane, which is after the Dunlop curve, effectively, left and right, and then that section of track that was reprofiled. Paul will tell me how many years ago. It used to go dead straight, of course, all the way down to the Forest S's. That can be on your jobs list. I don't need to know straight away. But just take it from me that you used to be dead straight all the way then down to Forest S's that have always been there pretty much, through the left, through the right, and then power your way onto Tete Rouge, which was a much tighter right-hander in the early days. Car 66, one of 4 Ford GTs, is going into the garage.
2002.
2002 was the last year that...
No, 2002 was the first year that the curves were installed before the Forest S's.
Okay.
So 2001 was the last time that you went straight.
Yes,
up
after
over
the Dunlop Bridge.
After the Dunlop Bridge.
Thank you very much. A much earlier answer to the question than I was anticipating, but I appreciate that's good folder knowledge, that, knowing which one to go to straight away.
And the Forest S's were brought in. Here's one for you. Should we leave that one on Twitter for a little while for people to see if there's anybody who was there before the Forest S's were brought in, because they weren't always there. You did you did say they've been almost always there, but of course that was the section of the circuit which the ACO bought, and they actually built that bit of the circuit to make the circuit partly specifically owned by the ACO and partly on-road track. That was a specific bit of racetrack where the Forest S's were.
Okie dokie.
What year was that done?
Yes.
Answers to RSL_studio, and use the hashtag is it hashtag Mobil1RLM?
Mobil, MOBIL,
yes.
the number 1, and
right.
then the letters,
RLM.
ideally capitals, RLM. Yes. Mobil1RLM is the hashtag, Paul. I'll bring you kicking and screaming into the 21st century, Twitter-wise.
I'm getting there.
Even if it kills me.
Yes.
So that's the hashtag, and then to the handle, RSL_studio. And yes, answers not on a postcard these days, on a tweet, please, to RSL_studio. When were the Forest S's first introduced to the circuit configuration? Meanwhile, the very other end of the circuit, i.e. the end of it rather than the start, the number 1 Rebellion, which is in third place, is coming through the double Ford chicane now, taking plenty of curb through the second element of those 4 corners that are back to back, and heads across the line. So that is Andre Lotre still at the wheel of that number 1 car in third position, and that's indicated by the 3 illuminated red lights immediately behind the race number board. If you're fastest in this session, that will just be 1 lone illuminated light, 2 for second fastest, 3 for third fastest, and then if you're outside the top 3, you don't get any illuminated lights. The number 37 is back out on track, so they've solved that pedal issue. Still not up to speed though, car number 37, as far as I can gather, and it's still Jasmine Jafar, the young Malaysian driver, at the wheel of that car. Meanwhile, Toyota number 8 is being pushed back into the garage. The 7 is also in the pit lane. Number 8 has been driven by Sebastian Buemi from the start of the session, and car number 7's only had one pilot so far, and that's Mike Conway. There's been a change of fastest LMP2 car though, because Tristan Gomendy is now topping the times, 4th best time overall for Tristan, and he's won European Le Mans Series races in the past. He is a 39-year-old Frenchman, joined by Jonathan Hershey and Vincent Capillaire in the Graf SO24 car. And there are 2 Graf entries this year, the 39 and the 40 cars, both running on Dunlop tyres. James Allen, Jose Gutierrez and Enzo Guibert being the drivers in the other machine from that same garage, although they're labelled very different things. We have 2 G-Drive Racing entered machines, as in they being the entrant, but they're run by totally different teams. Simple, isn't it? So the number 40 car is actually a Graf car. John Hindhoff.
I'm watching the Twitterage to take that worry out of Paul's mind. At RSL_studio, using the hashtag Mobil1RLM, Ray Burns asks, if the number 5 comes back to the garage on a flatbed truck, can it still run in this session, Paul? That's outside assistance, so yes or no?
Yes, it can, because this is only a free practice session. In qualifying, it's a different matter. But during the free practice session, it can be brought in and it can go out again.
Thank you, Paul.
Also, so can anybody else, not just that car.
Yeah, it's not just in the rules that it's the number anyone who's number 5.
No, exactly.
Right, okay. Thank you for that, Ray. If you'd like to know any questions, any answers to your questions, it's at RSL_studio. Use the hashtag Mobil, then the number 1, and then RLM. Mobil1 RLM for Radio Le Mans. And we are up and running with Studio Cam. Hello, Studio Cam, on the Facebook page, which is Radio Show Limited. Search Facebook for Radio Show LTD. It's a page, not a group, so that's separate from the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective, although I do know that there's a link on there as well. Nick Damon working his magic again for that, so you can see as well as hear how we are going about our work here in the Mobil 1 Broadcast Centre. Out goes Ginetta number 6 onto the circuit and slowly gets up to speed, and it's still not a great entrance to the racetrack from the end of the pit lane, is it? That's the thing that I keep forgetting, that we're only here once a year, and it's a really awkward exit from the pit lane straight into the fast lane of the cars that come through effectively the first corner there, Johnny. And that's tough. Through there in 5th or 6th gear, pretty much flat out, and then you're braking hard for the Dunlop S's. And I'm not sure what we could do. Henri Pescarolo a few years ago suggested we extended the pit lane up and on the right hand side there, and then brought people in basically as everybody was turning in to the left-hander at the Dunlop chicane, the Dunlop S's there, and that you came in from the right there, so you were coming in off the racing line rather than on it. I rather thought that was a sensible idea.
Remember, that's what claimed the number 9 Toyota last year, was a car leaving the pit lane, and the driver, Nicolas Lapierre, wanting to avoid that rejoining car, but hadn't quite accounted for a Manor LMP2 machine over his left shoulder. The two made contact, the Manor ended up in the gravel, and the Toyota number 9, a rear left puncture, which basically destroyed the car, and he couldn't get it back. So you do have the odd incident when everyone's trying to make room for each other, in fairness. Car number 8 back onto the apron from the pit lane, garage I should say, and some movement around in 4th position as Thomas Laurent now goes 4th fastest in car number 3. Let's get a couple of Forza Motorsport pit lane reports. First of all, to Bruce Jones.
When you comes to a halt with an electrical problem, that's bad enough, but because that electrical problem means you can't then communicate with the pits, it makes it a whole lot worse. So for the number 5 crew, they're trying to work out how to get out to the car, how to get it back, but not knowing what the problem is. So it's not exactly the dream start. Of course, the 6th sister car is out on the circuit, I believe, with Oliver Turvey at the moment. That seems to be doing okay, but not the best of starts, unfortunately, for one of those 2 Ginettas, I'm afraid.
And that's Bruce Jones. And Shay Adam has a question, either for me or for the general collective.
Well, for you perhaps, Johnny, since you were here at the test day, the BR1 engineering chassis that are running in LMP1, of which there are 3, the 2 that are being run by S&P, is there anything special about their engines that the Dragon Speed guys are not running? Because when the 11 and the 17 both just exited the pit lane, at separate times albeit, they both smelled like burning oil. The number 10, the Dragon Speed car, when it has driven past me on 2 occasions now, did not have the same scent. So why would the cars smell like burning French fries?
Well, first of all, they've got different engines, haven't they?
You next need to go and smell the Enzo CLM, Shay, because it's the same engine in the CLM as it is in the SMP BRs, whereas you got a Gibson engine in the Dragon Speed machine, which is the same engine that powers the Rebellions.
Well, I have smelled the Enzo, now that you mention that, and there wasn't the same foul odor. So it's just the S&P cars. I wonder what they're doing differently.
But you've smelt both of them like that, have you?
Yes, yeah.
How bizarre.
And it was the S&P, both of the S&P cars, both the 11 and the 17, they triggered in my brain the smell of burning French fries, that had spent a little bit too much time in some vegetable oil.
Clearly, yes, or too much time at Spa, perhaps. Not that they burn their French fries there, but they're very tasty with a bit of Belgian mayonnaise. We've had nearly half an hour of this session, and therefore we need to bring you, after half an hour's running here on Mobil 1 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans, our latest Silverstone Circuit hourly update.
Live from trackside. On 91.2 FM.
On Sirius Channel 138 and XM Channel 201.
And online at radiolemans.com.
At radiolemans.com.
You're listening to coverage of the world's most famous motor race, the Le Mans 24 Hours, on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM, and our Silverstone Circuit hourly update looks like this. The number 8 Toyota, they're just going back out onto track with Sebastian Buemi still at the wheel, is fastest with a 3:21.449. It's nearly a second clear of the number 7 Toyota, which is also now heading out for possibly a long run, akin to a stint. We'll wait and see. Mike Conway still at the wheel of that number 7 car, and recently, having joined those 2 cars at the sharp end of the field, the 2 Rebellions in their number order, so 1 from 3, Andre Lotre having done a 3:22.993 from Thomas Laurent in the number 3 car, a 3:24.310, and having just recently gone through on that last lap, yes, for Stefan Sarazan, the number 17 AER powered SMP Racing BR Engineering BR1. That car has done a 3:26.004 and is 5th fastest. In LMP2, it is the EDEX Sport entered Orica, Paul-Luc Chatin doing the driving. That car's done a 3:27.054 after really doing very well in the test day too. The second placed LMP2 car, number 28, is the TDS Racing Orica of Loic Duval, and third fastest, number 39, the Graf SO24 entered Orica of Tristan Gomendy. In GTE Pro, the 2 leaders currently are, or 2 fastest cars I should say, 68 and 69, both currently in the pit lane. They're both Ford GTs, and Dirk Muller's done the fastest time, a 3:52.918 from Ryan Briscoe's 3:53.841. Third quickest is the number 64 Corvette, Tommy Milner, and 4th fastest, number 94, Timo Bernhardt, in a Porsche GT car. Remember, Timo back at the wheel of a GT car this year. In GTE AM, It is the number 86 Gulf Racing Porsche that is fastest, 355.683 for Ben Barker. Second fastest, the number 56 Team Project 1 Porsche. Jörg Bergmeister's done a 356.2 in that car. And Matt Campbell has done in the 77 car a 356.402 for Dempsey Proton Racing. That is the latest hourly updates. Remember, later on this year, the only place you'll be able to see current Le Mans cars in all of the classes is at Silverstone in pretty much 2 months' time over the weekend of the 17th, 18th and 19th of August. There'll be opportunity for a great ticket and hospitality competition starting over today and tomorrow and running throughout the rest of the week as well. So stay tuned to 91.2 FM for more information on that. And you can already get details on tickets for that event via silverstone.co.uk, for the only place in the UK this year to see Le Mans cars of the current era out on track.
I'm very, very disappointed that that's the same weekend as IMSA at VIR, which means I can't go to my home WEC race. It'll
be better weather than normal, having been an April meeting.
Oh, yeah, I can't believe you said that.
It will be. I hold it. In fact, if it's terrible weather, no, I won't say that.
You'll buy everybody a pint.
I was about to.
Everybody that turns up, Johnny's going to buy a pint.
Yeah.
You heard it live.
Afraid not. No, I didn't say it.
Stuart Pringle is listening. He knows.
I might buy a tub of Pringles and share them out to everybody. That wouldn't go very far, would it?
Half a Pringle each.
Half a Pringle each. Already, we've had 35 minutes of this session, and it is Toyota topping the times, but now Rebellion splitting the two Toyotas. But it's the Alonso car fastest, and that's all that anyone cares about, with the number 3 car second and the 7 car in third. I'm easily influenced. Paul, what are you noting?
The fact that Sebastian Buemi is the only driver who's driven the number 8 car so far. So let's not get too excited about the fact that the car will get driven by Fernando Alonso later on. The number 7 Toyota has only been driven by Mike Conway. Thomas Laurent and Andre Lotter are the drivers of the Rebellion cars. Just looking down for any car which has actually had a driver change. Tell you what is interesting is that Loic Duval, who has now done 7 laps at the wheel of the LMP2, it's not the leading car, but the TDS car, Loic Duval has done 7 laps without a pit stop. In fact, he's now on his 9th lap is Loic Duval. So they sent him out and said, don't come back again. So he's been out for pretty much the whole of this session. Now, 36 laps is going to be just about as far as an LMP2 car can go. Interesting point that we're going to be
36 minutes.
36 minutes, did I say 36 laps?
Yeah, that would be very impressive.
Yes, sorry, 36 minutes is what I meant.
They're only allowed to do a certain amount of laps this year, though, so once that number goes up, they have to come in?
In a P2 car, no.
Right.
P2 cars are restricted only by the fact that the Gibson drinks fuel and the petrol tank is only 75 litres, and so in P2 there isn't a limit. In P1 there is a notional limit, but that is enforced by the amount of fuel flow. So if you can fuel save because of a fuel zone, slow zone, then you can go more than your notional number of laps limit. However, in GTE, both Pro and Am, there is an absolute limit, whether or not there is slow zones, of 14 laps.
And what happens if you do 15 laps?
It's not really clear because and indeed,
when I question then Hindhoff, hey,
when I posed that very question about where in the regulations that was, because I know a lot of Radio Le Mans listeners will have found the regulations and be looking for that. It's not in any of the regulations. The only place that it is in the latest EOT decision from the Endurance Committee, which was issued on yesterday, and it is only in there where it says the absolute limit for a GTE car is 14 laps.
This on the Twitter, Johnny, you've been picked up. Paul Parkin says at RSL Studio using the hashtag Mobil1RLM. Clearly Johnny doesn't remember the WEC weekend a few years ago, which was in late summer, when a sudden rain shower sent 9 Formula Renault 3.5s into the gravel.
I do remember that, yes, Paul. Good memories. I thought he was going to tell me. I've got the dates wrong then. I don't think I have. We'll check that. But yeah, obviously it might be prone to a shower. I don't think we're going to get snow though in an August meeting as we did for an April one a few years ago. The CLM, the Enso CLM with that AER engine has had a moment at Tête Rouge. It's gone straight on between the Forest S's and turn-in point. It's a double right-hander at Tête Rouge, and it's now going to lay a load of gravel down just off the racing line, I would say, as that car rejoins, being driven by Frenchman Tom Dillman currently. And he's going pretty quickly in it, just on a 3:23.795 to now put that car 7th fastest behind Toyota number 8, Dragon Speed number 10 now, and Toyota number 7. So we must have had new times from both of those cars to put them above the number 3 Rebellion that was in second place a short moment ago.
How was the Bicolis car smelling when it went off, though? That's the question.
A good question.
Yeah, we need someone down there to let us know that.
We can also find out what the problem is for the number 5 car, because it has been returned to the pit lane, Bruce Jones, but it hasn't been all the way around the circuit. Much of that was thanks to Marshall's power.
Well, we know in motor racing a lot of people like to take a bit of a shortcut, but actually the team wasn't really planning this one. Just after I spoke about it before, it suddenly arrived from the back of the sort of old Parc Fermé behind the main building, wheeled into the pit lane. It's a small problem being fixed, but effectively it's something that would stop a little. It would be a fuse in the old days that affecting the power that goes to the dashboard, and that affects the power to everything else, according to Lawrence Tomlinson. So it's a small little bitty bit that's being replaced, but it was a bit of a stumble over the first hurdle. So Mike Simpson, who drove the car, very frustrated, waiting to go out. Of course, this is Le Mans debut, but I think that car should be out in a short while indeed, so it's not been as bad as they feared.
That's good news, thank you, Bruce. And the number 6 car has been out and back in again as well, and is currently actually sitting in the pit lane. The timing and scoring screen will catch up in a moment or two. Because the number 5 car didn't trigger the timing loop at the start of pit lane, it is still shown as stopped on the circuit, but it's not. It's back home now in the Ginetta garage, in the CEFC TRSM Racing garage, although that's a bit of a misnomer now. Because,
sadly, still what the entry is, though, isn't
exactly, and the cash flow problems with the China Energy Company, it means that the money is now coming from elsewhere to run the 5 and the 6.
And by the way, on engines, the CLM has the Nissan V6 in it now, doesn't it? Not the AER.
Yes.
Correct.
Sorry, beg your pardon. Correct. And does that mean we just have the 2 AER engine cars then?
The 2
Right,
SMP
okay,
cars.
Yes. So it is the block that used to power the Enso CLM. I think pretty much the identical unit in terms of specification, which is now powering the 2 BR1s. But yes, good pickup, whoever that was.
Victor Rad.
Thank you, Victor.
On the Twitterage. Hopefully, there's a few people watching quite clearly on the Studio Vision. I never know which camera is on at the moment. Is it that one up there? Yes, it is that one up there. Hello. We've got the machine decides when to cut depending on a number of different things. Nick Damon's managed to sack himself by proxy almost. It's Studio Vision, which has been such a hit for the last few years, now on the new Radio Show Ltd Facebook page for 2018. Great hearing the cars out on the circuit.
Yeah, and the various different noises that they make, of course. GT cars particularly, as one of the Ford GTs is circulating very rapidly indeed, although it's no longer Ford that are fastest in this free practice session for Wednesday afternoon here at Les Arts. Just gone 20 to 5 in the afternoon, and now a Porsche is fastest in GTE Pro, with Richard Lietz driving the number 91 Porsche. So that is the livery akin to Rothman's Racing of yesteryear. And the 91 car is fastest now from 2 Fords, Dirk Muller and Ryan Briscoe in 68 and 69 respectively. But Ben Barker's managed to get the Gulf Racing Porsche, which is a GT Am entry, between the 2 Fords. So car number 86, effectively 3rd fastest once you put all the GTs into one pot. An Am car is fastest faster than the third place Pro car, but we've still yet to see really full speed, full race speed for these cars. And almost as I say that, we now have 3 Pro cars faster than Ben's time, because Earl Bamber in car number 93 goes fastest, a 352.656 to go 27th overall.
Question for Paul Trustwell on the Platinum drivers. Andrew Luscombe's asking about the rookies failing to complete their mandatory 10-lap rookie run. If they haven't done their 10-lap rookie run, they're not here, Andrew, because they had to do that at the test day. But there are a couple of drivers who needed to do 5 laps in this 4-hour session, Farfus being one of them.
Yes, that's right. That was the piece of paper I've left behind because I marked it on my test day entry list, and then I thought I won't need the test day entry list, so I shall have to make a phone call and get my wife to do some scanning, and she'll then be able to send it through to me, by which time it will be too late. But yes, if you are a platinum driver, then you are excused having to do the rookie test, even if you are a rookie, but you are a platinum driver. If you have a good reason for missing the test day, such as another race meeting, and B, if you are platinum, but you are excused it on condition that you then do 5 laps in the free practice session this afternoon, of which we have now had 45 minutes, and Sebastian Buemi still head of the lists by just under a second from Ben Hanley's time in the number 2 Dragon Speed car. Good to see that car so far up the lists, ahead of all but one of the rest of the LMP1 cars. And I was talking about cars that have had driver changes. We now do have Bruno Senna at the wheel of the number 1 Rebellion. He's taken that car over from Andre Lotterer. And as far as the top of the list is concerned, Loic Duval is still there. The rest of them still driving with their first driver of the session. Making a pit stop in the end, Loic Duval in the number 28 car, the TDS Racing Orica, and Loic doing in the end a full stint in effect for that car of 10 laps.
Thank you, Paul. Shea Adam has confirmed that it's Alex Sims currently in the BMW, so that presumably is some glitchy information as well. I just wonder whether the driver IDs are still being calibrated and 1 or 2 issues being ironed out potentially with timing and scoring, because there was also an issue, I forget who it was now, but we were trying to identify a driver in one of the LMP1 cars, which was
Charlie Robertson, or rather it wasn't Charlie Robertson, because it was Charlie Robertson on the screen, but Mike Simpson in the car.
Yes. To Bruce Jones for a Forza Motorsport pit lane report.
David Chang, you just got out of the 33 Ligier. You're a busy man this year. You're driving and you've got 4 cars bearing the DC Racing logo. 2 Oricas, you're one of the 2 Ligiers. Busy man.
I mean, I think it's a spectacular year for our team. Being able to have 4 cars on the grid, like a few of these factory teams, it's a great honor. Anytime to be able to come to Le Mans and drive, for me, wasn't really planning on it, but having the extra entries we won from Major Le Mans gave me another chance to have my 5th consecutive start, so it's wonderful.
Again, that just reiterates how things have changed in recent years with the Asian Series rising. And the fact this year we got a team rented from the Philippines as well, it just shows the spread that championship helps.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great platform for Asia teams to really learn what endurance racing is, to build the foundations to come to this great event. I think everyone all around the world wants to come to Le Mans, but now the ACO's really invested in a platform to give Asian drivers and Asian teams this opportunity.
Okay, let's cut to what's happened in the session. You're looking quite warm. What's the track like? We've had a lot of rain. I guess it's probably a little bit messy, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's been all rainy and cold all week, and now all of a sudden it's hot. I think all the drivers are adjusting to it. With all the rain came a lot of dirt. First couple of laps, I felt like we were lawnmowers out there just sweeping the track. But it's getting better, and honestly, towards the end of that short little run, the grip's starting to get to the point where we can actually start pushing, so it's quite fun.
Well, it's not bad with qualifying following. Thank you, David.
So David Cheng, pleased to be back at Le Mans as Francois Perrodo heads out in the 2nd fastest LMP2 car so far. That's the entry from TDS Racing. EDEX Sport, though, topping the times after they pretty sure they stayed second fastest at the end of test day, and they've got a good driving lineup this year. Paul Lafargue, very quick silver graded driver. Paul-Luc Chattac, gold, 26 years old, former winner of the ELMS subclass. And Memo Rojas is currently the European Le Mans Series champion of 2017, did that with Leo Roussel last year. So do not overlook car 48 on Michelin tyres, and up against an awful lot more that are on Dunlops. Of the 20 cars, 5 on Michelin's and the other 15 on Dunlop tyres.
They weren't quickest, they were second quickest.
You
said second quickest,
yes,
right.
Pretty sure they stayed second quickest.
Yes, they did stay second
the
quickest.
31 Dragon Speed car
was the quickest.
Was the fastest, and that was the car that brought the red flag out right at the end with about 2.5 minutes to go after Pastor Maldonado had a bit of a whoopsie at Indianapolis corner. Never did work out how much damage was done to that car, but minor, I'm led to believe.
Yes, I think it was minor. It was certainly repaired without having to be a new car made up. 3:27.228 was the fastest time, so that's kind of the mark in LMP2 from test day.
Just had a quick slow zone, is what I was going to say. Short slow zone. That was at Dunlop. One of the marker bollards needed replacement, and in fact taken from the circuit as well. And I was just about to tell you about another slow zone, but in the time that it took me to look back up at the screen, it's already disappeared. United Autosports number 25 in the pit lane.
I think it was only a yellow flag rather than a slow zone, that one that was very quick.
Seb Buemi has brought in the Toyota Gazoo Racing number 8 hybrid, and it looked to me as though it was the helmet of Fernando Alonso who was getting into that car. Meantime, a problem for the 93 on its way out with Earl Bamber, on its way in rather, with Earl Bamber completely missing his braking point and locking up the front Michelins coming into the pit lane and taking a run across what is now gravel on the entrance to the pit lane. And yeah, that's Fernando Alonso in the number 8 car, ready to go.
10 minutes to go before the end of the first
Just
hour.
time for him to break the lap record, isn't it? one warm-up lap and then break the lap record by 10 seconds.
Yes, I still have faith in the other Toyota drivers to go quicker, but
I'm sorry. I'll stop being facetious now, because you would think he was the only driver in the race. Never mind, just in that car. Had to explain to someone the other day that he couldn't actually drive the race all on his own.
Only because he's restricted by the regulations to doing a maximum of 14 hours.
It didn't seem to matter to the piece that I was reading. No, interestingly.
I'm going to answer that question because I posed it, and I don't know if anybody did come back on Twitter to answer the question about when the Forest S's were first used. But the answer was 1932. So long before...
What, just after 7:30?
Just after 7:30. Long before any of us were born.
United Autosports are here in force once again, car 22 and 32, and in the 32 car a certain Juan Pablo Montoya, Hugo de Sadelier, and now Will Owen, the guy who joins Shea Adam for this Forza Motorsport Pit Lane Report.
Well, you've got a rookie in the car with you. The good news is it's Juan Pablo Montoya. He has not handed over the seat yet so far through this session. Has he just been saying on the radio that he's having too much fun and he'll drive as long as he can without you guys?
Oh yeah, he would. I'm sure he would love to take the whole session. This rookie would, could drive for forever. So far, it's going all right. We're having a little bit of trouble in the slow corners. He says that the car's kind of tricky there, so we're just working on making it a little bit better there and everywhere else as well. He was really pushing on that last run, knocked over the little bollard on the exit of the Dunlop chicane. So he's obviously having a lot of fun and learning about the car and helping us all out, making it better.
Having a year of experience under your belt, having done this race once before, how much more at ease are you this year than you were last?
That's probably the biggest difference for me this year. I mean, I was a little bit anxious last year, and learning the track was tough. I mean, it's tough for even somebody like Juan. It's such a difficult track in many ways, and experience is king here. So that's great to have, and I'm enjoying the experience in a different way this year because I'm just a lot more relaxed, for sure.
Are you expecting the fastest times to be in tonight's qualifying session, or maybe wait until tomorrow?
Sorry, say that again?
Are you expecting the fastest times to come in tonight's qualifying session or tomorrow?
It's really hard to say. I think most of the fast stuff is going to be tomorrow night, probably. But if somebody gets a good lap without traffic tonight, then for sure that could be the quickest time. So we'll see. No idea.
all three of you in the 32 Ligier, would you be happy if the race stayed dry, or are you doing a little bit of a rain dance?
Well, the one thing I wouldn't like is no practice in the rain. And our car is good this year, so we don't really need to do a rain dance. We'd like it to be dry. But I've never driven here in the rain. Last year it was dry, so I think it'd be very weird if it didn't rain this year, just knowing the history of Le Mans. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'd still probably prefer it to be dry.
Good luck, Will Owen.
Thanks.
From the 32 car, as I say, and the sister machine will be driven by Phil Hansen, who is at the moment, joint youngest driver in the entry. But we're trying to do some digging on that to see if Phil or indeed Julian Andlauer know when they were born, as in what time of day, because they share the same date of birth, and it makes them both 18 years old. And you were posing this question, weren't you, Paul, earlier on today?
Yes, well, I thought it was probably a job for the pit lane reporters.
It should be, absolutely
normally we rely on research to work out such things as youngest driver in the race. But this year, because we've got joint youngest, I mean, when was the last? Yes, I mean, of course, with 180 drivers, the chances are that some of them are going to share their birthdays. But when you've got the two youngest who are born on exactly the same day, it's certainly a coincidence, I thought.
Yeah, and one off note, definitely, because
5th of July 1999 is the answer.
Okay, thank you. I was going to go to a stat sheet, which isn't entirely correct, I have to say. So I was probably going to go to you to make sure it was the correct day. So yeah,
1999.
Yeah, 5th of July 1999. The two 18-year-olds. Got two 19-year-olds as well. One of which is Hugo Sadlier. You just mentioned him, and Harrison Newey is the other 19-year-old in this year's race.
None of those anywhere near the absolute youngest, though.
No, the absolute youngest to start was Matthew McMurray, not very long ago, who was 16 and a half when he made the start here in 2014. Prior to Matt McMurray being the youngest, it was Ricardo Rodriguez, who had tried to enter the year before. Ricardo Rodriguez.
Not Gunnar Jeanette?
No, he wasn't as young as Ricardo was.
Ah.
Ricardo had tried to enter the year before when he was 16 years and 4 months, which would have made him younger than Matt McMurray. He did enter the race, but he had his entry turned down by the ACO, who said, "You're far too young, go away."
Did he finish the race that year? In the first year that he entered?
No, he didn't. So
was Gunnar the youngest finisher
yes, and then,
at that time?
Yes,
yeah,
that's right.
I knew Gunnar had something.
Yes, he was the youngest finisher of the race.
All of these stats only come out once a year, so I apologise that they are tucked away in the deep, dark recesses of the Hindhoff
They just
brain.
need a little bit of unfolding, don't they, having been away in a draw somewhere.
Mental origami, yes.
There you go, yes. To the pit lane once again, to a Forza Motorsport pit lane report, and Bruce Jones with Michael Christensen.
Yeah, time for a little bit of a Porsche GT team, and the car that's drawing the most looks is certainly the one in the pink original livery back from the early 70s. Michael, you went out in the car first, going very well in GTLM. Obviously, you just did a handful of laps, but what was it like out there?
It was good. I mean, for sure we have to do some laps to just get our eye in again. Really, really dirty track conditions at the moment, but that's normal. As a part of Le Mans, that it has to be clean. And but it's improving every lap, so we just focus on our program and get everything ready for later.
Now, obviously, you're driving for the Porsche team, but the Porsche curves have been changed in shape this year. What do you think of the changes? Because your teammate Lawrence Vanthoor wasn't too impressed.
I think, I should say that they've been changed in the way that the safety barriers have been moved a bit more further away from the track, just to make it more safe, I guess. And the corner itself is the same as always, but of course it gives it a bit of a different feel, and of course the amount of risk that some people would take there is probably a bit different than now than in the past. But it's the same corner. Of course, it gives a bit different sensation when you go through there. But yeah, in the end of the day, it's the same. Shouldn't change anything on lap time. But of course, as a driver, I miss a bit this feeling of the speed sensation and also risk-reward kind of thing.
Do you have a particular favourite part of the track, though?
I definitely enjoy the Porsche curves. I think it's a great part of the track. It's a good flow, and it's definitely a technical part as well. It's important to have a good balance through there, because you can lose or win a lot of time. I really like it there, but of course, you know, even though it's just straight line and a chicane, but the Mulsanne straights are great too for battling during the night. It's great memories I have from that.
Good stuff. Got a smile on your face. Thank you, Michael Christensen.
With Bruce Jones, part of our Forza Motorsport pit lane crew, and it is Bruce and Shay Adam patrolling the other end of the pit lane for this first couple of hours of free practice. And as John Hindhaugh says, we've nearly had one of the 4 hours. It just shows how quickly time can disappear, particularly if you get those nuisance things like slow zones and yellow flags even as well. That can ruin a decent lap if you're chasing, well, either qualifying or race setup. Busy through the sequence of corners that lead out of the Porsche curves, twisting and turning the right and left chicane and then into the forward chicane for one of the Rebellions, the number 1 car being driven by Bruno Senna, caught up behind the Team Project 1 Porsche. Oh, and the Pink Pig Porsche had a big moment coming through Dunlop curve, well held there by Laurent Vantor. The tail started to wag on the Pink Pig.
He was pushing particularly hard on the previous lap, Johnny, as he had one of, I think it was the Valoba Corsa prototype that was coming up to him at the end of the Porsche curves, and actually ran off at the end of the Porsche curves completely. That was a lap that wouldn't have counted in Forza. You'd have had a little exclamation mark next to that one. Just all 4 wheels off on the final left-handed part of the Porsche curves. The team car has just gone through second position in the GTE category for Richard Leitz at the moment in the 91 car.
Did we mention the Mike Conway time in the car that's not being driven by Fernando Alonso, because it's number 7, which is now the quickest Toyota?
There's 59 cars that aren't being driven by Fernando Alonso.
Yes, one of which is a Toyota, and it's the one in front.
It's the one in front. Very good. Very good. Paul gets the 50 points.
Thank you. 3 minutes 20.723 is the stat I want to get to, 3:20.723. So we're not into the teens yet, and John was suggesting we'll be down into the 14s by the end of Thursday, and I mean the end of Thursday because qualifying goes on till midnight on Thursday. So 3:20.723. Fernando, as John said, is now out in the number 8 car, but hasn't yet set a flying lap. He's where is he? He's just making his way along the Mulsanne straight at the moment in number 8. Then the Rebellion is third fastest. That Thomas Laurent still behind the wheel, and that is a 3:22.068. I think that's a marginal improvement on the time that car had done before. And then Ben Hanley with the Dragon Speed car is on 3:22.324, and then Bruno Senna in the number 1 Rebellion is 5th fastest with a 3:22.993. Except that was a time not done by Bruno Senna. That was done whilst Andre Lotto was driving the car.
And Bruno's not very happy about how the car's handling its porpoising and sliding around at the back. The rear damping needing looking at there.
Fastest GTE AM car already, or now in the pit lane, not already because we've been running for nearly an hour, and it's Ben Barker in car number 86 that has brought that machine in, but it's going very rapidly. A 3:53.834 is the fastest GTE AM time, to the tune of 0.7 of a second. And as I say that, times change again after a good effort from James Collado, car 51, the Ferrari. So 1 hour done and 3 hours to go in free practice. You're listening to Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM, live here from Circuit de la Sarthe.
Live from trackside. On 91.2 FM.
On Sirius Channel 138 and XM Channel 201.
And online at radiolemans.com.
At radiolemans.com.
You're listening to coverage of the world's most famous motor race, the Le Mans 24 Hours, on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
The weather brought to you by DuraGarages.com.
Extremely humid here at the Circuit de la Sarthe at the moment as we head into the late afternoon at a little after 5 o'clock. Temperature dropping down as far as 14 degrees Celsius by the end of the qualifying tonight. Right now here on the end of the Bugatti circuit at the Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans studio, it's 19 degrees Celsius. No chance of rain this evening at La Sarthe.
The weather brought to you by DuraGarages.com.
Mike Conway is fastest so far in free practice. Car number 7 now going for an outlap. Was there another squirrely moment for a Porsche at the Dunlop chicane? Yes, there was, and car 77 in fact had to take to the runoff area between the left and the right hand bits of the Dunlop S's there. So well rescued in the end by Matt Campbell in the second fastest 77 car, but that was an almost moment for Laurent Vantor not too long ago when the back end threatened to pitch him into the gravel to driver's right, and this time Matt Campbell had to take evasive action. So the Porsches set up a little bit skittishly at the moment, I would say, and that's an indication on the sort of pace they're trying to push for this early on. They were the only cars in the last balance of performance adjustment not to have any adjustment.
The new RSR has been described by Patrick Pilet a number of times when I've been doing events with him. He's at pains to point out that this is the easiest 911 ever to drive. I suspect that depends how hard you're pushing it. Whilst I understand what he's saying there, Johnny, when you're at the absolute ragged edge, it's still a 911, and it may have had the engine and the gearbox changed around, but the basic dynamics of that wasn't done to change the dynamics of the car. It was there to exploit the underbody aerodynamics that was allowed at the back of the car, and I still think that's a tail happy car. And the June Bounty Hunter on Forza Motorsport is beat me round this circuit, and the car I chose was an RSR. And you know how accurately these cars are modelled nowadays. It is wicked on lift-off oversteer. You've got to balance the car on the throttle all the time and just keep a little bit of throttle on, and particularly when you're driving without ABS or traction control and with manual gearbox, it's all about getting those control inputs nice and smooth. So I'm guessing that whilst Patrick will tell all his teammates this is the easiest 911 ever to drive, that it is still, of course, a racing car, and it will bite, and bite quickly if you try to take any liberties with it.
Correct, and I suppose it's difficult for people like Patrick Pilet and for Matt Campbell at times, and those are the guys that have been brought up on Porsches driving this 911 type machinery, but chatting to some other people earlier on in the year that have maybe piloted a Porsche for the first time, having driven front engine cars in the past, and they almost see it as a dark art at times, because you do have to be so skillful and so on the responses. But some of the cream of the crop as far as world Porsche drivers have assembled here this year, not least in the Porsche GT team ranks, with 2 World Endurance Championship cars, they being the 91 and 92, and 2 cars that are regularly run in the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship over in the States, cars 93 and 94. And as we were hearing from Earl Bamber earlier on today during Midday Motorsport, they are the same chassis as well. So it's not just a case of other cars that have been brought here from the Porsche factory to look like the American cars. They are the ones that have been competing in that championship this year, that are now in France up against very different competition. Although they do still have 2 Fords from the American Championship and a couple of Chevrolet Corvettes from there as well. So some competition they know well as well in this massive field of 17 GTE Pros for 2018.
Yes, I was hearing as well that the way that Porsche are running the team of 4 cars, is very much divided. It's very much 2 teams running two cars each, and although there is an umbrella organisation to make sure that they don't kind of knock each other off or anything, there's no strategic or technical overlap between the two teams. So they're very much running them as individual teams, which is the same as Ford does with the UK and the Chip Ganassi US teams running two very separate teams. Reason being that it's just difficult to manage it otherwise. You have to have so many layers of organisation.
On the Twitter, we have an answer from Phil Hansen, has tweeted in at RSL Studio using the hashtag Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. Well done, Phil, for coming back to it. He says, it's me.
He would say that.
I'm the youngest by a few hours. I was born just after 5 o'clock in the evening on July the 5th, 1999.
Ooh.
I believe I'm the youngest overall finisher in history as well. I was 11th on my debut here last year.
5 o'clock in the evening doesn't leave too much time, though, does it? I mean, you know, higher or lower in Bruce's play your cards right, you'd have to say Julien Andlauer would be born earlier in the day, and therefore, well, yeah, don't know.
Well, as I say,
there's still 7 hours for Julien Andlauer to squeeze into. So we'll have to wait and see and get a word with the Frenchman. I'm yet to meet Julien, but I'm already a big fan, because talking of Porsche aces, he's not been racing Porsche for very long at all, but he is the current Porsche Carrera Cup France champion.
Do we agree with Phil that he's the youngest finisher in history?
No, because Matt McMurray was in 2014, because he was 16 and a half when he finished the race in 2014. And in fact, even Gunnar Jeanette, when he finished the race, the year was 2000, John, so you're forgiven for having that one folded away in your mind. And I stress that all of this is not done from my memory. I don't have a good memory at all. I just have a good filing system. And
that's what good memory is, a good filing system.
Knowing which folder to look at. He was 18 years and 1 month old when he finished in 2000. So actually, no, he was older than... So Phil Hansen would have been 17 years when he finished the race last year, so he would have been younger than Gunnar Jeanette was in 2000.
Okay, so we think we've got to the bottom of that, but we still need to know whether Julien Andlauer was born at 11 o'clock at night or 11 o'clock in the morning or any other times in between.
Good point.
Let's plan that as some research to be done either today, tomorrow, or indeed.
I would just go and find him and ask him.
Well, that's what I'm thinking we do. Yeah. But we've only heard for one side of the story there from Phil Hansen.
Well, he's claimed it early, though.
I know he has.
I like the fact he used the right hashtag. He's right. His flag's gone in there early.
Absolutely right. Stand your ground, Phil. It might be correct, but we still need to hear from Julien Andlauer to get both sides of the story. Anyway, to Bruce Jones for a Forza Motorsport pit lane report. News on the number 98.
Yeah, a car up on jacks, not a good thing. There's clearly been leakage, looking at the body panels, but power steering leak. But the floor pan is just starting to go back on. Matthias Lauda is just getting helmeted up, but a shrug of the shoulders, nothing too serious, but the car just about fixed. Don't forget in your little quest for the youngest driver that France is an hour ahead, was even when he was born. So stick that in the mix, just bear that in mind.
Very good point, Bruce. The 98, by the way, as a 93 Porsche goes totally the wrong side of curbs here. This is an interesting exit route from the pit lane. I haven't seen that one before, which is hugging the
that's Porsche curbs.
Side. Yes, it is. And there is almost a little access road there, threading the eye of the needle for car 93, which is being driven by Nick Tandy now, and desperately trying to clean the tyres now by weaving from left to right just before the Ford chicane.
Well, he took to the new... last year, that would have been a huge accident. Yeah. A huge accident, because he was on the acre of runoff area that has been placed on drivers right there, and you can make up so much time through there. That's 4th and 5th gear, even in a GT car. And he just lost the rear of the car a tiny bit. It wiggled and put him off. It would have put him into the wall in a Jan Magnussen style of way in years past. Oh, that was a huge off. If the wall had been where it was 12 months ago, that was a car written off. That was a car not getting to the start of the race. Ironically, he had a Corvette behind him, which hit the wall one corner. Well, actually, almost in exactly the same place, albeit that was a few years ago, and Jan had a problem with a stone getting stuck in the pedal box, if I remember rightly. It's been a bit of a untidy few laps for Porsche number 93, because Earl went across
They're not treating it too well, are they?
No.
Bless it. Earl Bamber's thrown it through the gravel trap at pit in, and now Nick and Tandy's tried to slap it up against a wall that sadly is no longer there. But I just wonder, subconsciously, does Nick go into the Porsche curves thinking, I've got a bit of insurance here? And just think, I could push a bit harder, because if I fall off, there isn't a concrete wall there anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the... I mean, I've forgotten who it was. Somebody was saying... who was it? Can't remember. Somebody was saying that they have ruined the Porsche curves because they've taken the fear factor away.
Lawrence Vantour.
It was Lawrence Vantour, was it? I
and
just
which
wonder,
car is Lawrence Vantour in?
He's in a Porsche. But this is just Porsche proving that they're not sandbagging, you see. So they're throwing the car around so that they can't possibly be accused by Eduardo of saying, oh, you were sandbagging. They can say, look at this, we've been throwing the car around as far as we can. Very, very elegant way of doing it, don't you think?
I suppose.
One way of looking at it.
Don't damage it and indeed write it off. But Nick didn't in that instance, and Tandy back in the pits probably to give the car the once over to make sure everything's okay there. The point I was trying to make before that incident was the 98. Bruce described the power steering issue as some leakage. Well, it had a far bigger issue of leakage during the test day when Matthias Lauda was forced by another car to go over a curb, and that pretty much ripped, I think, part of the under tray off, maybe the sump as well, and it lost all of its oil, and the engine being starved of oil basically made it expire as far as I could gather, and they couldn't do an engine change here and then, and the car was out for the day.
Yeah, they've had a busy time of it with Aston Martin, haven't they?
Rebuilt the 95 car into a new shell completely.
And to re-engine the other one. Fernando Alonso has gone quicker than Sebastian Buemi. John is... so 321.437. He hasn't gone as quick as Mike Conway has. Mike has done a 320.723. So Fernando Alonso with the number 8 Toyota still second quickest, but his time 321.437 is, well, it's only a hundredth of a second quicker than Sebastian Buemi. But one former Formula One driver, one current Formula One driver, and they're pretty much eye for eye as far as times are concerned. Here's a question while I've got Johnny and John here at the moment for both of you. We've got two world champions participating in the Le Mans, Formula One world champions participating in the Le Mans 24 Hours this year, and they are...
I'm going to have some thinking time.
Okay,
you
got some thinking time.
And I'm not sure John even heard the question, so present that to us in a moment or two, whilst we get a Forza Motorsport pit lane report from Shea Adam, now joined by Ricky Taylor.
Ricky's a guy who's got quite an interesting opinion because you've been to Le Mans 4 times in 4 very different cars. You drove an open cockpit LMP2, the Riley LMP2 last year, a Corvette and GTE Pro, and a Corvette and GTE M. So what's it like being in a Ligier in LMP2, Ricky?
It's been very good. I think I said a couple of times, I think coming to Le Mans, I'm really excited this year. I think the whole Jackie Chan DC Racing team and my teammates Combe and David are really strong. So for me this year, we've got the best package I've ever come to Le Mans with, and I'm really excited. We had a very conservative test. Now the car is a little more edgy and feels like a Le Mans car, really trimmed out. We've got an old engine in right now and plan to change that tonight after qualifying. And I think we should be in the mix this year.
So you're not even going to start pushing until qualifying tomorrow then, when you put the new engine in?
I know it's tough to really, qualifying is important and it's big bragging rights here at Le Mans, but hopefully it doesn't rain tomorrow so we can kind of play with the front runners. But we're just trying to run through a plan right now, and the guys have so much experience with this race. I'm just kind of listening to their knowledge, and hopefully the important day is going to be Sunday afternoon.
You mentioned that test that you guys had at Spa. Seems like a bit of a waste when we're standing in sunshine and all you had was rain there. Just how much data did you get that you can use on the car now?
this does not feel like Spa. This is a beautiful day, obviously, here in Le Mans. And the good thing about Spa was for the drivers to get to know the car a little bit. We had a little bit of dry running, and then to get to understand the intermediate tire, the full wet tire. It was great as a driver to get to feel all those things, because I've never driven on this type of Dunlop before. So getting to know all that, we got to be ready for everything here at Le Mans. So having that knowledge and that experience now, hopefully it doesn't have to pay off, and we can do with a dry race. But if it does, we're ready.
Thanks for the chat, Ricky. Stay cool.
Thank you.
It's Ricky Taylor with Shea Adam and that Forza Motorsport pit lane report. Big week for Forza Motorsport with the Series 1 playoffs coming up at the weekend. $75,000 up for grabs. And there's Series 2 kicking off in not too much of a long time before we head towards the World Finals in London at the end of October. So the best and brightest are gathering in Seattle for that playoff this weekend. Watch.forzarc.com as the first series of the 2018 Forza Racing Championship is in its final laps, live from Seattle at the weekend. Best of luck to everybody over there. Thoroughly enjoyed being guesting on that this year, and don't forget that June Bounty Hunter on the Forza RC community beat my time. I'm going to have one more. I'll have another crack at it. I haven't got a lot of time this month, unfortunately, but I think I've got half a day back in the UK. I know that there's some Forza pods here. If we can get one of those online, I might try and lay down a lap there with the steering wheel and pedals.
Can you beat your own time and then get the prize?
I'm not sure I can get a prize, to be honest.
Because otherwise I'd accuse you of sandbagging earlier on.
I can't possibly comment on that. I can't possibly comment on that. I'm using the RSR Porsche, which, of course, I read everything about it on the forum afterwards, and that's generally thought of to be one of the more difficult cars to drive. The car that everybody is going quickest and doing under 4 minutes, I'm about 4:24 at the moment after 20 laps, and is the Maserati, and I can't get the Maserati. I'm not qualified in the game to get the Maserati, which apparently has the best top speed. It's about 30 miles an hour down the straights faster than the Porsche, which is where quite a bit of that time is, but not all of it. I think there's a teen in there, but I'm not sure there's much faster than that. Back to what's going on the track with an hour and 20 minutes gone here on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. Just a quick update, Johnny. The 63 Corvette has had a radiator swap.
Yes.
There was a leak on that car.
Yes, and number 98 Aston Martin still trying to solve this leak with the power steering fluid. Another Forza Motorsport pit lane report to Bruce Jones, who's got Alex Sims from BMW number 82.
Alex, you're looking unbelievably cool, calm and collected. You're not out in the car next. Is that Antonio Felix da Costa who's on board?
Yep. Yeah, he's in the car at the moment. I mean, it's early in the weekend. There's no point getting too stressed right at the moment. Well, for that matter, there's no point getting stressed all weekend long, really. So, yeah, just going through the motions, seeing how things are panning out in these early laps.
Now, obviously, having BMW back at Le Mans is a big deal for a lot of people, but I must say the M8 just looks amazing.
Yeah, it's a lovely looking car. The back end of it, I think they've done an amazing job with. I really, really like the rear of the car, which is hopefully what the competition will be getting a good view of. We'll see how the testing and quali goes and get a feel for where we're at. But no, the car's working well. The BMW has done a great job at developing the car. It's been working nicely over in where I experienced it mostly, over in IMSA. And yeah, it seems to be going okay here so far.
Now, over the past 5 or 6 years, the competition in GTE Pro has been as fierce can be. You reckon you can really get in the mix this year?
Yeah, you're right. GTE Pro is insane in terms of the level of competition. The other manufacturers and other teams do a fantastic job, and it's something that we here at BMW and with M-Tech joining endurance racing pretty recently have got to get up to speed with and make sure that we execute a spot-on race, as we know many of the others will as well. But it's fantastic to be a part of such an amazing series and category within the WEC. So awesome place to be for BMW coming back to racing.
But it's all about finding small margins. In the Le Mans media guide, you're wearing quite a full beard. Did that have to come off to just shave those fractions of a second your way?
No, that was purely the relationship at home with my wife dictated that. No, she was fine with it. I've never had a beard, so I wanted to try having a beard and realised that, this doesn't work for me, but hey-ho, we tried it.
Come on, you were halfway to looking like a Greek Orthodox priest. Alexander, thanks for talking to us. Cheers.
He was digging himself a hole there, Alex, wasn't he?
He had a little while when he just had the tash. I remember at Daytona at the start of the year, he was wandering around, and it was, I think, was a Movember thing, which then got extended by about 3 months. And then the next time
January,
very good. Next time I saw him was at Nürburgring, when, yes, he had the full beard and was obviously racing as part of the BMW squad there as well, Rover Racing as they're known. Now, an issue for car 67 at Mulsanne Corner, which this is the 67-4 driven by Harry Tinknell. And is it a classic Mulsanne Corner moment as you just run out of road, get your braking point just very slightly wrong, and he's nosed that car into the tyre barrier, nowhere near as heavily as he did at Spa in May, but nevertheless that will have caused a bit of damage front left.
And Marino Franchitti did something similar in a Ford not so very long ago, didn't he?
Utilize slow zone 5 in order to be able to recover the car.
That was Eduardo Freitas, slow zone 5 to recover the car.
Okay.
Slow zone, which is from slow zone 5 is from just before Mulsanne Corner all the way down to the exit of Arnage. It's a long slow zone, that one. But as I say, that's because they don't want to have any slow zone finishing
in the middle of an acceleration zone.
In the acceleration zone out of Mulsanne down to Indianapolis.
I understand that that's going to make the slow zones a bit longer, particularly here.
Yes.
But I actually think it's a really sensible idea.
It was on that section of track that there was a big incident when a Toyota got caught up in a queue of a GTs. I forget who was driving that now, but the car was spun to the left in avoidance, basically, of cars doing 80 kph and nosed into the barrier, doing massive damage. That must have been 4 years ago, 3 to 4 years ago. Somebody will know who's listening to 91.2 FM or indeed around the world on RS1. Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM for 2018. Paul?
Yes, just to correct myself, it's actually not that zone. What they've done is they've neutralised it from the exit of the second chicane down to Mulsanne Corner. So they can actually, they reckon, release the green, as it were, or start the green from the exit of Mulsanne Corner onwards, which is exactly where Harry Tinknell is, which a bit unfortunate.
Paul di Resta got a warning for track limits not so very long ago.
A black and white flag warning.
Yes.
It was, so it's slightly more than just a warning on the screen. This was a black and white driver warning flag.
We're keeping our eye on you, Mr. di Resta.
And also reported for dangerous driving.
Ooh.
This was some 20 minutes ago, and I wasn't sure whether it came up on your screen or not, which is why I came around to talk to you a minute ago. But car number 4, the Enzo Nismo, has been reported to the stewards for dangerous driving. No more information than that, other than the team manager has been asked to go to race control.
Okay, 5 minutes and we'll have an update. 3 minutes we'll have an update. That'll be good news to the ears of Adam Bowman, who is wanting a bit of a rundown.
Okay, well, we can do that at the bottom of the hour, as we say, 5:30 here in France. But part of the way to get there is to hear from a man we've been wanting to listen to. Julien Andlauer is with Shea Adam.
Julien, it's such a cool thing to come to Le Mans for the first time with the Porsche logo on your jacket, with that factory blessing, and with a car that has a really good shot to win the class. What's it been like working with Dempsey Proton Racing in the 77, sharing with Matt Campbell and Christian Reed?
I think it's just incredible. Yeah, the Porsche today gave me this big opportunity, so I have to do my best. And in this team with my teammates, I think we have the best team ever, and that is something to do, as you said. So yeah.
Is it hard to drive the Cup car and then come over and drive the new RSR with the engine in a different spot?
I think the most difficult is to switch from the RSR to the Cup car. Yeah, because here is the biggest difference, because if you try to brake like with the RS in the Cup car, I think it's not the best idea to have.
Maybe the first practice session you go a little bit off, yeah?
Yeah, step by step.
We've been trying to figure out who is indeed the youngest driver to start Le Mans this year. You share a birthday with Phil Hansen. Do you know what time you were born?
So, as I say, as I know, he's born at 5 p.m. and me is 8 a.m. in the morning. So I'm not the youngest, unfortunately. Yeah.
So close.
But I'm the youngest rookie because he already drove last year.
That seems very fair. Well, good luck, and hopefully you become the youngest winner.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
There we go, question answered, and he's still grabbing onto one thing, youngest rookie driver, so never raced here before, and Phil Hansen has one race already under his belt. So there's your answer, Paul Trustwell. It took us a while to get there, but actually pretty good work from our pit lane reporters.
I did say at breakfast that it was going to be a question for the pit lane reporters rather than the statisticians to try and work out the answer to that one. So well done to both of them, to Phil Hansen for getting in touch with us, and for Shea for getting hold of Julian Andlauer. And he certainly sounded like fairly honoured to be in the position that he's in. So and probably a driver with a fair good future in front of him too.
He could have lied to us, I suppose. He could have said 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock to be sure, because of French time, and it being in the middle of...
It would have been great if he'd said it was 5 o'clock as well, but I was French time. So I'm an hour younger.
Yes, that would have been a fantastic answer. We'll make sure he's informed next time of the funny reply. The 67 car.
Everybody's listening, though.
Indeed, yeah. The 67 car is out of the gravel. This is the car driven by Harry Tinknell, Ford GT, which is currently 7th fastest in class, and the car did need to be lifted out of there by a Manitou or similar vehicle and plonked back onto the track, but that's not judged to be outside assistance. And it would have been the other side of the roundabout, probably at Mulsanne as well, to enable the Ford to rejoin safely. And Harry doing his best, in fairness, to shake some of the stones from underneath the body shell before he rejoined the track properly.
Yeah, has to remember that he doesn't have right of way there, I think.
Yeah.
A bit like half of the French drivers over a certain age, he still don't do that giving way on roundabouts. Rotation says, I think it was Lucas Di Grassi at the wheel of an Audi in 2015, that getting back up to speed moment. I think he might be right.
Okay.
That was coming out of the Mulsanne corner, coming down towards that part of the circuit at Indianapolis.
It is half past the hour, 5:30 here in France, 4:30 in the UK. Do the arithmetic elsewhere. Time for the Silverstone Circuit hourly update.
Live from trackside, this is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
The hourly update.
One hour and 30 minutes gone in free practice for Wednesday afternoon stroke evening. That means 2.5 hours still to go, and Mike Conway's time, 3:20.723, is the fastest currently, and it will be a Conway time because we haven't yet seen Kamui Kobayashi or Jose Maria Lopez at the wheel of the number 7 car. Second fastest, the number 8 Toyota. Kaz Nakajima currently at the wheel. That car's done a 3:21.437, so the difference between the two Toyotas, 0.714 of a second. Third fastest, I'm not even sure whether we mentioned this time, but Stefan Sarazan in the number 17 SMP Racing BR1. A little while ago now, did a 3:21.890, so that car is third quickest, ahead of the number 3 Rebellion Racing R13. Matthias Besch, last to drive it, the car's done a 3:22.068. Fifth fastest, car number 10, the Dragon Speed BR1, and that car at number 10 has the Gibson 4.5 litre V8 power plant, normally aspirated. Henrik Hedman currently at the wheel. The car's previously done a 3:22.324. Sixth quickest, the number 1 Rebellion Racing R13, 3:22.993. Seventh fastest, the number 11 SMP Racing BR1, 3:21.6. and 8th fastest the number 4 Enso CLM, the Bicolis Racing entered car, 323.795. In LMP2, number 48, the Edex Sport Orica has done a 327.054 to be fastest. It's currently Paul Lafargue driving that. Next two fastest cars are currently in the pit lane, they being 28, the TDS Racing Orica, 328.1, and the number 39 Graf SO24 Orica, 328.2. Fourth fastest in LMP2 is the number 31 Dragon Speed Orica, 328.2, and fifth quickest the 26 G-Drive Racing Orica. Notice all these are Oricas, 329.0779. The fastest Dallara is 8th in class, the fastest Ligier is 9th fastest. In GTE Pro, the number 92 Porsche, the Pink Pig, is now fastest. Laurent Vantor did the time, 352.372, from the number 93 Porsche, 352.3. Third fastest, the 91 Porsche, the Rothmans, echoing the Rothmans racing livery, 352.7. And fourth fastest in Pro, car 68, which is a Ford GT, 352.9. Fastest Ferrari is 8th quickest, the fastest Corvette 10th, and the fastest BMW is 12th fastest. Aston Martin are again struggling though, 14th quickest for number 95, the Nicky team driven Vantage AMR. In GTE AM, it's the Gulf Racing Porsche still. Ben Barker has been at the wheel of that, 353.834 from the number 77 Porsche Dempsey Proton Racing's entry, 354.0. Third fastest in GTE AM is the number 90 TF Sport Aston Martin, 354.5 from the Team Project 1 Porsche, 354.583 for that yellow and black Bumblebee-esque livery for car 56.
That's the Silverstone Circuit hourly update. Listen to Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans this week for a great ticket and hospitality competition for the August WEC round in the centre of England. And of course, it's the only place in the UK where you can see current Le Mans cars in competition. That's in August. Tickets already on sale, by the way. www.silverstone.co.uk. That's the Silverstone hourly update. More in 56 minutes' time.
The hourly update on Radio Le Mans.
So, 25 minutes to 6. Somebody asked earlier on, I can't remember who it was, and I've looked it up. I've got sunset tonight at 9:56, Paul. Do you agree?
Oh, no,
with
I haven't looked at that.
So that's just before we get cracking on the last 2 hours. Oh, black and white flag for the number 53. 33 has had one as well. These are 92, and they're all in the same place. Marshall's Post 33 and Marshall Post 6. Constant abuse it was for the 33 car. They must be treading a very fine line. That's the Jackie Chan DC Racing entry, the 33.
21:59 the sun goes down.
9:56 it says here on the airport website.
Okay.
Interesting. News on the 67 car from Bruce Jones. So let's get a Forza Motorsport pit lane report about Harry Ticknell's Ford GT.
Harry Ticknell has stayed on board. I presumed, having nosed into the tyres, there'd be damage. There's none whatsoever. There's not even a single bit of tyre marking. But I've seen something that I've never seen before. They wanted to check the little dive planes on driver's left, that front left corner, and they brought out a little plastic mould, effectively, and just fitted it over the top of the two dive planes, just checked they were straight and maybe jiggle them back so at least they're running in relationship as they should be to each other. But these little things, the fact they have one of those little shapes, just shows the level of planning that goes into all of the top teams. So right now they're just doing standard changes, and Harry's face doesn't need to be too red, does it really?
No, I think that incident could have been a lot worse. The main issue was the amount of gravel that will be now in the wheel arches of that car and in other places too. And also, I suppose, how much gravel was laid down by Harry, but he did a pretty good job of staying offline, shiggling the car left to right.
Shiggling?
Do you like that? Yeah.
That's the French way of saying jiggling.
Yeah, shiggling from left to right. It can go in the dictionary. Looking over at Nick Damon to my right shoulder, and much of that gravel was let loose, but I think off the racing line. Paul,
can I send our Forza Motorsport pit lane crew down to Ginetta direction, because we've not seen anything from them for a while, and I'm somewhat concerned. We remember the number 5 car came out, Mike Simpson, and then got pushed back in with a problem. We've not seen that car since. And the number 6 car, Oliver Turvey, went out and did an out and an in lap, an installation lap, if you will. Then he did an out, followed by an in lap, so he still hasn't set a time. So none of those laps counted as both starting and finishing, crossing the start-finish line. So neither of the Ginettas is actually currently showing as a time, neither the 5 nor the 6. Although the 6 has completed 3 laps, it hasn't done a timed lap. So things are not looking good at the moment for Ginetta, unless somebody can go down there and tell us that all is going to be sorted out.
Somebody is there already, that person being Shay.
Yeah, but I can't deliver the news that Paul's looking for, unfortunately. So we have Aston Martin into the tire barrier as well. You can see on the TV screen at the back of the Ginetta. So I'll make this pretty rapid. There's a computer plugged in. There's an external battery also plugged in on the number 6, the one that Turvey did an installation lap on. He is standing way far in the back of the garage with Oliver Rowland, having a nice casual cup of water. I assume it's water. The car is in a state of disrepair, and they have the computer plugged in trying to figure out exactly what they need to fix on the number 6. As for the number 5, all of the body panels are actually on that car. It is in what looks like one piece, no driver visible, and no tires. This car has been in a very similar state for quite some time now, and I do not see any drivers anymore of the number 5, but I did see Leo Roussel with his fire suit down around his waist, and he was drinking a coffee, so no urgency down here at Ginetta.
No, I thought that might be the theme of your Forza Motorsport report, I have to say, and Shay Adam is going to continue with the Forza Motorsport pit lane reports along with Bruce Jones for certainly the next 21 minutes. That will mean half distance for free practice. The Aston Martin referred to there during the report, the number 97, which has ended up in the gravel trap, which looks suspiciously like Mulsanne Corner again, I have to say. Yeah, and the Aston's gone straight on, taking the Harry Tinknell line through what should be...
It's the 97, is that? Did you
Yeah,
say
it
that?
is,
Sorry.
yeah.
Yeah, I can see that on the tracker.
There you go. So 97 stopped. 28, interestingly, stopped briefly, but now it's caught up. The 28 is still moving and is currently second fastest in LMP2 with Mathieu Vazivière. So it is the Manitou up at that corner. Busy so far this afternoon, and the car, I'm sure, will be put down again into a safe location the other side of the roundabout at Mulsanne Corner. That will allow the driver of number 97, who is Johnny Adam, last year's winner, of course, along with teammates in the now older shaped Aston Martin Vantage. Still got 2 of those in this year's race in the GTE AM category, but the new Vantage AMR not having the best of starts. At test day when the 95 was wrecked and a new chassis has had to be sourced for that. They had a spare car, but they had to build a lot of that spare car up to bring it here this week. And the 97 now with a slightly less of a drama up at Mulsanne Corner. Paul.
He's looking worriedly at pieces of paper, which is why...
You look like you had a point to make a second ago.
No, I'm just trying to check on how slow zones work. All
right.
I know how slow zones work, but how we're reporting slow zones and things. But I think all is safely gathered in. The other car I was looking worried about, sorry, just to mention, is the Settila Villorba Corsa car. Did you mention that one running slowly out on the circuit? The number 47 car, the Dallara in LMP2, Settila Villorba Corsa being the entrant, and it's currently in the hands of... not sure, but it's running slowly on the circuit. Giorgio Sernagiotto.
Sernagiotto. Great name, isn't it?
So I think he's got it back to the pits now. And another car just reported on the screen is running slowly, and this is not just due to the slow zone, is the TDS Racing Orica number 28.
Oh, that was reported as slow. Okay, I thought that was just a glitch of the screen, but car 28, Mathieu Vazivière, second fastest, as I say, and the TDS Racing machine maybe with a little glitchy issue as well that needs to be rectified. The theme of Mulsanne Corner incidents, though, is that the slow zone's now going to start from the second chicane, pretty much, which is a natural braking area on the lap, and this is a very similar sort of area that Harry Tinknell obviously brought out a slow zone in. So recovery of Aston Martin nearly done, and then the 80 km/h boards will be withdrawn. The yellow flags will be taken in as well, and we'll be back to green flag running all the way around the circuit. But yes, there are concerned looks in the Cetilar Villorba Corsa garage, and the car is stopped at the second chicane, number 47. It may well have been Giorgio Sernagiotto, looking a little worried, peering up at the screen, if not Roberto Lecorte. Is it Roberto at the wheel, or is it... Oh no, it's Sernagiotto at the wheel, so that was Lecorte with concerned looks peering at the screen, and Felipe Nasr, who was late to the test day purely because he was racing at Detroit the previous day.
He was winning at Detroit.
He was winning at Detroit with Eric Curran, wasn't he? And
quite
that
impressive.
Looked unlikely, I have to say, after having watched the first 10 minutes of that race and no more. They were way down, so plenty happened.
You tuned away?
Oh, I actually didn't watch it live at all, but I've caught up with the first 10 minutes and then something else. You know, life happens as well as racing.
No,
Racing
right. Is life.
No, you're right. There's a poor excuse. I will watch it, I promise you, at some point. Anyway, you're right. He was winning, and then he got on a plane. Now, this is either Patrick Lindsay's plane or Cooper McNeil flew a load of people across as well.
I think he was on Patrick's plane, but I'm
good knowledge.
sure Shea will put me right on that.
Cooper McNeil flew a plane, and on board that, Philippe Albuquerque, he said, dreadful flight. I was facing backwards all the way.
Oh, I like flying
Barely
backwards.
got a wink of sleep. I thought first world problems there.
I like flying backwards.
Private jet from one part of the world to another. And, you're at one racetrack Saturday, another one Sunday, and all he did was complain,
I wonder if the caviar was just a couple of degrees off as well.
Yeah.
Also, a problem out on the circuit for the number 25. This is the Algarve Pro Racing Gibson engined Ligier. And that has spun off, I reckon...
that's the Forza Motorsport chicane.
It is indeed. The first chicane is the Forza Motorsport chicane on the
Ligne Droite de Nadier.
Ligne Droite de Nadier.
So that's about a third of the way down the Mulsanne Straight. And... just missed Eduardo. I've got to be quicker on the fader there as far as Eduardo Freitas was concerned. He was giving
it might be better. Johnny and I are still working out the vagaries of how we're working the studio.
The sound desk, yes.
We only use it once a year. Do you think we need to leave that up and just hit the button?
Possibly, yeah. Could do.
It was about there.
It's a more quick response time, doesn't it? So if I press that as well. Next time Eduardo Freitas gives information to the teams, we will be able to broadcast that as well, but it was probably just instruction about slow zone and maybe about the recovery of car 25. That's an awkward spot.
It is.
Because you're going to have to get the recovery vehicle from one side of the track to the other, I would think, with it sitting in the gravel trap. And if anybody else were to have a moment into the chicane, that car could easily be collected. Car 97 is now back. Johnny Adams brought that from the Mulsanne corner.
And Andrew here says to RSL_studio using the hashtag Mobil1 Radio, Mobil1 RLM. He says, I do like the idea that any car that's rescued for the Mulsanne corner or has a problem down there has to do a penalty lap of the roundabout.
Yeah. Yes.
I think that should be we'll have to put that in now. That's got to be it.
I mean, sitting in the gravel trap is penalty enough, but I suppose you just do a little rotation in the correct way for this part of the world, of course. So anti-clockwise around the roundabout to ensure most of the gravel is let loose off the racetrack, and then it rejoins.
The slow procedure at the end of the Mulsanne Straight is going to be removed in 10 seconds. The one that's at the beginning of the Mulsanne Straight is going to continue for a little while yet. Unclear exactly how long that one is, but that one for the recovery of the number 47 car.
The Porsche pit box is absolutely magnificent, with the old-style brickwork and photographs. The Porsche banners on the overpasses are also in brick and distressed, looks like a Porsche tin sign. It's very good. Also been some replacement of another bollard at Tertre Rouge.
As a massive Pink Floyd fan, I'm loving what they're doing there, because they've got two huge references in they've got the pig, which was let free to fly above Battersea Power Station, and they've got another brick in the wall as well, the sides of the garages.
Oh, very clever.
I like it, and I think there's secretly a Floyd fan in the Porsche ranks.
Do you not think that secretly Floyd were Porsche fans, and you've actually got that the wrong way around?
Yeah, possibly. Thinking Nick Mason, David Gilmour, they were racing drivers.
I think Nick Mason's more of a Ferrari man than a Porsche man. But,
there's only two types of people: people who like Porsches and people who have no ambition with cars.
It's the 25 car in the gravel trap, by the way. The 47 is the car that came to a halt the second chicane, didn't it? And I'm not sure whether
it's now
correct.
going again, and it's got as far as Mulsanne Corner, and it's now waiting on my tracker to proceed down the straight from Mulsanne to Indianapolis. So we'll continue. So problems, as they inevitably do, creeping in for a number of teams, but I hope I'm not misrepresenting it by saying that they're fairly minor ones. They're niggles rather than certainly no accidents, but they're all little niggly problems of a mechanical nature.
Dragon Speed car out of the pit lane and up to the chicane just prior to the Dunlop Bridge. That is now being driven by Renger van der Zande, by the way. And the number 10 car, Renger, is replacing Pietro Fittipaldi, an injured Fittipaldi after a frightening accident at Spa-Francorchamps at the start of May, which was the first round of the World Endurance Championship. The 24 Hours of Le Mans, by the way, forms the second round of the World Endurance Championship that now spans 2 calendar years. So therefore round 8, I think it is round 8 of the 2018-2019 season sees us back here again for another 24 Hours of Le Mans, but that won't feature every single year. It's just to kind of realign a summer season to a winter or an autumn and winter season. And car 10 is back out again. That means there are only 2 LMP1s of the top 8 that are currently in the pit lane, and those are the number 1 Rebellion and the number 4 Bicollis Racing Machine. Car 25, the 2 Ginettas I'm accepting because they're outside the top 8 at the moment.
Okay.
And quite a way off, I'm afraid, 59th and 60th in the order, as number 25 is now being turned in the right direction at the Forza Motorsport chicane, and Atta de Jong, who is a Dutch driver, is going to rejoin for Stuart Cox's team.
That was Marshall Power, didn't get the snatch tractor out there.
Well, yeah, I wondered that because, as I say, snatch tractor was probably going to be on the wrong side. Well, it will be on the wrong side of the track unless they house one specifically at the chicane, which I doubt. So, yes, they have done a good job in actually getting the car out of the gravel trap, which was the bigger issue. And now it will try and shake free all of the gravel trap and the stones, probably on the second bit of the Mulsanne straight. Slow zone still in place though on the section around Tete Rouge and up to the first chicane. So 2 hours and 10 minutes to go. Let's get a Forza Motorsport pit lane report from Shay Adam.
35 SMP, the LMP2 car that this team is running, just came back into the pit lane completely sideways because there was a car immediately in front of it hindering its progress into the box, which meant that couldn't get a really good glance of it until they started rolling the car in backwards, when it became immediately evident that this car has a lot more black on it that is not supposed to be on the livery. It is a red, white, and blue livery, much like the Russian flag, but the entire right side of the car is coated with a very fine black that appears as if it's been into the tires, and quite hard, I would say. Norman Nader jumped out of the car and went straight over to the pit wall to talk with his engineers. Meanwhile, his crew has the car up on the very high jack so that they have about 3 foot of clearance beneath the car, or a meter, I suppose, for over here, I should use the proper term. And Harrison Newey climbed in behind the wheel while the car was still low to the ground, but it looks as if it's going to be here for some time, gents. So this car clearly gone off somewhere, and gone off somewhere rather hard.
Okay, we've missed that as it happened, but thank you for the Forza Motorsport pit report to update us. So work to be done on that car. The number 10, as I say, is now circulating, and also rejoining the action for this free practice session is the fastest car so far in LMP2, the Edex Sport Orica, driven now by Paul Lafargue. Although from memory, Paul, it was Paul-Luc Chatin who set the best time in that car being the Oreca 07 with the Gibson engine from French squad Edex Sport, whose interests are not only motorsport but also huge in the yachting world too. And Paul and Patrice Lafargue are regular runners in the 24H series as well that tours the world, including things like the Dubai 24. But Patrice not racing this year, leaving it to his son Paul to join Paul-Luc Chatat and Memo Rojas.
I'm not even sure how much Patrice is doing in other series this year. I think he's kind of decided that he's going to hang up his helmet at this stage. But Paul has certainly grasped the...
Did he race at Navarra? To
I
Patrice?
wasn't at Navarra, so I don't know. Possibly.
I think Patrice raced at Navarra.
Okay.
I stand to be corrected on that. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. I looked behind me to Bradley and Nick Damon, and they said yes.
Just running down when you were doing the update, Johnny, drivers who set the fastest laps in the car. Mike Conway, obviously the fastest driver in the number 7 car, because he's, I wouldn't say the only one who's drived it, because Pejito Lopez has driven the car, the number 7 car now, although all the time that he has been driving it, we've had slow zones at either one end or the other of the Mulsanne Straight. Fernando Alonso, the quickest driver in the number 8 car. Stefan Sarazan, the quickest driver in the number 17 SMP Racing BR Engineering. In the number 3 Rebellion, Thomas Laurent, the quickest driver. Matthias Besch has been out in the car, but he's not as quick as, or hasn't been as quick as Thomas Laurent. And Ben Hanley, the quickest driver in the number 10 Dragon Speed BR. But which has now cycled through all 3 of its drivers, because Renger van der Zande is now at the wheel of the number 10 car, so he is the 3rd of the 3 drivers to have driven it, and that's the first car of the top group that's had all 3 drivers in it. No, it's not, because the next car down, the number 1 Rebellion, has Neil Jarney now behind the wheel, although Neil has also been stymied somewhat by slow zones and yellow flag areas, so Andre Lotterer, the quickest driver in the number 1 Rebellion.
Part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. This is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM around the circuit and around the world on RS1 via the RSL player on radiolemans.com. And it is the 2 Toyotas that are so far fastest, with Jose Maria Lopez doing some laps now in car number 7. But having made its way back to the pit lane, car number 47, with the drama at the second chicane. Remember, this car 8th in the order now, so there have been a couple of times a couple of cars rather to go faster than car 47 recently, dropping from 6th to 8th fastest. But a rear left puncture, an obvious problem for the Cetilar Villorba Corsa de Lara. Now, whether that was cause or effect to the moment at the second chicane, I'm not sure, but we will try and do some finding out as far as that's concerned. Meanwhile, the number 4 by Collis Racing Team Enso CLM, powered in fact by a Nismo engine, as somebody correctly put me right on Twitter a little while ago is concerned. Ollie Webb has just brought that, or has been in that car most recently, and now joins Bruce Jones.
Ollie, the weather's pretty glorious after all the rain, and just the light bouncing off the Dayglow front on the CLM. Conditions are good, aren't they?
Yeah, it's nice to be, like you say, in a bit of sunshine instead of in the rain that we've had the last few days. We got lucky on Sunday with our scrutineering in the dry, and we got lucky now with some dry running and a few clear laps, which we didn't get in the test. So we're within a second and a half of our competitors' Rebellion at the moment, so we're happy with how we're going.
Now, it just seems to have been a flurry of cars going off. Maybe it's just cycling through all the various drivers, but track conditions from the outset were rather difficult, so I gather, but also we're now getting a bit of a muck thrown onto the circuit by these offs. This is where a little weekend can come a bit unstuck, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit different to previous years because it's been so mixed, the weather, quite early on, which in the last 4 years that I can remember, it only started raining in the race, really. So the track is actually in quite a nice condition, but I think the reason why there's been quite a few offs and a few mistakes is because tonight's qualifying might be the quickest times we see all weekend, because tomorrow's looking like it might rain. So everyone's pushing for performance earlier on that they would have done in any previous years, so everyone's a bit more on the limit early on.
Well, good stuff. Next on board, is that Dominic Kryhammer I've seen?
Yeah, it is. Dom's in now, and we're going to cycle through a few more race performance things now and stay on the same set throughout the session and put as many miles on it as we can.
Just talk me through P1. Of course, we've had a whole change of scenery and now a lot more competition. Of course, we've still got Toyota, but the rest of you really snapping at the heels.
Yeah, exactly. It was a whole new world last year when the LMP2 started fighting against LMP1s due to reliability issues. So, of course, our outright pace doesn't seem quite where Toyota is. But if we can finish the 24 hours with how it seems to be going for everyone else, you never know where you can finish up in this kind of race.
Let's see. Thanks, Ollie. Cheers. That's Oliver Webb.
From the Bicolors Racing team and their Enso CLM, which is currently eighth fastest, car number 4. Still getting my columns realigned in the head. So 8th fastest for the LMP1 machine and 6th fastest for the LMP1 privateers. Not strictly a separate class, but remember, all the privateers are non-hybrids. They are a mixture, though, of turbocharged and normally aspirated machines.
You are allowed, though, to run a hybrid as a privateer if you want to.
Yes.
That's
a massive undertaking for a privateer team, isn't it?
So it is, yes. But there is nothing in the regulation which says that if you're there is something in the regulation which says if you're a manufacturer, you have to run a hybrid, but there is nothing that says that a privateer can't run a hybrid.
And the lap limitations for stints that we have talked about a little bit on Midday Motorsport. We talked about them a little bit during our previews as well on Mobil1RadioLeMans.com. If you were a privateer and you could afford to develop and run a hybrid, would you therefore be limited to just to the 11 lap rule?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So
that's a hybrid specific thing.
Yes. Although to be careful about the way the regulation is written, it's not a rule that is set in stone with your 11 laps. It is the amount of fuel that you're allocated if you're running flat out will only allow you to go 11 laps.
Right.
So if it rains or if there is a slow zone or a safety car, then as a P1 car you can save fuel and stretch the fuel beyond what the limitation, the ACO notional limitation is.
If you're a privateer.
Or if you're a manufacturer.
All right. Sorry, I didn't quite understand there. So if you're a privateer with a hybrid, so let's say that I managed to squeeze an Audi out of the guys at Audi Sport and got a team together of people who I might just know who might want to run it, and 3 drivers who might just want to drive it.
Colin Collins has run some old Audis in the past, hasn't
Exactly.
he? Got his hands on some
So
old
I got
machinery.
that. There's a brand new Audi that's never been run before, a brand new chassis, and there was a 2.7 V6 petrol engine ready to go in it. So if we got that with a hybrid system and it conforms to the right regulations, we could enter that. It would go in LMP1H.
Yes.
Then would I be constrained by the privateer's fuel or by the hybrid fuel?
By the hybrid fuel.
Right, because it's not a manufacturer thing, it's a hybrid drive thing.
Yes,
right.
yes. The principle that the principle the ACO is trying to illustrate is that with a hybrid you can go further on less fuel.
Which is interesting because that's exactly the opposite stance that they took with diesel.
Yes, but that's diesel though.
Despite the fact that diesel had a lower calorific content than petrol.
The thing you've forgotten is that none of that would happen because you haven't got permission as a responsible adult to get the whole team together.
That's true.
It's a fair point, well made and beautifully presented.
And also, though, if a driver is particularly light on their feet, could they go for 12 laps if they can squeeze the performance out? Or
yes.
You can, okay. So there's no actual limit to 10 or 11 laps. That's purely how fast. If you go full throttle throughout the stint, and you can only squeeze 10 or 11 laps.
So you're not going to get a black flag at the end of the lap.
And there were cases at the Spa-Francorchamps WEC race, which although it was it was constrained, and I forgot what the laps were, 16 and 17 laps at Spa-Francorchamps, because we had slow zones and because we I can't remember if we had a safety car or not, we certainly had slow zones, which enabled the teams to stretch the stint to more than the ACO notional limit.
Stay tuned to Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. There is a new fastest time in free practice. We'll tell you about that after this.
Live from trackside. On 91.2 FM.
On Sirius Channel 138 and XM Channel 201.
And online at RadioLeMans.com.
At RadioLeMans.com.
You're listening to coverage of the world's most famous motor race, the Le Mans 24 Hours, on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
to you by DuraGarages.com.
Beautiful evening here at Le Mans, just a little bit of high clouds as we've got into the evening. Temperature obviously falling, should be around about 11 degrees Celsius by the time that we come to the final checkered flag of the evening in the first qualifying 2 hours, which starts at 10 o'clock tonight, which is just about the time that we have sunset. As far as further through the week is concerned, chance of rain, cloudy on Thursday and into the evening. Friday, 1 or 2 showers. Saturday and Sunday looking a bit better. Current temperature at the end of the Bugatti circuit at the Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans Broadcast Centre, 20 degrees, but it's humid here at the Circuit de la Sarthe.
The weather brought to you by DuraGarages.com.
Paul Trustwell and John Hindorf with you, and the next 2 hours of practice here. And it is practice. Sorry, I've just thrown everything on the floor as I was moving my computer from one side of the desk to the other. Fortunately, it's nothing important. Yes, practiced, just practice.
Yes, a bit of practice required on our driver changes, I think, there. We trailed a fastest lap, so we must tell you about it. Jose Maria Lopez is now the fastest driver out there, 3 minutes 19.978 in the number 7 Toyota, so it's the other Toyota, if you will, 3:19. We're into the teens. He is the only driver into the 19s, and he is now 1.4 seconds faster than anyone else out there, the number 7 car. He's coming to the pits, though, at the end of that fast lap, or it was a series of 7 laps, but most of it was stymied by slow zones. But we also have a new second fastest lap from Mikhail Aleshin, who has done a 3:21.370, pretty much at the same time as Lopez was doing his time. So it's now Toyota fastest, and then second fastest is the SMP BR with the AER engine, 3:21.370 for Mikhail Aleshin, and it's Kaz Nakajima now at the wheel of the number 8. So he is the third driver to drive that car, but Kaz has not yet gone as fast as Fernando Alonso went earlier on. So Alonso doing a 3:21.437 to be third fastest, and in fact Nakajima has just made a pit stop and he's now on an out lap. Fourth fastest is the number 17 SMP BR Engineering BR1. And that is currently in the hands of Igor Orudjev, but Stefan Sarazan doing the time 3 minutes 21.890 to be fourth, and then fifth fastest is the second of the Rebellions, which Thomas Laurent's time of 3:22.068. Yes, it was Thomas Laurent's time of 3:22.068, still the fastest in that car. And Thomas is actually back at the wheel now, having taken it over from Matthias Besch again. Gustavo Menezes yet to drive the Rebellion number 3.
Yeah, there's Rebellion in a state of undress in the pit lane as well. Didn't catch which one that was. Hello to John. All right, thank you. Hello to John Parker. It's a few hours later in the evening at the Dubai Autodrome, where there's a Run and Cycle Dubai event. One of my favourite places to go. Our commentary box there, we can see pretty much the whole track. Can't see that here, of course, at Le Mans, 8.5 miles around. So this year we haven't tried to bother. And John is listening while he's been cycling round the circuit. John, sterling stuff. I want to know a lap time when you get back in, and we'll see if we can get you BOP'd for the Creventic Hankook 24 hours in Dubai next year. We'll be back out there for that. As you'll have heard by now, by the way, our weather here on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans brought to you once again by Dura. They design and manufacture the top quality modular garage and workshop furniture, which is supplied to virtually all the major prestigious automotive brands worldwide. Dura also sponsor the 3 times Le Mans winner Darren Turner, and they have one of his professional race car simulators. And in conjunction with us here at Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, you could win one of 3 pairs of tickets for a day in their simulator at their head office in Brackley. So if you and a friend want a day honing your racing skills, go to the website now at dura.com/Le Mans, answer 2 simple questions, and you can be sitting in the Pro Sim comparing your lap times to Darren's. I reckon we need a Radio Le Mans lap time comparison as well there from the guys at Jura. That's not that far away from us here. Not that far away from us in the centre of England at Brackley, just around the corner from Silverstone. Thanks again to all of our sponsors this year, without whom, of course, we could not be on the air. 2 hours and 7 minutes nearly gone of the 7, and it's still Toyota, but second now, Michaela Loshin with that time that Paul was talking about, 3:21.3 splits the two Toyotas. Mind, the gap's 1.3 seconds, by the way, so it's not as if they're actually getting pushed here at the moment. Best of the Rebellions is in 5th position, and then in LMP2, EDEC Sport, the 48 car with the best time. All Oricas, the top 7, before we see the Senna Giotto driven Dallara, and then a couple of Ligiers. In GTE Pro, Porsche 92 from 91. They're on 351.8 and 351.7. That's a pretty big gap as well. In fact, it's 3 Porsches, because in 3rd place it's the 93 car, and in AM it's Porsche with the Gulf Racing number 86 ahead of the Dempsey Proton Porsche and the Team Project One Porsche. So both Pro and AM have the top 3s filled by the new RSRs. Let's head down to Bruce Jones, who is one of our Forza Motorsport pit lane reporters, who is with who did you say, Bruce? Sorry,
I have Matthias Besch.
Matthias Besch, thank you.
Matthias, how's it going in the Rebellion camp with the R13?
Yeah, you know, we try to get the feeling back from the test day. Obviously, it's a different track, but for the moment, we try some compounds. Yeah, the track is still a little bit greasy, but the team did a good job during the test day and here, so we have a lot of items to do. You know, we have to go through a program, and for the moment, we're on schedule. We didn't have a lot of problems. So yeah, running smoothly and see what we can do.
Now, Gustavo Menezes hasn't been in the car yet. Are you going to let him have a go later?
He's in the car right now.
He's in the car now. Okay.
He's going to be in the car now for 10 laps.
Thank you very much, Matthias. He's back to his garage, and let's welcome Diana Binks, the other end of the pit lane. Diana.
I'm outside the Ginetta number 6 and number 5. Just got into the garage to chat to Graham Loudon. The guys have really got their hands full here. He said they have a systems problem. They're trying to fix it on the number 5 car first, so then they can transfer what they learn into the number 6. But both cars are in the garage, and the whole crew are around the car, and they're looking at the software and trying to work out what they can do, because they really want to get these cars out as soon as possible. But at the moment, I think they might be here for some time.
Thank you, Diana and Bruce. Welcome, Di, to our coverage. Yellow flag out on the circuit. Let's hear what our race director is saying. No, he's not saying anything. Now, that is zone 3. That is our slow zone at the moment. And somebody has gone off there, Paul.
Yeah, it's just by... I don't think they're off, but they have been off, and they've hit the end of the barrier. And I think the message from Eduardo was probably to tell the drivers that there is some debris, which looked a bit like a wheel arch or something. It might just have been a bit of the end of the tyre wall, which had come onto the track just after the first chicane. Remember the chicane that one of the Audis crashed into many years ago now, and
Romain Dumas pulled the front off it.
Romain Dumas, was it Romain?
Yeah.
Yes, Romain Dumas then pulled the front off in order to get the car back to where it should be. Well, the barrier doesn't quite extend out as far now, and somebody's given it a bit of a clip, and that's why we've now got a slow zone over at the first chicane going down the Mulsanne straight, exit of Tertre Rouge all the way to the Mulsanne all the way to the first chicane.
So Mobil 1 90. Oh,
it was the 93
Porsche that hit the end. Who hit Dumas' barrier at the Forza Motorsport chicane? Oh, he's a long way off to do that off the circuit. Actually, I meant to ask. I asked. Also, I had it in my head.
Pile.
I had it in my head to ask, and I didn't ask. Marshall's Post 33, Paul. Where is that?
33 is It's the end of the Porsche curves.
Right, and where is Marshall Post 6? I presume that is Tertre Rouge, is it?
Yes.
Yeah, 33 and 6 seems to be the places for repeated use of the outside of the circuit. Quite a bit of damage to the right front of that 93 car, which is now in the pit lane. It's taken the whole of the right-hand fender, the wheel arch, off.
It was a wheel arch that was left in the road, an inner wheel arch, and the rest of the car has kind of made it back, but under quite a little bit of damage.
It was Pilet that comes in, takes a bit of curb on the right-hand side, and then he's lost the back end right in the middle of the circuit. And right in the middle of the circuit, right in the middle of the chicane. Just again, that wiggle that we saw earlier on from Nick Tandy, wasn't it? And that was the 93 car as well, was it not? Was Tandy in the 93? I should really have picked up a
yes, he is.
Entry sheet rather than relying on my fading memory. Same sort of thing that happened to Tandy as he was coming through the middle part of the Porsche curves, where the back end had a wiggle and he then had to straighten the car out, and that's what happened to Pilet there. Straightened the car out, ran off the track and hit the wall on the exit, the tyre wall on the exit of the chicane, the Forza Motorsport chicane on the Ligne 3. That's, yeah. Oh, because I can read that.
That's why I gave you the other one, which has got a bit bigger.
Oh, that's better. I'll take that one. Thank you. It's still not great, is it? Fortunately, we've got Andy Blackmore's spotter guide to put up on the wall at some stage, which is so big that you can see it from the Hubble Space Telescope, which is nice. Keep the tweets coming in. Use the hashtag Mobil1, that's MOBIL, then the number 1, RLM, with no punctuation in that, at RSL_studio. Tell me where you're listening and what you're taking from the early running, this practice session that runs until... when does it run to?
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. Then we've got an hour for lunch, dinner rather. 2 hours for dinner rather. And then we're back on for the first qualifying session.
Unless you're listening to us on 91.2 around the circuit, in which case you've got the the Road to Le Mans race.
Correct.
Sorry, not the race, the practice session for the Road to Le Mans.
And in the gap, we can't give you any, I'm afraid we can't give you any coverage of that because there's no TV cameras following those cars around, so we'd be a bit in the dark with that one. So I feel a bit like test match special here, in the dinner break this evening,
yes,
you'll be able to hear Guy Smith talking to me a couple of weeks ago on his retirement from Top Class Motorsport. He chose the debut of the new version of the Bentley Continental at Silverstone, his home circuit, to be his last race, and sat down a very generous amount of his time at Silverstone to talk to me and explain why now was the right time for him to call it a day. The man that won Le Mans here for Bentley in 2003, looking back at his career and telling us what he'll be doing in the future. Also, our Road to Le Mans preview. We will be covering the race on Saturday, and Graham Goodwin and Johnny Palmer will be looking over the runners and riders in the Road to Le Mans for you. So if you're here at the track or further afield, you'll get an idea of the cars that are out on the circuit. Now, before we do you some more updates, let's go straight down to Diana Binks, part of our Forza Motorsport pit lane reporting team. Problem for Nick Tandy's car early on when he went off the track, and it's still got some problems in the pit lane, and Diana is there to find out what's happened to that normally pristine Porsche.
Nick, we've seen the car go off a few times. It's looking pretty lively today, but there seems to be some damage this time.
It's quite noisy, and I didn't quite get the question, but yeah, we're obviously replacing a bit of damage. I think we've managed to hit a tyre wall somewhere, actually, maybe the first chicane, but it's just cosmetic stuff. It's basically the bumper cover, which is nothing structural. It's just it covers the radiators and the front wing. So
it seems like all three of you have had a bit of a moment, haven't you?
I don't know what Earl's been up to. I had a moment in the Porsche curves, knowing full well that I could have a moment there this year and run wide and carry on, which was nice. But Yeah, the car was pretty lively to start the session. Not much rear grip. So we've been working through this throughout the runs. And it didn't seem so bad, but I don't know what happened to Patrick. I think he maybe locked up, and we've got a tailwind down the straight, the Mulsanne straight, so we're entering into the chicanes a lot faster than we were at the test day, so maybe he's just misjudged a braking point, but he'll be okay. It's practice. We've got plenty of spare parts for 4 cars, that's the thing.
Well, that's good news to hear, but the guys are working pretty hard on the car now. Obviously, they've made some changes to part of the circuit, haven't they?
Yes, at the Porsche curves, yeah, which is exactly the area I had room to then run off the track and carry on.
Did you approach that differently, knowing that?
You do. Yes, you do. I mean, that's the part of the challenge that gets dulled down, actually. I'm all for the safety. I have to say, I'm all for having, something could go wrong with a car or something out of your control, and if there's a chance not to hit a barrier head on, then I'm all for this,
Absolutely, you're the guy behind the wheel.
But it does, yeah, it takes away the challenge of hitting your marks and not having these moments and being able to over-push the limits. Having that runoff means you can do that without having a problem come up afterwards. But I'd always rather be safe than, miss out on the last 0.01% of feeling good.
Absolutely, and listen, we're early on. This race is not even underway yet.
Yeah, exactly. This is free practice. It's we've got another. What do we have? Thursday, Friday, Saturday. 3 days to race, so yeah, it's good to get back on track though, actually, and get back in the swing of things. I think I did six laps on the test day, so another couple just now, and it's we're getting back into the swing of it.
Nick, thanks very much. We'll chat to you over the weekend.
Thanks a lot.
Diana Binks, part of our Forza Motorsport pit lane reporting team, and I mean, a fair point, well made there. Good line of questioning from Diana, but answered very honestly by Nick Tander.
But Nick's always been like that, hasn't he? And he's not afraid to speak the truth. And but this is where I become gobsmacked by the mentality of a racing driver, where as you go into a corner, you're still committing 100%, but you're committing 101%, knowing that you can lose it on the exit of the corner, and that if you do lose it on the exit of the corner, then there's a bit of runoff that you can use. So you're kind of thinking that stage and an extra bit. There's been a black and white flag, incidentally, I didn't mention this, for Renger van der Zande, black and white driver warning flag for the abuse of track limits. This is a number 10 car, which Ben Handley went quickly with earlier on without abusing the track limits. Henrik Hedman has driven it, but now Renger van der Zande has been driving it more quickly than either of those two, but has also been going beyond the track limits. And out on the circuit, John,
there's a Ferrari in the gravel trap at the entrance to the Porsche curves, and it's a red Ferrari. It's not the 71, because that car's in the pit lane in that rather dark metallic shade of red for SMP Racing, or for the SMP Racing sponsored machine, that number 71 car.
The car has got going again, so it might be that 71, and it's just got down to the pits.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm going to say it's the 51 car. I think it's the 51 car in the gravel at...
Oh, yes, it is still there, sorry.
It's the AF Corsa. Now, let me quickly tell you who was driving that car. It is Daniel Serra, who has blotted his copybook, unless he was helped. It's just beyond the turning point to the Porsche curves, but he's a long way into the gravel, so he's either lost that or had somebody up his inside at the very last moment and slid sideways into the gravel at a very... I mean, you're turning in there at 120 miles an hour. Slow zone has been called for.
Yes, that's the...
Sorry, no, it's only double yellow flags at the moment. No, it is slow zone. Slow zone, yes.
Yes, that's kind of what I call McNish's wall, only because that's where Alan hit fairly heavily, although in those days the barrier was a lot closer.
A lot closer. He was one of the reasons that we shifted back, in fact.
Exactly so, and so that's the gravel bed in which Daniel Serra now finds himself, and as John was saying, that has now turned into a slow zone whilst the rescue unit comes to, I suspect it will be again this hoiking up onto lifting the car up and then placing it back on four wheels, because mostly when the cars go into the gravel, apart from getting a lot of gravel into their complicated aerodynamic splitters and diffusers at the back, they can be driven back to the pit lane. Yes, it is going to be put into a runoff area, and Eduardo's message on the screen tells or asks Daniel to zigzag before he gets to the track in order to get rid of as much gravel as possible before he gets onto the track.
Great idea. And the teams see those switched messages as well. There's an intranet. The teams have a screen that race control can send either blast messages to everybody on the pit lane or individual messages to the team, as well, of course, as the race director radio channel, which we are sometimes party to as well. Hello to Andrew Fawcett, who's enjoying our studio presentation here on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans on the east coast of the US, cheering on the IMSA team. Looking forward to the race.
And with the real looking, we have too much oversteer on entry. So very difficult, and always for cars on the edge, it's very easy to make a mistake. Car is jumping more on bumps, small bumps on the track when you have.
Vitaly Petrov, I believe, on the radio there in the number 11 SMP racing car, which is in second position on the timing screens at the moment. And off for the Rebellion. The number 1 car has gone off, and Neil Janney has put the car into the tyres at... it looks like it's right behind us in the last couple of corners. Joe Bradley has joined us in the Forza Motorsport pit lane. Good evening, Mr. Bradley.
Good evening, everyone. I tell you what, I just walked in and I'm at the corner, literally at the entrance to the pit lane. I looked to my left, and there was a Rebellion at 90 degrees and still going round, and he's kind of come out of the final 4 chicane and just basically looped it, what looked like too much right foot, just looped it on the power. And
too much
he
curb,
went out
Joe.
Of my sight. I took curb, did he? I'll explain it.
Way too much curb.
So, you said he's actually contacted the tyres, has he?
Yeah, no, he stopped. Well, he stopped it short. He may have then run into it because he couldn't get reverse, but he's managed to pull it backwards now. Problem is, he's going to have to do a whole other lap. He's in first, second, changes up, and he's not a happy bunny. Thank you, Joe. We'll get back to you in a moment. So, I'm not sure how I feel about the Rebellion livery this year. I've rather liked the Rebellion liveries in the past. It's busy, isn't it?
It's the mechanics overalls which get me, I must admit. I mean, I wouldn't say they look silly, but they're very distinctive. It's perhaps the kindest thing you can say about the mechanics.
There's elements of that livery that I like. It's great to see TVR back on a car at Le Mans, even if it is only a marketing solution for them. Love to see them back with a racing car. There was talk of them with a GT3 or even a GTE car, and that's gone very quiet. Les Edgar, the man behind that brand now. Big Aston Martin fan, Les. It would be great to see them back. So still the slow zone out. No, it's... Oh yes, it is. Zone 8.
Yes, that's the Porsche curves where the Ferrari went off. Is still being recovered. The Daniel Serra Ferrari is still being recovered. And Neil Janney is not so far away from that area of the circuit. So if you see him going slowly, we needn't worry. It'll just be him on his way back to the pit lane.
Confirmed from Matt Fernandez, who was a little closer than we were here at Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, that the Rebellion didn't hit the tyre wall. 51 is off and running and has done exactly as was requested. Has gone off onto the extra bit of runoff and done it shiggling, which is in the dictionary, and rejoins. So Daniel Serra will not receive a ticking off from Eduardo Freitas, our race director. Hello to Justin Henderson, who's used the hashtag Mobil1RLM. Said, right, that's my lunch breaks for Wednesday and Thursday sorted. Sorry, co-workers, but Le Mans beckons. Listening live from Tennessee and loving it. And Josette Torres says, I've just hopped on the feed in preparation for loads of Le Mans 24-hour coverage. There's just something about those engine noises. Greetings from Blacksburg, Virginia. Oh, Virginia, one of my favourite places to go in the States. Got the trip to VIR for IMSA and the GT event down there later on in the year. Same weekend as WEC at Silverstone, so that's going to be another multiple event weekend for the Radio Show Limited network of channels. One of many this weekend, as I think last year we did something like 3,000 hours of live broadcasting. That was just live stuff. This year heading to do a little more than that. All free, nothing geo-blocked, and no adverts to interrupt.
Daniel Serra getting out of the gravel and back into the pit lane with the 51 Ferrari, the AF Corsa car with some SMP sponsorship on it, and he actually lost it first of all at Arnage, and then got going again before losing it second of all at the Porsche curves. So can't quite explain why there were two different incidents there, but Daniel Serra then having a somewhat exciting time, it would seem, out on the circuit. As far as times are concerned, no changes recently with all the yellow slow zones and yellow flag areas that we've had out there. An opportunity really just for drivers to get out there to get themselves familiar. We heard one of the drivers that we were speaking to saying just looking for race performance, and that's what a lot of it is about, is getting a car that you're quite happy to drive for a stint of however long it is, depending whether you're in a P2 or P1 car or in a GT car, which will probably go for about an hour, or something like more like 38 or 40 minutes if you're in a prototype car. So that's one of the things we're going to be seeing this year, John, to keep an eye on, is a lot more pit stops. Time was when you could get through the long 24 hours on less than 30 pit stops, but this year we're going to be somewhere near 40 pit stops by the end of the race for the race winner, and that's even assuming that they have a trouble-free race.
Yeah, that's a good point. You're listening to Mobil 1, Radio Le Mans, 91.2 around the circuit, around the world on RS3 and RS1. Our studio cams up and running, as they have been for the last 2.5 hours. Hello to Marshall Pruitt listening in from the United States. Seems odd for me to say, listening in from the United States. No, not here.
Is he not coming at all?
Not at all. No, he was part of the TV broadcast last year and hasn't made the trip this year. So he's a mere interested spectator as the 86 Porsche is off. Mike Wainwright. Now that was the car that was quickest in arm, still is quickest in arm, and the car has gone off on the entrance to the Dunlop chicane. That's on braking. Mike Wainwright, the 44-year-old from Worcester, just locking up the rear wheels either on braking or downshift, and is in the kitty litter just under the Dunlop Bridge, or just before the Dunlop Bridge. Let's take this opportunity to go down to Joe Bradley, who's at Toyota, for this Forza Motorsport pit lane report.
Yeah, the number 8 has come in, and they've changed the rear wings.
Just step up the pit lane a little bit, Joe. You're getting a little bit blanked out by all the radio frequency stuff down there.
So the number 8 has come in, and the reason why I lost you there is I had to step out while the number 7 pulled it. It has had a rear wing section change, and I tried to have a look to see what the differences were. And I believe that the car is now out with a little bit more wing, not a little bit less. You would think that's the way to go around here, but maybe this is just a bit of a voyage of discovery for it. The number 7, on the other hand, has just been swiveled around on the docks and has gone backwards into the number 7 go to garage. The number 8 didn't go in the garage; it stayed on the apron. Massive time for download, bit of fuel, and a rear wing section, and by my estimation, it's gone out with a little bit more wing. Hardly noticeable, but you can tell where the screw is on the side of the wing, whether it's tilting up or tilting backwards, and it was certainly tilting more to the airflow, so giving it a little bit more down, I would say. Bit stability needed.
It's Joe Bradley, part of our Forza Motorsport pit lane reporting team. Sorry, slight pause there as I was working out what was going on, but that is just the slow zone across the start finish line for Mike Wainwright being recovered from the gravel on the way up to the Dunlop chicane. James Matthews watching and listening to us on the RSL studio feed on RS1. Nice to know that you are tuned in from Washington in the United States. People getting home from work early or taking an early afternoon off, I'm not sure about that. You're listening to Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, just on 6:30 here in Central Europe. Time for the Silverstone Circuit hourly update.
Live from trackside, this is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
The hourly update.
Hello everybody and welcome along if you are just joining us. We are 2.5 hours into the 4 hours of free practice here at the Le Mans 24 Hours for 2018. And we'll start with GTE Arm. In the gravel, but with the fastest time in GTE Arm, the number 86 Porsche, Mike Wainwright, has beached the car just on the run up to the Dunlop chicane. It's another Porsche in second. The Dempsey Proton Racing number 77 Porsche, just about a couple of tenths away in second place from Team Project 1. That's the Patrick Lindsay car. Another 3 tenths or so further back in third position. First non-Porsche is the TF Sport Aston Martin, coming off the back of a win in British GT last weekend, and lots of momentum there and slapping of backs when they arrived. Their fourth position, 7 tenths away, and then a second away, the second of the Dempsey Proton Racing cars with Gianluca Roda at the wheel of the 88 at the moment. That is in fifth. In sixth, Spirit of Race, 54 Ferrari. Frankie Castellacci was the last driver in that car, and he's 1.2 seconds, or at least that car is 1.2 seconds off the best time. Mike Wainwright out of the gravel and back going again, so we'll get up to speed on the circuit as soon as possible. As far as GTE Pro is concerned, it's a similar story to GTE Am. Top three are all Porsches, 92, 91 and 93. But there are second and a half between them. It is 92, 91 from 93. As I mentioned, the first non-Porsche there is a mid-engine car, the 66 Ford Chip Ganassi Team UK machine. It's Billy Johnson who's out in that car at the moment. And the top six made up by the 51 AF Corsa, which has also had its woes recently. Daniel Surra in the gravel at the entrance to the Porsche Curves in the 51 car, but in fifth position. And the six is made up by the second Ford Chip Ganassi Team UK car and Harry Tinknell, who crashed that car earlier on very lightly, went straight on at Mulsanne Corner. But he is 2 seconds away from the best Porsche time. In LMP2, the 48 EDEX Sport Orica leads the timing at 9th position overall, 3:27.054. So underneath that 3:30 that was sort of the ideal time for the new LMP2. I think we'll see them in the mid-25s before qualifying is over on Thursday night. Second, TDS Racing, another Orica. The 28 is 8 tenths of a second away, but a tick of the clock ahead of the Graf SO24 39 Orica in third position, 3:28.198 and 3:28.239. 3:29 flat for G-Drive, and the 26 Orica, Jackie Chan DC Racing's 37. Orica is in sixth position with a 29.1, so nice and tightly grouped there. And in fact, the top seven of the LMP2s are all Oricas before we see the first Dallara. That's the Veloba Corsa 47 car with that position there, 8th in class 16th overall. Top of the shop for Toyota Gazoo Racing, perhaps no surprises there, although it's the 7 car with Jose Maria Lopez just going back out of the pits actually. 3:19.978. That's half a second or so away from what the best Toyota time in test day a couple of weeks ago, and they've got almost 1.4 seconds on the field, which is led not by the second Toyota but by the SMP Racing number 11 BR. That's one of the private E cars, of course. The 8 car is in third position. That's the second of the Toyota Gazoo Racing TSO 50s, and that's on a 3:21.4. So 3:19.9, 3:21.3, 3:21.4 for the top 3. Then it's SMP number 17. Then the 3 of Rebellion Racing in the pits at the moment. Then the top 6 made up by Dragon Speed. The number 10 car, Enric Edman, has just taken out that car. There's 2 hours and 36 minutes of the 4 hours completed. But remember, this is just practice. We've still got the 2-hour first qualifying session to come. That starts at 10 o'clock local, and you'll hear it all here on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. That's your hourly update with Silverstone Circuits.
The hourly update on Radio Le Mans.
Don't forget, listen in for a great ticket and hospitality competition, which starts. We'll be starting to ask those questions later on this week. You could win tickets and more to the August WEC round. That's the only place in the UK you can see the current Le Mans cars competitively on track.
Another slow zone out on the circuit, John. Out on, where is it? It's at Marshall's Post 21. So the slow zone is coming down from Mulsanne Corner into Indianapolis, the left-hander. And so still no possible improvements from anybody. However, good news for Ginetta fans, because the Ginettas are back out again. Both of them going out in this session. Ollie Turvey taking the number 6 car out again, and Michael Simpson taking the number 5 car out, which he tried to do before, but then had to abort his lap. So 5 and 6 both out on the circuit.
66 Ford having a leisurely pit stop at the moment. Oh, there's a driver's seat free. That's always dangerous. Anybody could just jump in there and drive it away.
Yes.
Incident a moment or two ago. 2 cars in the gravel at the exit of Indianapolis. Now, one was being craned away, and another one turned around at 90 degrees ahead of it. Please tell me that didn't happen whilst...
No, that was the trigger for the slow zone.
Right, okay.
So, that, as I say, the slow zone is going all the way...
Okay, Andre, there is a slow zone active after Mulsanne, slow zone active after Mulsanne, all the way up to Arnage. Slow zone active after Mulsanne, all the way up to Arnage. ATH out there, please.
That is for Andre Lotterer in the Rebellion Racing number 1 on his outlap, so that's kind of ruined him getting his tyres up to temperature. Have we identified those 2 cars in there, Paul?
No, not yet.
37 is one of them.
Right.
I'm going to give you the 37 of Jackie Chan DC Racing. I think the other one is the SMP Racing number 17 with the Matavos Isakian at the wheel of that car. I'll confirm that in a moment after we've heard from Alex Brundle, who's with Joe Bradley for this Forza Motorsport Pit Lane Report.
Alex, you guys, hang on, going to have to step out into the sunshine, Alex. It's understandable you guys have got lots to move through, lots to develop, lots to go on. Cars are brand new, you've got virtually no miles really, I can't even say in relative terms, because you really just haven't done any miles.
No. Practice, that's, to anyone who's been watching, but yeah, we're still struggling to move these cars forward. We've got both cars out on track now, which is the first step. But yeah, we need to make as much progress as possible now through these next couple of hours and into Q1.
Alex, it must be very frustrating for like the likes of yourself who've been here. You know what has to be done in this practice section, moving into qualifying this evening and tomorrow. So how do you cope then? How do you temper the frustration?
Look, mate, we are where we are. It's you know, we're in the position we're in with the running that we've done. The only thing you can do as a driver is put your absolute full weight behind the team and get behind the sled and get pushing, which is what I'm doing.
I take it, Alex, we're not chasing performance here. We're just running the cars, trying to counter the reliability factors.
No, we just make sure that we've got reliability to start with, and then we'll start chasing pace, but we've got to get these niggles out of things. But yeah, we'll just get our nose to the grindstone and carry on with it.
I'm sure you're enjoying it though.
Right.
Alex Brundle with Joe Bradley, AB with JP. I'm not sure that was the 17 car that was in the wall with the 37. 37 still shown as stopped at Indianapolis, and that was the one I think that was being craned away, but there was a car ahead of it, nosed into the wall, that I couldn't quite see the number on that car because of the angle that it was at. So apologies if I've just panicked everyone down at the 70. Oh, I say that it's come into the pit lane, hasn't it? So maybe that car was turned around. Get one of our Forza Motorsport pit lane team down to SMP number 17 and find out whether it was that car. Both of the SMP Racing BR01s are in the pit lane at the moment. Let's have a listen to see what's going on down at Ford Chip Ganassi. The 66 and the 67 car sitting on the pit apron with no wheels on their jacks and no driver in either of the cars. And very lazily, Tony Kanaan walks out to the 66 car, putting his gloves on, and now decides to get into the car. This is not a hurried pit stop. This is not at pit speeds. Excuse me, that was Ollie Pla that was getting in there. Just glanced and saw the green and yellow on the helmet. A little too tall for TK.
I'm not saying definitively you're right with the number 17 identification there, John, but it's a possible good call. It had a slow sector 3, and as you say, finished up in the pits at the end of that lap. And the amount by which it was slow in sector 3 was around about 4 minutes. So
that wasn't just the slow zone then.
So it wasn't the slow zone. So yeah, when I say slow, it was a very slow 4 minute slow.
You might know this, Paul. If you don't, we'll pass this over to the Forza Motorsport team. Right Turn Lover asks, are the Ginetta the Ginetta P1s running their new low downforce body kit? They hadn't developed one and they were struggling to do that in time. So we're not sure about that RTL, but we'll get the Forza Motorsport pit lane team to ask that question.
I would think that they are, purely because they're at Le Mans and that would be the sensible thing to do, but that's done by logic. And
they didn't get the chance to do any testing at Spa, of course.
No, exactly.
And precious little testing at the test, if that makes sense.
Well, yes, and they didn't. One car didn't do it. Yeah, they didn't do very many laps at all here then. So yes, as Alex said, I mean, yes, there is frustration creeping in, but there's no point. It doesn't help. There's no benefit. And one of the things about being a racing driver is you learn to deal with those kind of things. The slow zone at Indianapolis is over, or at least it will be in 30 seconds' time. Eduardo's message comes up on the screen to tell us that he will be ending that slow zone in a little while, and then we'll be back to green flag running, and hopefully this one will last a little bit longer.
Dinah Binks is down at Ford. Harry Tinknell with a problem earlier on when he went into the tyre wall at Mulsanne. This is a Forza Motorsport pit lane report. Di?
Yep, the Ford GT number 67 with Harry Ticknell. He's joined me. I'm just chatting to him in the pit lane at the moment. The cars are here on the apron. Harry, obviously you had a moment earlier on the track. How much were you pushing?
Yeah, no, pushing on. Just locked a brake initially on the entry to Mulsanne and just couldn't get it stopped, unfortunately. But luckily, just a very bright light brush with the tyres and got the car back out straight away. And yeah, we're reasonably happy. I think we're sort of best of the rest after the Porsches. Andy just going out now for another stint on the tyres. So yeah, all under control. Despite that little off, and obviously Tony up to speed, having missed the test day. So all good from us so far.
Yeah, you said you'd learned quite a lot on that test day, but what have you learned from the few laps that you've had here this afternoon?
Yeah, like I say, pushing on the test day, so we've got an idea of our base setup. We've gone back, we've gone in the simulator, sort of worked on some improvements there, and yeah, like I say, pushing on now, and like I say, I think we're in reasonable shape. It's very hard to know at this stage, but obviously, the car's one Daytona at one Spa, and we were quick on the test day, so we're hopeful of a good result.
Thank you, Harry.
Forza Motorsports pit lane report on the Ginetta bodywork. They are, of course, using the low downforce bodywork on the Ginetta, and it would make sense. Paul was quite right. Logically, it would be like 20 miles an hour down on the straights or something ridiculous like that. I popped back into the pit and asked that question, and I was told yes, fundamentally it is. There's still a lot to come though. There's still a lot of things. And this car really is behind the 8 ball with regards to development, so a lot more of testing. This is basically just a big massive test for this car. It's done absolutely 0 miles in relative terms. Of course it's done miles, but really it's a huge test weekend. It's a complete shakedown, and that shakedown is continuing. So this would have been done, what they're doing now is probably what would have been done behind closed doors at somewhere like Ricard or Aragon or somewhere.
I think actually Lawrence Tomlinson did actually use those words, Joe. He said, most people do their testing out of the way. We're doing it in front of everybody here at Le Mans in test day. They didn't get a huge amount of laps there. So just confirm then, to answer the question, there is a low downforce kit available for Ginetta and the P1s. They do have it here. It is on the car, and they have been out with it tonight.
Yeah, it's on the car, and it's
both cars.
It's on both cars. Yeah, and
copy that.
It's kind of to be able to see with a naked eye, if that makes sense. Yes, there are wings and what have you, but we're talking about the aerodynamics that goes on underneath the car. That's the design of the whole bodywork in conjunction and how it relates to each other. Go.
Charlie, this is your very first Le Mans, obviously the Porsche Carrera Cup GB champion last year. You're progressing now in your career, but what does it mean to you to be here?
Yeah, it's amazing to be here so early on, as you said, in my career, and yeah, from the minute that you arrive, you realise it's one of the biggest races in the world, and to go from a one-make championship like Carrera Cup straight into the deep end, this is my second endurance race, so everything's still new to me. Pit stops, driver changes, being out in the car for 2 hours, there's so much I have to really think about, but it's an amazing experience to be here, and I can't wait to see how we get on.
Now this is a very different car, this number 90 Aston Martin TF Sport machine. How are you finding it?
Yeah, it's amazing. Again, it's a massive step up in basically every area than what I was driving last year, and yeah, we're very fast in the straight line because we don't have just as much aero as some of the new cars like the RSR Porsche, so this track does suit us quite well, and yeah, we're just going through the motions at the minute, and it's hard to say really where we're at, but we're looking forward to it.
Does it go down to gut instinct then, Charlie? Obviously you're still learning, as you say, new to endurance racing. Gut instinct from the racing perspective, does that kick in to give you the confidence?
Yeah, at the end of the day, okay, it is the biggest race in the world, but it's still the same process. It doesn't matter if you're doing your first race in a Formula 4 car or Le Mans, you still are going out there to win and still doing the same things and the same process, and we've been here all week going through every procedure, every what-if situation, all protocols, so a lot to take on board, but no, it's going to be good. Enjoying it? Yeah, it's amazing. It's just, even, to have an autograph session, probably I've signed more autographs this week than I ever have, full stop, because it's just ramped up in the level of fans, so and I think it's only going to get better.
All right, Charlie Eastwood in the number 90, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Diana Binks and Joe Bradley tag teaming in the pit lane there as part of our Forza Motorsport pit lane reporting crew. Any changes while that was happening, Paul? Didn't see anything.
Only to the extent that we've got a green circuit, so it is possible to go quicker. A fastest lap of the session for the number 54 Spirit of Grace Ferrari, quite a long way down in the category. And in fact, there was some. In fact, on that last lap, an improvement for number 71 going out following its little incident out there in the. Oh, no, it wasn't the 71, was it? It was the 52. 51, Daniel Serra, sorry. It was an AF Corsa Ferrari, but the 71, which is another AF Corsa Ferrari, has just done a 3 minutes 51.521. Miguel Molina to go third fastest in to go second fastest in GT Pro. So it's now Porsche, Ferrari, Porsche, Ford, Porsche. So that's the fastest a Ferrari has gone. And the sign, we were saying earlier on that it was a bit Porsche, Ford dominated, but Ferrari right in amongst them now.
And there has been a change at the top of ARM with Matteo Caroli going to the head of the times in the 88 Porsche. 353.332 is now the time to beat in that category.
And at the top of the times overall, because Gustavo Menezes in the number 3 Rebellion goes second fastest, quicker than Vitaly Petrov's time. So it is now coming a bit quicker. As
soon as we've gone to green and there's a bit of space out there on the circuit, people are giving it a go, which is exactly what we want to see. Mobil 1, Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. Let's go back to the pit lane, and a team I don't think we've heard from so far this session. In 59th out of the 60 cars, the number 80 EB Motors Porsche. Christina Nielsen is in the car. That means Fabio Babini can have a chat with Joe Bradley.
Fabio, the EB Motors team allowed.
We'll just stick with this for a moment, see if we get Joe back. There he is.
Is it any different to the?
Unfortunately, Joe Bradley has faded off into the ether. Ollie Turvey has been out in the number 6 CEFC TRSM Racing Ginetta. A 4:06 is his time. They've done 7 laps in that car, but still chained to the bottom of the timing at the moment. So, sorry, Paul, go ahead.
To news for the number 5 car, because that's now done a 3:26.096. So Mike Simpson, a 3:26.096. He's not in amongst the LMP1s yet, but he's at least ahead of all the LMP2s. So the time, as John rightly said, for the number 6 car, Ollie Turvey, the 4:06, which was a flying lap, but it was constrained by yellows, whereas I think Mike Simpson might have been a little bit later out of the pits, and so managed to get round without any yellow flags getting in his way. But so things looking a little bit better for Ginetta. Kaz Nakajima brings Toyota number 8 into the pit lane, and that car has already cycled through all of its drivers, the number 8 Toyota, and will, on its rotation at least, now go back into the hands of Sebastian Buemi. Kaz having done quite a long stint of driving there. He did not quite a full stint of 9 laps, but altogether now he's done 21 laps behind the wheel of the number 8 car. And I was just looking up as well, John, the Ginettas in the test weekend actually did between them 94 laps.
Oh, right, okay.
So I knew they'd done not very many, but actually it wasn't as not very many as I thought, so give them their credit, although across 9 hours or 8 hours of the session into 4-hour chunks, despite various interruptions for red flags and things, but they got 94 laps conducted by the 2 Ginettas during the test weekend.
Marshall Pruitt asking me, does Radio Le Mans have a list of alternate entries, like the Le Mans entry lists, if a reporter like Joe Bradley has a DNF during practice? It's a good question. It's set after test day, Marshall. Can't change it now. So I have to say though, there has been a late bid to have a reserve list here. The man, the myth, the legend that is Andrew Marriott has thrown his hat into the ring, as it were, or in this case, he has hung his race suit on the
hook,
on the hanger.
Excellent.
Yeah, exactly.
New fastest lap, and it sneaked through because Jose Maria Lopez was already quickest, and he's gone quicker still. 3:19.626 for Paquito Lopez. Then number 7, still the fastest of all, and we've gone slow. No, we haven't gone slow zone. We've gone yellow flag. Sorry, there was a yellow that appeared at the top of the screen, but it's not a slow zone yellow, it's just a yellow flag due to car number 9 spinning at turn 4, it says on my screen. I'm sorry, I can't explain that one because we don't have a car number 9. So would
number 9, come in number 9, your time is up.
I was going to say car number 6 has obviously got onto its roof. No, it's car 5. The screen corrects itself. Oh dear, that's Mike Simpson having a spin at turn 4. Now, up until now, they've used Marshall posts to reference where we are. So instead, they tell us turn 4. Now, turn numbers, that puts you into the Forest S's. So the entrance to the Forest S's is turn 4. But it would seem that Mike Simpson has recovered and got going again because the yellow flag has been removed from Marshall Post 3, which might actually have been Dunlop chicane. Which reminds me, I didn't mean to say this at the time, Mike Wainwright's fairly lurid spin at the Dunlop chicane, which we saw a few moments ago. He did well to keep that out of the wall because there was a driver I was speaking to earlier on who said that is a place where it is so easy as you're coming in to hit the wall on your right-hand side, driver's right-hand side going into the turn there, and I suspect Mike's was as much concerned about anything else, never mind about losing control of the car, but just keeping it out of the wall. And of course, because as you've said, John, you can do damage in this session, and well, Nick Tandy would have done had the wall still been there at the Porsche curves. Lopez back out then in the number 7, and so he came in. Lopez has come in, and Fernando Alonso is going back out. So as far as the number 8 is concerned, I suggested that Sebastian Buemi was it was his turn, but Fernando has obviously exercised rights as a world champion and has taken the car over again. So it's Alonso who is back out. That reminds me, John, I was going to ask you about the 2 world champions that are in the race. 2 world champions, Formula 1 world champions in this year's race.
Yes.
They are
Jenson Button
and
Fernando Alonso.
Absolutely. That's the easy question.
Uh-oh.
The harder question is, when was the last time we had 2 Formula 1 world champions? First of all, who were they? Nick Damon knows. Who were they? And then second of all...
It's not that recent, is it?
It's not that recent, no, but I think it's one for the Twitter sphere to look at. I'm not trying to catch you out at all. Yes, but then again, you don't have to go
in the race.
So 2 not current world champions, but 2 world Formula 1 world champions taking part in the race. Just hang that one out on Twitter, and
we'll let you know after the weather. Start tweeting, please. Hashtag Mobil1 RLM. Don't look it up. Don't look it up. It's too easy to look it up.
Just try and think about it.
Have a think about it. You've got a couple or 3 minutes while we run through the weather, and then we'll give you till about 1:15.
And I must just credit Ian Goodliff, because he was the one who came up with the question. The other Gooders, we've got another Gooders, and Ian was the one who thought that was a good question.
I think that's a great question. Hashtag Mobil1 RLM at RSL_studio if you think you know. An hour to go, and we'll have it all live here on 91.2 Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for 2018.
Live Live from trackside. On 91.2 FM.
On Sirius Channel 138 and XM Channel 201.
And online at radiolemans.com.
At radiolemans.com.
You're listening to coverage of the world's most famous motor race, the Le Mans 24 Hours, on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
The weather brought to you by DuraGarages.com.
Not a bad evening here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. A little bit humid, showing us 60% plus here. And the current temperature 20 degrees, but feeling a couple of degrees warmer than that. Expected to drop down to slightly more palatable 11 degrees Celsius by the end of practice tonight. That's around about midnight. Looking forward into Thursday. Early in Thursday morning, 14 degrees Celsius, heading up to a high of 22 Thursday afternoon, but staying mainly cloudy all day through Thursday. Not much chance of rain tonight or Thursday, so it could be that the fast laps don't come till tomorrow. Whenever they happen, you'll hear them here on Mobil 1, Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. That's your weather here from the Circuit de la Sarthe.
The weather brought to you by DuraGarages.com.
So don't forget, we are looking for the last time there were two world champions entered into the Le Mans 24 Hours. It's Button and Alonso. This time Formula 1 world champions, by the way. Let's see if we've had anybody. Nigel Mansell might have been one of them. Was that one of them?
He was certainly a world champion, but he wasn't one of the pair of world champions.
No.
But for a bonus point, when did that happen? When was Nigel Mansell's race here?
2010, that was.
Spot on, well
yeah,
done.
that I did remember. He raced with his boys, didn't he?
He did.
But not for very long.
No.
What about? Oh, this is a great answer. AJ Smith may have been fastest finger first, and he has got two offers for you. 1997, PK and Andretti, and 2016, very funny. Yes, I see what he says. 2016, Fisichella and Ozzy Grid, who both should have been world champions, robbed of it. Yes, very good. So 1997, PK and Andretti is the answer that was on the card, is it?
Absolutely, well done.
Well done, AJ. Nothing in that for that. Schumacher and Alan Jones, says Andrew Minette. No, sorry. So there we go. We've blown that one already because AJ Smith was that good. Fastest finger first to RSL Studio. Well done. Very good stuff. I wonder if you had to actually look that one up. Inside the last hour then, and the circuit is clear. Black and white flag for track limits for the number 52. Now that, of course, is the AF Corsa Vilander, Giovinazzi and Pipo Derani car. Who's in that at the moment? That will be 52. That must be it's a pro car, isn't it? Yes, it is. There it is. It's Giovinazzi. Well, of course it is.
And also we've had a similar flag shown just before that for the number 91 Porsche, currently being driven by Kevin Estre, but that doesn't mean that it's still being driven by Kevin, or the abuse was done by Kevin Estre. And another one coming up for car number 85, the Keating Motorsports entered WeatherTech sponsored Ferrari GT Am, which Lucas Stoltz is currently driving. So I suspect, having given them warnings on the screen, they've got fed up with it, and now Eduardo is handing out black and white flags, which is a driver warning flag held out at the start-finish line with the driver's number.
And they will get parked after that. Let's head down in this last hour, 55 minutes to go. Diana Binks is one of a pair of Forza Motorsport pit lane reporters out in this session, and she's with Juan Pablo Montoya, United Autosports.
I'm at the number 32 United Autosports, as you say, John, with Juan Pablo Montoya, who have just interrupted to have a chat to see. First of all, welcome to Le Mans and race week.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to be here, to be honest with you. We're still trying to figure out the track a little bit. We haven't done a lot of laps, but it's good. I mean, we've got quite a bit of work to be done on the car. But overall, I'm pretty happy.
First time with this team, and obviously first time in the car. What do you focus your attention on first?
Well, it's tough because the car drives very different from what I'm used to. It's a different tires, a different car, it's a different track, it's a different everything. So it's been a fun learning curve, but we'll be fine. Just need a little bit of time.
What have you learned so far?
The car is very sensitive to changes. That is good and bad because any small change seems to react very big. So just trying to understand what we need for for later on for qualifying.
First time here at Le Mans. What is it about this event that made you want to take part?
I don't know. Zach. Actually, it was more Zach. A conversation with Zach Brown that he just came and said, "Hey, will you run Le Mans with us?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "Okay, cool. Let's do it."
We understand you're the fans' favourite. Is that right?
I don't know. I know I do have a lot of fans here in France for my Formula 1 days. The way I raced and everything, people appreciate that, and it's pretty cool.
I mean, Juan Pablo, you've raced at the very top level in Formula 1 and you've raced in the States. What about the size of this event and the atmosphere? I know we're not quite there yet, but it's building.
It's amazing. It's hard to believe, the amount of people are going to fit here and everything. I'm pretty excited about that. To finally come here and live the event is going to be pretty awesome.
For the moment, thanks for chatting to us.
Thank you.
Dana Binks with Juan Montoya, who, of course, is in the running for that Triple Crown, which everybody's talking about. Fernando Alonso doing that. He's only got one bit of it done. He's won at Monaco on the streets of Monte Carlo. He hasn't done the Indy 500, and obviously he hasn't done here. However, Juan Montoya's done 2 out of 3.
2 out of 3, yes, and he's entered here at Le Mans this weekend, so you're going to be in it to win it. So you're right, although I think his aspirations are slightly more optimistic of winning the race, but
swings and roundabouts.
Yeah, and I've got great respect for Juan Pablo. He's a great driver. Lovely to have him here, and I think the level that Le Mans has reached this year. Yes, we do only have one manufacturer, but if you look at the number of drivers, I think it's 24 Formula 1 drivers here. The amount of interest that's being shown, absolutely phenomenal, and there is an awful lot of interest in the race still.
And just by the way, I just want to put a little bit more meat on the bone.
You're smiling to yourself, aren't you? I can tell.
The answer for Fizzy and Aussie Grip, they were involved in Constructors' Championship. I think you did say Drivers' Champion.
Yes.
But yes, very good. Ricky Taylor.
Schumacher wasn't world champion when he was racing here.
It was Fizzy and Webber that they were talking about.
Somebody else suggested Michael Schumacher, who did race here, of course, but
as part of the Mercedes Junior team.
As part of the Mercedes Junior team with Fritz Kreutzpointner.
And Heinz-Harald Frentzen?
Yes, Frentzen. Yes, it was Heinz-Harald
Right,
Frentzen.
okay.
I was going to say Wendlinger.
Well, you see, as soon as you started to say Wendlinger, I doubted myself there. Joe Taylor says, something I've been wondering with Ricky Taylor on a Ligier this weekend is the only person to have driven all 4 LMP2 chassis, albeit 2 in DPI form. That's something I'm going to set Shea on to.
Well, she's done it already. She's already spoken to Ricky Taylor about that very subject.
Right.
Both closed and open types of LMP2 chassis as well.
Right, okay, very good. At the moment in Josh Barrett's asking, is this the first time that Juan Montoya's raced in Europe since Formula 1? Possibly, yes. Now we've had car 85 reported to the stewards and that's the Keating Motorsport Lucas Stoltz car. So that's gone beyond now everything that they can do. So that will result in a penalty or a fine.
It's up to the stewards, basically. The stewards are the only ones who can issue penalties and fines. You may think that Eduardo can, but he can't. The penalties and fines have to be issued by stewards, and so once they've been reported to the stewards, they then have to decide what they want to do about it.
Just going to nip down to Joe Bradley, who's down at Pit Inn at Toyota. We've given him a quick pit stop and put him on a sticker set of tyres to see if we can get a bit of performance out of him. Bradley, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly. It's a bit of an installation lap for us, actually. I'm going to come out. I'm going to do a lap and I'm going to come straight back in. And it's just testing a bit of equipment. The EB Motorsport Porsche. I was speaking to Fabio Babini and I did ask him the difference in the vagaries of the relatively new 911 RSR, which of course
new to ARM, of course. Yes,
absolutely.
You're right.
The GT ARM teams have just gotten their hands on this car. Now this is the mid-engined Porsche. Completely, we talk a lot about the vagaries of driving a 911 with all that unsprung weight, rear engine hanging over the rear axle, the pendulum effect. That's all been designed out with the new the 911 RSR, hasn't it? Because the engine's now in front of the rear axle, and it kind of gives the car a bit of a mid-engine feel. And what he said was that the car is a lot more comfortable to drive, and from that, it's purely down to that. And surely that has got to be a good thing for our amateur drivers, our gentleman drivers, who, you know, we don't want a knife-edge car, do we? We want a car that they can drive for 2 hours without the thing sort of trying to throw them off.
I still, thanks, Joe. I still don't think that it's the easiest car to drive. Let's have a listen to what Eduardo's telling the teams. No, I'm not fast enough on the button there.
I think it might be that Thomas Laurent at the wheel of the number 3 Rebellion has stopped at Arnage Corner. We don't have cameras around the whole circuit. The only way we saw someone else going off at Arnage was because we had an onboard shot. But he stopped at Arnage, and apparently he's now back on track. So I suspect it was Eduardo was telling drivers to look out for a Rebellion over at Arnage Corner.
So this is what the bulletin to broadcasters meant by reduced coverage in practice and qualifying. We haven't got all the cameras manned. We're going back a few years here in terms of the visual coverage, and of course that's what we rely on as well, although we're using the track maps as well. Hello to you, by the way. I'm not sure which camera we're on at the moment. That one, oh, you say just changed. That one over there. Hello if you're watching on Studio Vision, back thanks to Nick Damon's quality installation this year. There's words that don't normally go together. Fabulous stuff. Streaming on our brand new Radio Show Limited LTD Facebook page. This is completely separate from the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective, which is a group. It has to be a page if we're going to put video on it. It's also on RC TV as well, rc.tv.
Thomas Laurent has got going again, but apparently there is debris on the track after Arnage, between Arnage and the Porsche curves, and I suspect that those two things are linked. We'll see whether or not Thomas Laurent is the next pit caller. Fernando Alonso, having done his stint, is back into the pits again, wasn't able to improve on his earlier fast lap time, 3:21.437, remains fourth.
And Joe Bradley has more news in this Forza Motorsport pit lane report.
We're still going through bodywork configuration at Toyota. The number 8 has just come in, and we've had a new rear section, or a different rear section, I should say, and a different front section. It's clearly lower downforce because the planes at just beside the headlights are a flatter configuration. So that, to me, kind of indicates that they're now giving the low downforce front and rear ends a bit of a try. I tell you what, when Toyotas go, I'm going to miss the silent pull away of the hybrid Toyota. Remember that when these cars pull away on pure electric and are completely silent, and about the halfway down the pit lane when the petrol engine bursts into action. And it's a little bit, it's kind of odd because you think you've lost sound in your ears, and it's not. It's just because there's nothing to hear. It's purely silent. So the Toyota, though, the Toyota team, both cars going through the motions, going through the process. Here we are in practice. It doesn't get competitive until after dinner tonight when we come back for qualifying, and then we're going to see some performance, I think, from these cars.
I'm living that dream at the moment as Rebellion heads into the pits. The number 3 car with the silver roof. Don't forget Andy Blackmore's excellent spotter guide. Now they've got a puncture on the left rear on that car. He's pulling in very slowly and it looks down on the back end. That
was a car that was off at Arnage a moment ago.
Right,
so
I think he's got a left rear flat tyre. He has, but he's kept it on the rim. Good drive back in by Laurent. Front left Dunlop slightly off the ground. They immediately look under the back of the car and the dolly wheels. Oh no,
that was the wrong car. That was 33, which we got.
It was the 33. Yes,
this is the 3 now.
But the 3 definitely has a right rear puncture. Just a quick reminder that you've heard by now that our weather is brought to you courtesy of Dura. They design and manufacture top quality modular garage and workshop furniture and supply them to virtually all the major prestigious automotive brands worldwide. They also sponsor Darren Turner from Aston Martin. He's a 3-time Le Mans winner, of course. Dura have managed to get Darren to part with one of his professional race car simulators, and in conjunction with us here at Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, you could win one of 3 pairs of tickets for a day in that simulator at the Dura head office in Brackley. So if you and a friend would like to head over and test or hone your racing skills, go to the website www.dura.com/Le Mans, answer a couple of simple questions, and you could be sitting in that professional simulator and comparing your lap times to Darren Turner's. He's quite good. I still think we need to get the Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans crew down there as well to set some times.
The Thomas Laurent car making it back into the garage, as you said, or being pushed back into the garage, having been refueled. So that car sustaining a bit of bodywork damage as well, either as a result of the puncture or something else. But something slightly more worrying for the Toyota team, number 7, is that he's got a pit stop which is under investigation.
Yes.
So not quite sure what that might have been.
And the 85 car has been now sanctioned by the stewards. It's a 5-minute stop and go for abusing track limits. So Eduardo Freitas and the stewards of the meeting, the race director and the stewards of the meeting, setting out their stall nice and early. Thomas Smet tells us last 2 Formula 1 drivers' champions indeed in 1997. But how about this? The last 2 world champions who were teammates was in 1953. Alberto Ascari and Giuseppe Farina, with Juan Manuel Fangio. It's a nice start, Thomas. I haven't had a chance to check that up. Let's take a
world champion by then.
Who hadn't been world champion by then. Yeah, that's very good. Let's head down to Diana, who is in the pit lane with Ben Keating.
I am with the number 85 Ferrari 488 GTE. Ben Keating, we've just had the news that you have actually got a penalty for exceeding track limits. A bit frustrating at this point.
We are struggling with the car a little bit more than we were on the test day. We had no issues at all with the test day today, and I think everybody's just trying a little bit too hard. Qualifying is coming up in a few hours here, and who knows what the weather is like tomorrow. So we're definitely pushing the limits to try to get as much as we can out of it before qualifying starts. So,
what have you learned from the laps that you've done? What have you learned from the laps that you've done so far?
When I was in the car, I was not very comfortable. I think we may have gone with lower downforce to try to get more speed, and it wasn't very comfortable under braking and cornering. So we've made some changes to the car, and I'll get back in before the end of this session, see how it goes.
Well, Jerome Blinkemolen's just jumped in behind the wheel, very experienced driver. You'll be looking to learn from him?
You bet. Always good to learn from him. I've been with him for 5 years now, so I have a lot of faith that he'll improve the car, and then I'll get into it before the end of the session and see what we can do.
It's a great event, this Le Mans, isn't it? How much are you enjoying it?
Unbelievable event. I absolutely love this event. It's unlike anything else in the world.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we're getting towards 40 minutes left in this first practice session. In fact, the only practice session, because next time the cars go out will be for qualifying. That's when the grid will be formed, and a sight to behold is indeed the number 95 Aston Martin. This is the car that was completely destroyed at test weekend. Marco Sorensen having a big off, the team working all week long to rebuild the car, reshell the car in fact, and it's fantastic to see this car now out on the pit apron with some finer detail setup changes going on, the rear wings being adjusted, it's quite a distinct way of adjusting the rear wing. It's they adjust it from the two stanchions that the wing hangs off, and it's how you lean the wing into the air that changes the amount of downforce that's created. Something going on under the wheel arches also, and I can only surmise that might be a little damper change or may even be a roll bar. But the 95, they're just fine tuning. Whether they're tuning for performance, I would say so.
It's Joe Bradley, and before that we heard from Diana Binks, our Forza Motorsport pit lane reporters for this section. Into the pit lane, the 37, or at least into the dead car park, the 37, with damage to the front right. Now this happened at the Indianapolis corner, or at least the exit thereof, and there were two cars there. Whether it was a two-car incident or whether it was one car and another one following it in, we can't say at the moment. That's something we'll have to follow up. Beautiful evening now, barely a cloud in the sky, temperature holding steady at around about 20 degrees Celsius as we're under 40 minutes to go now. No real point in having a fast lap at this time of the evening, because this is, remember, only practice.
It is only practice, and there's also a slow zone out on the circuit.
Fair point, my man.
Because number 90 has
Correct.
gone off. That's the TF Sport Aston Martin Vantage running in
Sally
the AMP
Yolick at the wheel of that.
Sally Yolick has gone off at Mulsanne Corner.
And he's been told he's got to go round the round. So round the roundabout
to shake the gravel off.
To shake the gravel off.
Yeah.
It's basically like a joker lap in Rallycross, isn't it? If you've gone into the gravel, you've got to do the joker lap to shake the gravel out. I love it. It's a great idea.
The other thing, I must go to correct myself, because of course Fangio did win the world champion in 51, so by 1953 he was a world champion, but just to correct the teammate tweeter, they were teammates in that they were all driving for Ferrari. However, they weren't all in the same car, and indeed in 1953 you were limited to having a maximum of two drivers in the car anyway, so the third driver wasn't allowed. It was a two-driver race. Sterling Moss said that famously Le Mans should be a double 12, he said, because then one driver could do it on his own, because having a 24-hour race, you weren't able to do it on your own.
Sir Sterling never liked this, and in fact he retired to Joe Bradley here, officially, but he never liked it because he couldn't drive it flat out. I dare say, were he to be in his pomp today, he would love it, because there's no driving at 60 or 70% nowadays.
Yes, I don't. Yes, I mean he is quoted as saying he never liked it. I mean he obviously was a great driver, and this was one of the races that you did. I think part of the reason was the fact that there were so many what he termed as gentleman drivers, amateur drivers out on the circuit, and that was part of his reasoning for wanting it to be a double 12, was that it would then give the professional drivers an ability to run the whole race on their own.
Yeah, far fewer pros in those days, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, he was one of the prototypes, so you sort of think of people like Dick Seaman going back to a little bit further, but the attitude of Sir Sterling Moss was very much as a professional driver. Always good to have a chat to him. 36 minutes to go, yet another rear wing assembly, rear end assembly coming out down at Toyota Gazoo Racing for somebody to have a try with before the end of this session. I just wonder, Paul, with the weather conditions as it stands at the moment, whether somebody might get out early and try and do a very fast lap at 10 o'clock. Sundown is just before 10 o'clock. They'll still be light. It will have cooled. Track should be kind of okay. It doesn't get opened up again. It's still closed circuit. So there's an opportunity there to go for a quick one early, I think.
Yes, absolutely. I think that is a sensible thing to do. And so, I mean, I think it is also sensible to go quickly in the remaining half hour of this session to make sure that your car will do it. The other reason, just to go back to what you were saying about going quickly at the beginning of the qualifying session, is there won't be any slow zones. You can guarantee if you go out first, do the first lap and make it a blinder, then you won't get caught with a slow zone at the end of the real session.
Yes, that's a good point. Bit of a moment there for Fernando Alonso. coming through the Porsche curves last time around, had to go a little bit wide, avoiding a slower car. It's Kamui Kobayashi out in the number 7 Gazoo Racing machine. Thomas Laronis in the pits in the 3 Rebellion. Let's head down to Rebellion. Joe Bradley is clocking up the miles early on. I take back where is that Fernando again? Yes, it is. That was coming out of Dunlop, way off the track. The car and a half's width off the track. Barely got back on again before he got under the Dunlop bridge. But he's unflappable behind the wheel. Joe, Rebellion, what's going on there?
Yeah, I'm at the number 3 garage, and there's quite a bit of work going on. The number 3 is on the high stands, which sort of indicates to me that there's not just routine kind of setup work going on. They look like they've got a problem towards the rear end. Now I'm going to step into the garage, so if I lose myself, I'll step back out. I just want to take a peek at what might be going on. It's in the sort of the rear. There might be a ratio change or something.
Yeah, this was the car that came back slowly from Arnage, having had what John identified as a right rear puncture, and there was also right rear bodywork damage. What we don't know is whether the puncture was the cause of the spin or the stoppage at Arnage, or whether something else. And they're now trying to fix that.
I'll tell you what, guys, I'm going to stretch our capabilities and go to the back of the garage where I can ask driver Thomas Laurent, and I can also get a word with Mr. de Schornack. Thomas, we saw you come in with a puncture there. Has the puncture caused some damage?
We don't know yet. We haven't analyzed the data, so maybe yes, maybe it's a mistake by myself, so we don't know yet.
Okay, so we're making sure that the car is rebuilt and safe and checking everything.
Yeah, we should come back on track before the end of the session to check the car, before the quali. So yeah, the guys do a good job for the moment. So,
what's the tactics for qualifying, Thomas? Are you guys going to go put a quick lap in and let's see how things go?
We don't know yet. The briefing is not already done. So after this session, we will discuss with the engineer and with the boss to see what's going on, and we will see.
Thank you, Thomas, for that. Mr. de Schornack, once again, fantastic to see you. Mr. de Schornack, where is your heart this weekend? It must be really odd for you. Down at Toyota, you built that car, it's an Orica underneath that, and here you are, an Orica built Rebellion. Where is your heart this weekend?
My heart is on the both side. It's big emotion, it's sure, but I think that Toyota has all the chance to do a great job this weekend, because they have the experience, the expertise, the technology, and I think that on the Rebellion car, it's a new car, starting for learning for the future. And I think that for the moment the target is mainly to finish the race, because if you want to take profit of any opportunity, the first thing to do is first to be at the end of the race.
And Toyota know all about that, Mr. de Schornack. They really deserve to be able to say that they've won at Le Mans. They have been trying so hard, and we all know how hard it is to win this race.
Absolutely, they deserve so much, and I am I know how they deserve, so I really hope that they will do it this year. It is for them.
It's very exciting though, Mr. de Schornack, that we could see a non-hybrid car win this race. Do you think that's possible?
I think it's just the start, you know, for the moment, and also to find the right balance on the technology side. It was the same than before between diesel and petrol, where the technology was different, and I think it's just a good job that with an atmospheric or turbo engine to be as close as possible of an hybrid car.
Are you excited for Friday's announcement of the new regulations going forward here at Le Mans?
Absolutely excited and expecting, because I think we have to start to work very quickly to be ready in 2020.
And of course Orica will want to be involved, yes?
Absolutely, obviously,
absolutely. Thank you, Mr. de Schornack. Merci beaucoup. It's getting very, very busy down here at Rebellion. The number 1 just been rolled in, Bruno Senna climbing aboard that, and you heard there the number 3 just going through some checks after having that puncture and then a little off. So they're just doing the job right, aren't they?
And you're using all of his French there in that one interview, just with those two words. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Deschonach. Well done. We for a moment we had Jenson Button and Fernando Alonso on the track together, but Fernando has immediately pulled into the pits. So I'm sure that Jenson can have some of the limelight. I've just noticed that the Pink Pig Porsche, which is practically perfect Pink Pig, has got pink LEDs as its running lights. And also the other one I noticed was the Dragon Speed, which has got red and blue running lights as well in the front of that car. There's been quite a lot of use of coloured LEDs, more coloured LEDs than a Friday night cruise. Fantastic stuff. It is half an hour to go, which means it's time for an hourly update with Silverstone Circuits.
Live from trackside, this is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
The hourly update.
So, half an hour to go, 3.5 hours down. It is still Toyota Gazoo Racing. Kamui Kobayashi is out in the fastest car, or the car that set the fastest time in this practice session. A 3:19.6 is the mark, and that's about where we were on test day a couple of weeks ago. The gap, though, has been cut back, with the Rebellion Racing now within half a second or thereabouts, 0.575 a second. Again, about where they were at test day. The number 3 car is the closest to the Toyota Gazoo Racing TSO 50. Jenson Button is out in the 3rd place, number 11 SMP Racing BR01, but that is over a second and a half. In fact, make it almost 1.8 seconds behind. That's a 3:21. 3:70 on a 3:21.4 Fernando Alonso's time, and that is his time. He is in the 8 car. He's just brought that into the pit lane and has got out of that car. 5th position for the 17, the second of the SMP Racing cars. 2 cars in the top 5 then, with Matveos Izakian behind the wheel of the 17 car. Air Izakian, no further problems for him, and that car in 5th position with a 21.8. 22.1 for 6th position Rebellion Racing. The number 1 car's just come back out, as Joe Bradley mentioned in our Forza Motorsport pit lane report. Bruno Senna at the wheel of that car. In P2, EDEX Sport, as it has been for some time in the 48 Orica, leads now 5 Oricas, because there has been an improvement, but the top of the shop is the 48 EDEX Sport from the 26 G Drive and the 28 TDS Racing, all Oric as I said, 27.0, 27.3, 27.8. The change has been that Philippe Albuquerque has pulled the 22 United Autosports Ligier into 5th position, check that, 6th position in class since I did the last update. In Pro GTE, Michael Christensen has just taken out the fastest car there. It is the number 92. Porsche number 91 is still in 2nd place. Jimmy Bruni's just come into the pits in that car. Then it's Ollie Pla, who splits up the Porsche domination with the 66 Ford Chip Ganassi Team UK Ford GT in 3rd, 351.4 there. And then it's the AF Corsa Ferrari, the 71, with a 351.5, before we go back to a couple of Porsches, the 94 and the 93, to make up the top 6. In the GTE arm, it's the 88 Dempsey Proton Racing Porsche. Khaled El Kaibezi is behind the wheel of that car at the moment, the 352.9, though not done by him. It's Alex Davison behind the wheel of the Gulf Racing 86 Porsche in 2nd place, almost a full second behind. Spirit of Race have split up the Porsche domination there, because they're into 3rd position. Thomas Fleur has just taken out the number 54 Ferrari, 353.9, so a little bit closer there. 1 second between the top 3. 25 minutes to go, and then we go qualifying in a couple of hours' time. But that's how it stands with this hourly update on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM with Silverstone Circuits.
The hourly update on Radio Le Mans.
And don't forget that we'll be running a competition later on in the week to win some tickets and more for the August WEC round at Silverstone. It's the only place in the UK that you can see the current Le Mans cars competing on track. Paul. Sorry, Paul. I'll come back to you in just a moment because Diana has just shouted up with an interview. Sorry, Diana, a little bit of interference there, so I didn't hear where you were for this Forza Motorsport pit lane report.
I'm with Sam Hignett with the number 37 Jackie Chan DC racing car. Obviously the 37's in the garage. Looks like a fair amount of work being done on the car. How much damage have you seen?
Yeah, there's a fair bit of damage to the front end. I mean, it's mainly cosmetic, nothing too serious. A wishbone or two broken as well, but it's the trouble with just trying to run to the limit all the time.
You've got 3 rookies in the car as well. I guess that's not really helping.
No, they need the time in the car now, so this is the worst part of this, is they're not getting the experience around the circuit, but the guys will get it fixed and they'll have it back out for this evening.
And the drivers from the sister car, will you be working with them, with the rookie drivers, to give them some information and help them?
Yeah, the drivers have all been working very well together this week, and Hopin and Steph, both winners here in the past, have been giving the other guys lots of advice, so hopefully we'll be there in the end of it.
Like everything, you don't want to be in the garage at this point, you want to be getting the track time. What's the plan for when we head into qualifying at 10 o'clock?
There's no, our whole philosophy is never to qualify here. We will give the drivers new tyres, but there won't be any special qualifying setups. It's more important to work on a good race car. Far more interested what happens on Sunday evening rather than this evening or tomorrow evening.
All right, Sam, I'll let you get back to it. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Diana Binks down there in the pit lane with that Forza Motorsport pit lane report. Beautiful. Well, I mean, if this holds, Paul, this would be just about perfect. If the temperature just drops a little bit, there's not a cloud in the sky now. Temperature holding, according to our Jura weather forecast, at around about 20 degrees Celsius. It'll drop a little bit, but that might not be the worst thing. The 93 car on a quick one here as it starts the lap for Patrick Pilet. He had a little drop earlier on when he hit the exit barriers, or the exit tyre wall at least, on driver's right at the Forza Motorsport chicane. He's through the Forest S's now, just rumbles up onto the blue and yellow curbs before he heads into Turk Rouge, right onto the inside car, touring car style there, up through the gearbox. Now onto the run towards that Forza Motorsport chicane, up through the gears, cracking on up to, well, that's probably getting up towards top speed there, round about 165, 170 miles an hour, past the restaurant. Look for the 200 metre brake marker before he turns right. Meantime, just coming through to the end of the lap, the 77 Dempsey Proton in 4th position in class, which has the second youngest driver in the race this year, born at 8 o'clock in the morning. So he's about, what did we say, 10 hours older than Ben Hanley, and that's Julien Onla.
The top speeds for the GT cars, John, probably around about 180 to 185 miles an hour. So yeah, they'll certainly be pushing on there. And we did have a brief yellow just as we were going through the update, but that now has been removed. That was just a yellow flag. So we can now press on with this last half hour. I thought it might be interesting if we do get a chance just to go through the drivers who have set those fast times in GTE Pro. Patrick Pilet is the fastest driver in the number 93 car. He set the time for that car. Lawrence Van Tour was the fastest driver in the 92 car, and Fred Makabichi the fastest driver in the 91. Then, as you say, Ollie Pla driving the Ford, and it was Miguel Molina, the driver of the Ferrari 71, that set the time. As far as the AM teams were concerned, Matteo Cairoli is the quickest in the Dempsey Proton racing car, number 88, that he shares with Khaled Al-Kubaisi and Giorgio Roda. And in the 86 Gulf car, which we saw Mike Wainwright having that lurid spin in earlier on, the 86 Gulf Porsche, Alex Davison currently the real, but Ben Barker is the fastest driver in that car. And in the 54 Spirit of Race Ferrari, no prizes for guessing there, Giancarlo Fisichella, faster than both Francesco Castellacci and Thomas Floor, who's currently at the wheel of that car in GTE AM.
So check in with Joe Bradley. Joe?
Yeah, Forza Motorsport pit lane report. The 32, Will Owen has just brought the Ligier of United Autosport in. He's been running that car in low downforce configuration. He's got out of the car. Juan Pablo Montoya has got in, and during that pit stop, some winglets were reattached to the front doors of the front doors. That's the first time I'll say it this weekend. And
€5 in that pot for Bradley. Are we going to have a rear tail as well?
A rear wing. Oh no, rear wing's
rear
okay,
wing's fine.
Rear wing's fine. A rear tail,
back diffuser, rear
yeah,
diffuser, because that's a bit redundant as well.
We can have a diffuser at the front.
No, it would be a splitter at the front.
All right, we're splitting diffusers here.
Yes, very good.
But the winglets were attached to the front of the car, so Montoya's gone out with a different aero config to what we saw Will Owen out, and I think this practice session, I've seen this up and down the pit lane, the teams are just checking on things. Maybe they are seeing whether or not the speed on the straight is more important to balance through the Porsche curves. Now, the thing I've been told about this place is if you can get the car to work its best in the Porsche curves, that's the lap time nailed.
Agreed. I agree with that. You need to be very, very secure in there, going on and off the flag, yeah. Oh, off the flag. On and that's because I've just seen black and white flag for car 28 for constant abuse of track limits. You're feathering the throttle, going on and off the throttle through the Porsche curves. 4th, 5th gear, even in a GT car, might actually be better to just ride the brake to keep the car balanced rather than going on and off the throttle. Depends how you've got the car set up. You can gain or lose seconds there.
Yeah, the problem with the Porsche curves, of course, is that 9 times out of 10, when you lose seconds, it's not due to your setup, it's because you come across traffic. And although you get the car set up nicely for the Porsche curves, you suddenly find that maybe 3 of your 10 laps of your stint, you're caught up in traffic there. So this is all part, I mean, Joe's absolutely right, it is all part of the setup. New fastest time in LMP2, Jean-Eric Verne in the number 26 G-Drive Racing Orica, and it's number 26, who's just done a time, Jean-Eric Verne, 3:26.529, which is just under half a second quicker than the second place car in the class, the EDEX Sport car that John told us about at the top of the hour, which Paul-Luc Chatin had set the fastest lap in, but he's no longer the fastest car in LMP2 because it's now the 26 G-Drive car. So that's a change at the top of LMP2. And I just wanted to check what was going on in P1, because a faster time there for Ben Hanley puts him up to 3rd fastest. So Ben Hanley, number 10, this is the Dragon Speed car, now sets 3rd fastest time overall, 3:20.322, faster than Jenson Button and faster than Fernando Alonso.
Yeah, Patrick Pilet is on a tear. He's just bettered his time, went to the top in Pro, and then gone quicker again, 3:50.151, and he's on another quick one now. Question to you, Paul, about the 5-minute stop and hold for the 85 car. That's taken in this session, not during qualifying. Yeah,
yes,
okay.
Yes, and in a sense, that's right. A free practice session like this, obviously the times mean nothing, so it's no point in deleting your fastest time or anything like that. But what putting a 5-minute stop and hold is all about is just taking away the only thing that free practice gives you, which is time on the circuit. So it's quite a clever use of the penalty. During a qualifying session, then they may end up deleting lap times, whether it's on the lap or not that you transgressed.
We'll have a relatively quick wrap up after this. There's a lot to fit in the dinner break, not least us getting our own pit stops. Guy Smith has recently announced his retirement from Top Flight International Racing. He chose his last race to be the debut of the Bentley Continental, the second version of that car at Silverstone, his home round of the championship in which he's competing this year. And before that meeting, he was very generous and gave some time to us here at the Radio Show Limited network of channels. And I went down and sat and talked about his career, why now is the right time for him to step away from racing, and also about his most memorable races, and including, of course, talking about the 2003 Le Mans win for Bentley. That's Guy Smith with a Tyler's long one straight after this session. And then, before we go back to qualifying live, we will be bringing you the Roads to Le Mans preview, one of the support races this weekend, along with the Aston Martin Festival, which we will be covering qualifying and the race live here on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. We will also have the second Road to Le Mans race. Can't do the first one because there's no coverage of it in terms of camera coverage, I'm afraid, so I apologise for that. That's beyond our control. But Graham Goodwin and Johnny Palmer will be taking you through the entries for the Road to Le Mans preview. That is round about 9 o'clock here in France, and then we should be back with cars on track at 10, of course, but we'll be on about 10 minutes before that. I don't normally do this, but there's a very good reason for this at the moment. This time last year, we had my dad here, Tony was here. Fabulous thread on the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective about one of our listeners and his dad and how much it means to them, this place means to them. It's exactly the same for my father and I. He was one of the people who I wanted to come here when I was given the responsibility of looking after Radio Le Mans, even before the Radio Show Limited days. And along with my cousin Peter, they were the two that I wanted to be involved here, because I knew I could trust them and I knew that they would understand what this was all about. My dad's not here this year. He was here last year. And he's not very well at the moment. So I send him all my best wishes on what is, of course, in Europe, and I think in the US as well. Father's Day this weekend, as it often is at the Le Mans 24 hours. So, Dad, I hope you're feeling a bit better, and I'll see you, albeit briefly, when I drop in next week, and hopefully your car will have morphed into something more exciting when I go to Reading Porsche to drop off our Black car.
A suitable point at which to mention the next generation, because Robin Trustwell is making his debut at Le Mans this year.
Absolutely.
He's not here yet, and he's almost certainly not listening, because he never listens to his father. But he is on his way, and he'll be coming on Thursday night, God willing, and as long as the ferry behaves itself, he'll be here on Friday. So it'll be.
He's not driving, is he?
He's not driving.
All right, okay.
No, he's still got a provisional license. Although he has worked out what you have to do in France if you want to be a learner driver.
Really?
So he's not driving all the way, and he has to find somebody who's going to lend him a car while he's over here. So lock up your cars, gentlemen.
Or otherwise it's a moped.
Yeah, he can drive a moped. So anyway, Robin's coming, and he'll be getting his first taste of Le Mans up close and personal. And if he can do it, then if you're sitting at home, I tell you, anybody can do it.
That's a bit harsh, Paul. I think
get himself organised. He's only 17, but he's got himself organised.
Pretty resourcely. Yes, he's absolutely.
He's got himself organised, and all he has to do is remember his passport and remember his
Hang on, we say that to everybody that comes here, and still people. Offer at Dunlop for the 66 Ford. Just missed the last apex there. That's not going to be a lap that would count in qualifying. 7 Toyota on a bit of a quick one at the moment, or at least was in the first sector, but the second sector not quite as quick for Kamui Kobayashi. You see, comes round to the last complex of corners now. That serpentine, right, left, all the way out to the curb on the exit. Crosses the line now, 3:18.718. It is a quicker time, despite the fact that he wasn't quicker than the car's best time in the second two sectors. It's down to an 18 for the first time, and he's off on another one, and he's got clear track ahead of him through Dunlop. But then there'll be a car that he has to negotiate as he comes down to the bottom of the hill.
And an improvement as well there, John, from Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 Toyota. So both Toyotas going rapidly, and Buemi is now quicker than Alonso.
Well, that number 8 car, AJ Smith, who's clearly getting the stats out here, he says, is that the most successful in form of championship driver lineup ever? 2005 and 2006 F1 drivers and constructors champion. 2014 WEC drivers and constructors champion. 14 and 15 Formula E constructor, 15-16 Formula E driver and constructor, and 16-17 Formula E constructors. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 FIA World Championships among the drivers in that car.
The number 8 car you're talking
Yes.
about? Yes, absolutely. The names, just to give them the check, Sebastian Buemi sharing with Kaz Nakajima and, of course, Fernando Alonso, and it's Buemi in the car at the moment, and it now means that Alonso is quicker than Button, because previously when Button was out at the same time as Alonso, Button's car, courtesy of Mikhail Aleshin, was quicker, but now, thanks to that time from Buemi, the Toyotas are now first and fourth only, though, John. I just wonder...
2.6 seconds between them.
There's absolutely, and Buemi's not down even into the 20s yet, whereas Kobayashi an 18.718.
We've seen an awful lot of aero changes going on to the Toyota, though, in fairness. Rear ends more than front. Whether those are pre-adjusted wings or different diffusers, different aero winglets going on to them, not entirely certain. But it has been the 80's been getting quite a lot of that. You're listening to 91.2 FM. This is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for 2018. That FM frequency for around the circuit and its environs, around the world at radiolemans.com on the RSL player. RSL 3 and RSL 1 this weekend. I know it's not on the RSL 3 schedule, but basically that's a mirror of what is going on, running at the same time, not delayed. We had thought about putting an hour delay into it, but we thought that would confuse everybody. So they are running the same. So just to balance the listeners, so stick it on one or the other. It'll be the same within a couple of seconds of each other, depending on how and when you're tuning in and where you are in the world. Just under 8 minutes to go. We'll be on Sirius XM at the weekend as well. Saturday, normally they join us for morning warm-up and then stay with us till an hour or so after the race. As ever, a packed race weekend that includes morning warm-up and then the Aston Martin Festival and the Road to Le Mans races. We have got to come tomorrow, Thursday, BMW Technical Thursday. Also post-race tech with BMW. The Roundels revenge, perhaps, at the end of the race. Aston Martin, the Aston Martin Festival and the countdown to green. We'll be taking some track temperature updates as well. That's something that you can give me now, our Dunlop track temperature, Paul. It'd be interesting to look at that now and then look at it when we come back. It's just after 10. Paul, what we got now?
It's currently 23.3, and that's down from 29.6 at the beginning of this session. So that's come down from 29 to 23 just in the last 4 hours.
Now, what is it going to be after the sun goes down on or around 10 o'clock? That's going to be the interesting one.
Quite. The problem is, of course, air temperature going down is good. Track temperature going down is less good as far as fast times is concerned.
Well, they might put a little tricky tyre on, won't they? They're less constrained by tyres here.
Yes, I mean, they're still limited on the number of tyres that they can use, and they're limited to 3 different compounds that they can use. But each of those compounds is specific, tailored for the manufacturer concerned. Just one point to make about that time from Kobayashi, which you did mention, John, 3:18.718. We're now quicker than we were in the test session.
Point.
So those are fastest laps for 2018. However, we have a way to go before we get to the fastest laps from 2017. And the number there to keep in mind is 3:14.791, which by coincidence was Kamui Kobayashi.
That was a message for Jensen Button, keep pushing. Bet he thought he got rid of that once he left Formula 1.
Thought he was talking to me there. Keep pushing,
keep pushing, Trussers. Okay. He's in traffic at the moment, heading down to the Forza Motorsport chicane, which is the first of the chicanes. Right, left, right. Left, right, left. The second chicane, of course. Gaggle of traffic, and makes it 3 abreast with a Corvette on the inside. They're one of the P2 cars, and Jensen up the speed. Just hit the rev limiter there. Didn't quite flick the paddle quick enough as he comes down into the second chicane. Very, very interesting how he's getting used to how quickly he's getting used to dealing with different speeds of traffic. Not something that he's had to do latterly in Formula 1, obviously, other than letting people by him as he was being lapped.
But he's had that, of course, in the Super GT in Japan, where there's been speed differentials, multi-class racing. So I think Jensen is, he'll be used to it straight away, I think. I think I just wonder whether that keep pushing message was an answer to a question. It may, because you never quite know with these radio messages whether they're taken out of context. I just wonder whether he radioed in saying, "There's a lot of traffic ahead. Shall I let it go?" And they've just said to him, "Keep pushing, gents." So you never quite know whether that was a genuine kind of message to him.
He's got the 92 Porsche just ahead of him now, going into Arnage, Indianapolis. Oh, sorry, Indianapolis, Arnage. If he's going into Arnage, Indianapolis, we'd all be in trouble because he'd be going the wrong way through that sector of the circuit. Dirk Muller behind the wheel of the 68 Chip Ganassi GT, going through the Forest S's now, and ahead of him, an Aston Martin, going past him, a Rebellion. 4 minutes to go. It's getting very busy out there.
Yeah, it's just occurred to me as well that although we have the same order, the Toyota number 7 ahead of the Rebellion number 3, Thomas Laurent, who is currently at the wheel, has just put in a faster lap time in that number 3 car. I remember that's the one that Joe Bradley was describing, had the damage at the back, and Thomas was not sure what was going on. He was being very
the right
diplomatic.
rear puncture, wasn't it?
It was, yes. Car, that time for it, 3:19.976, has been set in the last 2 laps. So Thomas clearly demonstrating there's nothing wrong with that Rebellion. So 2 cars under 3 minutes 20, the number 7 Toyota and the number 3 Rebellion. Third at 3 minutes 20.322, and just coming out of the pits now with Ewan Hankey. No, it's still Ben Hanley behind the wheel. Ben Hanley behind the wheel. 3:20.322 is his fastest.
Quick lap coming for Buemi if he can keep out of the traffic in that number 8 Toyota Gazoo racing car. He's got the 22 ahead of him, 6th place in LMP2. That's the United Autosports Paul di Resta car. He's on an outlap. And what else is in there? There's another P2 car in there as well.
The Cetilar Villorba Corsa car. But I think more of a worry is one of the BMWs is not far up the road either. BMW may just get through before Buemi gets through. Yes, I think he probably will. So, as you say...
He's going to catch them in the Porsche curves, though.
He's
just coming up the Porsche in now, and that's going to absolutely haulix his lap. Yeah, you're right, 47 and 22, just ahead of him, turning in to the Porsche curves now. Oh, maybe not.
He's passed him.
Not.
He's passed him. It's the BMW, which is ahead.
He's got... no, it's definitely a prototype that's ahead, Paul, but he's going to catch them right at the end of the lap. Those 2 cars I mentioned. Buemi looks down at the steering wheel as he comes out. How does he have the time to do that? How does he have the mental agility, coming out of one of the most fearsome set of corners in motorsport anywhere in the world, and he hasn't caught them by the time he comes to the end of the lap? He's going to get another lap here. 47 and 22 across the line, and here comes the Toyota. He will improve, I'm sure, and does. He goes up to 3rd position, 3:20.124. So that's the best lap for that Toyota, and he might get another crack at this. Ahead of him is the 81. That is one of the Pro cars, and that is 17th in Pro. So it's Nicky Katzberg. That is the BMW that Paul was talking about. 17th in Pro. And BMW just didn't fit together for me. Through Tertre Rouge, fully committed. Buemi using the inside and the outside curb. He can see the M-Tech BMW ahead of him now, just as the road gently curves to the right. He'll get it in the braking area towards the first of the chicanes, the Forza Motorsport chicane. He's going to blow by him like he's chained to a post, and does. Puts him slightly offline.
Personal best in Sector 1 for Buemi, not overall best.
He's got, the next car he's going to have to deal with is the number 99. And... that is 11th in class for Tim Pappas, But that's quite a way down the road. He's going to get a pretty clear run between the two chicanes.
Yeah, that's. I'm just looking at that one and thinking he may get him at Mulsanne Corner or in the run from Mulsanne into the Indianapolis Arnage complex. But no, certainly this is one quick lap from Sebastian Buemi, and he'll certainly be trying to make it 2 quick laps. And in a sense, that's what you need to do in qualifying as well, because there's no point in qualifying in just going out and saying, right, do a quick lap, because you'll get caught by traffic. So what you need to do is to be out on a reasonable set of tyres, do a 5-lap stint, knowing that one of the 5 will be a quick one. He's not as quick, this is Buemi, not as quick in the second sector as he was on his previous lap. However, his first sector was quicker than he was on the previous lap by more. So overall, for the first 2 sectors, this is a quicker lap still from Buemi.
Checkered flag's been out for a couple of seconds. Buemi's got by the 91 that was ahead of him. That was no problem. And the 99, excuse me, that was ahead of him. He's down at Arnage, Indianapolis Arnage now. He's still got another BMW no, he's got the 91 to pass now. That's a little bit further up the road. We just want to catch that at Porsche curve. The guys down at Toyota are expecting something from Buemi here. He's heading up to Porsche curves now, turns in at a ridiculously fast rate of knots. That Toyota looks nailed to the ground, doesn't even use all the exit on the first right-hander. Now coming to where the road has been changed, and he's not going to catch that 3rd place car. That's Jimmy Bruni in the 91 Porsche. Comes through, gets a clear run through the Porsche curves, through Corvette curve, and heading towards the final 4 corners now. And this might just be another improvement. I think we might be having Toyota 1 and 2 at the end of free practice, right out to the edge, and slides over the exit of the Ford chicane to the line, and he is into second. And Toyota Gazoo Racing tick the first box, 1st and 2nd, 7 from 8, half a second between them, and then 2/10 further back, Rebellion Racing as the checkered flag comes out. Thomas Laurent, by the way, with 2 fastest sectors of anybody in that Rebellion. He's losing out down the middle sector. Extraordinary.
Yeah, it's interesting that, but it was the fastest lap as well, whilst Buemi was going around and setting his fastest lap, which wasn't the fastest lap, but it was the best for him, best for that car, 3:19.275. So Thomas Laurent was also setting a best lap for that car at 3 minutes 19.426. So, as you said, John, just 2/10 separating 1.5.
So that was another half a second for Laurent that he picked up there.
Yes, and also improving right at the end was Bruno Senna in the other Rebellion. So we had both Toyotas and both Rebellions going on quasi-qualifying laps right at the end of the session there. And Bruno putting in a 3:21.549 in the number 1 Rebellion to be 6th fastest overall in LMP1. So it was a bit of a flurry right at the end, as you predicted it would be, John. And some quick times, but I have to say I was expecting them to be quicker even still than they actually went. Now, whether that's because the track isn't quite there, there has been some resurfacing done over at Mulsanne Corner, but I don't know, I just would have expected them to be a bit quicker. I don't think it's anything to do with anybody sandbagging or anything like that. I think it's just that they've maybe just tuned the car for reliability at Toyota, and the Rebellions pushing on as hard as they possibly can, not being able to quite catch them.
Let's see if we can get a quick word before we wrap this up with Jenson Button, as Joe Bradley has this Forza Motorsport pit lane report.
Yeah, he's just jumped out the car. He's in conversation now with his teammates Vitaly Petrov and Michael Aleshin. I could be cheeky. Jenson, quick, car's coming in. We could hear your radio there. You were being told to push. Enjoyed that, I take it.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, obviously we're doing a lot of work on consistency and what have you. And then they said push a little bit, so I was like, okay. And yeah, it wasn't too bad.
Was that a qualifying run that you were trying there?
No, we're doing a race run. So.
Are you bothering with a qualifying setup at all?
Well, I haven't run a set of new tyres yet, so no, not at the moment. But yeah, we'll put new tyres on for qualifying. It's just when I do, I don't know. It won't be today. So.
What's your thoughts on the tracks? I've never had a chance to ask you that yet.
Now I'm enjoying it. Before I was, like a duck out of water. I was a fish out of water more. It was tricky, but now I've got a lot more confidence. Done a few more laps and really enjoying the track, and I have confidence in the car. That's the thing, because I'm not used to it. It's tricky, but really, really getting there now, so it's good.
Everyone at Radio Le Mans wants to wish you congratulations on your engagement. Punching above, I think, comes to mind.
Yeah, well, my fiance is coming here tomorrow, so I thought it was best that we said something beforehand. We've kept it quiet for 3 weeks, so we've done all right. So.
Well done, mate. Great to have you here. Jenson Button, superstar, isn't he?
Oh, and you just know he flashed Bradley the 1,000-watt smile at the end of that. An interesting session. Don't go away from your radio. Stay tuned to 91.2 FM. Coming next, it's Guy Smith. Then we'll have the Road to Le Mans preview. And then we're back live with the first qualifying session. There's no need to go anywhere else. RS1 and RS3 around the world and around the track on 91.2 FM. This is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. Bye for now.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Live from trackside. On 91.2 FM.
On Sirius Channel 138 and XM Channel 201.
And online at radiolemans.com.
At radiolemans.com.
You're listening to coverage of the world's most famous motor race, the Le Mans 24 Hours, on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
The weather brought to you by DuraGarages.com.
Turned into a really lovely evening here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Temperature just hovering at the moment around about the 20 degrees Celsius. Track temperature was around about 23 degrees. Expect that to drop at sunset tonight a little before 10 o'clock, which is when the cars go back out onto the circuit. Low tonight around about midnight at 11 degrees. How quick will that temperature fall? No chance of rain this evening. Perfect conditions to go qualifying. That's the weather here on Mobil 1 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans.
The weather brought to you by DuraGarages.com.
Sitting across from me is Guy Smith, whose career is coming to a close. He's ended his career as he's always raced on his own terms. We're at Silverstone, the venue for his last race, which will be in the brand new Bentley Continental GT3. And this, of course, his home race in the Blancpain Championship. Delighted to have you here, Guy. Welcome to Radio Show Limited's network of channels. I want to take you back, way back, to how it all started. How and when did you get involved in motorsport? And in fact, was the Smith family up in Yorkshire a motorsport family?
Yeah, I think really started, obviously, I think like most drivers, with my dad always had an interest in motorsport, mainly road rallying. So he would do a lot of kind of road rallying. He'd have a Mark 1 Escort, and he would sort of work on his car and do the road rallies, which you know he did really well and had a lot of fun with. But as time went by, you know, the family business was my granddad passed away, and Dad took over the reins of the family business, Swift Group, and motorsport kind of took a bit of a sideward step. And during that time, there's a young British driver called Dave Scott, who Dad sort of started helping a little bit. And Dave started in go-karts and went through to Formula Ford, Formula 3, where he did very, very well, racing against the likes of sort of Tommy Byrne, Martin Brundle, James Weaver, etc., etc. And he was also a test driver for Lotus F1 team. So he was sort of, I guess, kind of like my hero growing up. I would have been probably 5 or 6 at the time. And because David sort of come through motorsport, obviously through karting, he sort of had a couple of karts. We ended up basically driving on them, and that was that. We used to I remember we had these 2 karts, and I would sit on my dad's knee, and he would do the pedals and I would do the steering because I couldn't reach the pedals. my uncle would come along, and it was literally on the grass, but in and out sort of this sort of tree circuit. My uncle would come along and he'd wet the grass, and so you go from sort of having grip to having no grip, and it's amazing what teaching, learning about car controls at a very young age. So that was kind of it really. And the natural progression then obviously was then to go into kart racing, but then you couldn't do it until the age of 10, so I had to wait till the age of 10.
Yes, no cadet class in those days. That was that you could race at I think it was 8, isn't it? 8 or 7 of a cadet class. I remember when that first came in, but I think I commentated on you doing what would then probably been Junior Britain up at Felton in Northumbria.
Yeah, great, good old days. I mean, it all started back there, racing, against people like Ralph Furman, Dario, people like Jamie Spencer, so many, Richard Westbrook, all these guys that are still, and Oliver Gavin that are still racing, of course. Great times, and you're just doing it at that age for really purely for fun. You just want to do there. Obviously, you want to win and be competitive, but you're just doing it for fun. And I think the natural progression is you keep going, and year by year you kind of do your best. And I was having more and more success at the karting, and I wasn't particularly academic at school. In fact, I was shocking at school. And but I think my school realised that, and they were really supportive of my racing. They let me go away and have time off, because I think they knew that while I maybe wasn't very academic, I was getting life skills and I was learning a lot by doing it. So that was fantastic. And just did the general progression, through karting. I was able to win the British Championships in the juniors, and drove for CRG in Italy, and was second in the World Championships.
Who beat you in the World Championships?
There's a guy called Alessandro Manetti who went on to, it didn't have a particularly great car career, but he was very successul in go-karts. And
stayed in karts for a long time, didn't he?
Yeah, he stayed in karts. There's people like Danilo Rossi, obviously Magnussen was in the same team as me. So some really, really great drivers. And then I basically moved into Formula First, did the Formula First Wind Series at Brands Hatch. That was my first sort of foray into sort of car racing. And then moved up into Vauxhall Junior the following year.
Vauxhall Junior was quite a new category in those days. I think, were you in the second year? Yeah. Second year of Vauxhall Junior. I remember Warren Hughes did the first year of it, and then I remember you in the second. They were quick cars. They were very quick in a straight line, didn't have a lot of aero, a lot of power. That was a big step up to come from Formula First to that. How did you get on?
Yeah, it was good. I mean, I really enjoyed it. He said the cars were great, and I think what the attraction to that at the time was it was kind of, as a championship, it was kind of in vogue. It had slick tyres, so it was as opposed to Formula Ford, which was obviously on treaded tyres. So I did a year of that, and I came second in the championship. Won I think maybe 4 or 5 races, but had a few DNFs, along the way. And my sort of management at the time, the guy that was helping me, his sort of belief was, try and get as much experience as you can at a young age in different categories. So I had a sort of a strange career path, because I did Vauxhall Junior, and then I went and drove Formula Ford with the Works Swift team, and where I finished second behind Russell Ingall. So I had two second place in the.
Who beat you in Formula Vauxhall Lotus?
It was actually Martin O'Connell. It was a great driver, a brilliant driver, and so he beat me in that. Then it was Russell Ingall in Formula Ford. Then I went and did Vauxhall Lotus. Vauxhall Lotus. Finished third in the championship in that. And then I went and did Formula Renault. So literally just bounced from every junior series there was.
Now, at this stage, you are how old?
So I would have been, by the time I went to, so obviously I moved up into cars at 17 on my 17th birthday. And then by the time I did Formula Renault, I would have been probably 20, or 19, 20, which by these days is an old, if you look at Formula One.
Were you still thinking then, I know in your early career, you said you were doing it for fun. When were you thinking about doing this as a career? Because at the time, when you went to Swift, that was a works drive, but at the time, you're still being supported, presumably financially by the family.
Yeah, I mean, I think at that point, whenever you start, generally there wasn't really the Red Bulls and all these kind of schemes that they have now. So it was literally, it was trying to find funding from, whether it be family or support, past sponsors, supporters. We certainly with Swift, we were able to go suppliers and try and sort of get $5,000 here and $5,000 there, and it worked quite well. But I mean, obviously the hope is to become a professional. Once you get into car racing, it's serious anyway. So at that point, you're not doing it just for fun. You're thinking, right, I need to go somewhere with it. Whether at that time you're probably aiming towards Formula One or IndyCar or something. So it's serious, but there's still a long way to go to actually get to be paid. But I did the Formula Renault Championship with Manor, and we had a really good year. We won the championship and won pretty much majority of the races. And at the end of that year, I got to test drive the Williams Formula One car with Damon Hill, which was which was amazing because obviously having only driven a Formula Renault car to jump in a Formula 1 car was quite a big step.
Do you still remember that?
I do. I remember it really well because I remember obviously.
Where was it?
It was actually here at Silverstone, and I remember obviously then had paddle shift, and I remember going like literally to Withensea, to the local sort of seaside arcade where they had a car game, paddle shift game, because they didn't really have simulators and stuff back then. So I remember playing on the game and I was absolutely terrible. And like literally leading up to this test with Williams, I was a little bit concerned that I wouldn't be able to do it. But to be honest with you, it was one of the easiest cars I've ever driven, and I don't mean that disrespectfully. I just mean in respect of it was so well sorted as a package. Yes, it was quick and it was super fast, and you could brake incredibly late compared to what I was used to. But it was.
So which year was this guy?
So this was 95. So it was I think that year they had Damon Hill and Villeneuve just signed from that year. The car was amazing. It was fantastic. It still had the slick tyres and all the downforce and everything. It was a Rothmans car. So yeah, it was fantastic. And probably, if I look back, I probably should have made more of an effort to stay in touch with Williams. And I was 21 at the time, which again, as we said, seems quite old now. But at the time, Damon was probably 32, 33, and he was winning the World Championship. So it was only really at that point they didn't really look at young drivers. You had to sort of do your apprenticeship and get your experience and the rest of it. And of course, that's since probably Jensen, that's probably changed. But so then after that, I won the championship, and then I went to I moved up to Formula 3 with Fortec with the Mitsubishi powered car, and my teammate was some Colombian kid called Juan Montoya. So he'd just come from Paul Stewart Racing, where he'd finished third in the championship with PSR in Vauxhall, and I'd obviously come from Renault. And then came to the first race here at Silverstone and put it on pole, and then won my first race and thought, well, this F3 stuff's easy. I've come in, got pole position, and won the race.
And this is the day when British F3 was like the World Championship of F3. If you were going to go on and have a career in Formula racing, from wherever you were in the world, you had to have British F3 on your CV.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it was really that was the because like now it's kind of quite diluted, but then it was Paul Stewart Racings, West Surrey Racings, all those kind of big teams and some fantastic drivers. So it was great. I enjoyed Formula 3. However, winning my first race, I think that was my last win. So I kind of peaked a little bit early, but it was a great experience. And with the Mitsubishi engine, we had some issues along the way with reliability and performance ultimately. And I think Juan and I finished 5th and 6th in the championship.
At that point, then, that's the worst result you've had in a championship to that point. Does that knock your confidence a little bit, and then does that make you then reevaluate what you're doing, trying to make a career out of motor racing?
I think it stalls your momentum a little bit, for sure. And I think at that point you really start to ask yourself some questions. Can I do this? Have I got the ability to do this? But I think that because I knew the reasons, because I knew with the Mitsubishi engine, I knew that there was issues with that, and so I had a reason, or I believed I had a reason as to why. And I was actually second in the championship up until the final 2 races, and then I had a couple of bad races, and I dropped right down. So I was there all the way through. So yeah, it dents your confidence a bit, but you just it's like anything, you just get on with it. So then I actually, not the best move. I decided to stay in Formula 3. And I went with DC Cook Racing, which was Derek Cook's team, and driving with Paula Cook. Yeah. And it was a cheap deal. Not that should be the driver behind it, but on paper everything looked quite good.
Was that Paul Haig running that team then?
Yeah, Paul Haig. Yeah, and he's a great guy. Great guy. And I think my engineer was Chris Gorn. So all on paper looked really good, but it just got to it. I think again I qualified on pole for the first race, had a decent race, but it was just one of those seasons that it just didn't really. It kind of became obvious that I was there to provide data, and as opposed to if I was doing well, it was kind of like, oh well, yeah, great. But it was more focused towards Paula, but that, which I understand. So then I went out at the end of that year to look at. I went to Laguna Seca to look at Indy Lights, because I think Helio Castroneves and D'Amato were doing Indy Lights that year, and they were sort of doing really well with it, and it looked a fantastic series. So I went to take a look with my.
It's $2 to the pound in those days, so you got good value in those days.
It was really good money, exactly. And I remember going out to Laguna and thinking, wow, this is amazing. Seeing the Indy cars and plus you could buy loads and loads of clothes. So that was always a good thing. But it was good. No, it was great, and I really opened my eyes. And I actually met Stefan Johansson. So he was running a team at the time, and got chatting with him. And maybe because he was a European, I was European, we kind of hit it off. And so we were able to sort of put together half a deal for the following year in 1998 to do the championship. So the first half of the year, and yeah, it went really well. I won a couple of races, had some pole positions, and
that was a good car in those days. The Indy Lights car in those
Yeah.
days was a very good car. That was a competitive championship.
It was. It had the Lolo chassis with a big Buick engine in it, but it was good to race on the ovals. Was a great experience and a new challenge, and the street races and everything else was fantastic. So, and it felt like a proper racing car. So then I kind of shifted my focus. I thought, well, at that point, I'd already kind of decided that I was going to go more towards the IndyCar route than Formula One. I'd realised that my chance would have passed. I hadn't really got the momentum, so I went down towards Indy Lights, and yeah, I mean, I loved it, and I really enjoyed it. And at the end of that year, I had a few talks with some IndyCar teams. There was quite a lot of interest, but they all sort of said, really like to have one more year of doing Indy Lights.
Did you consider moving out to the States at that point?
I didn't, and I look back at it now, having looked back on my career, the amount of time that I've spent in the States, I probably should have done it. I think there's a lot of other British drivers that for whatever reason they've all commuted, and I think before I had children, I think in hindsight I wish I'd done it now because it would have been great life experience. But I've spent a lot of great years in the States and made a lot of great friends. So yes, I probably should have moved out there, but I didn't, fortunately.
So that you still at that point you're still looking at single seaters and you were looking at IndyCar, which was, I mean, pretty good days for IndyCar that, and undoubtedly something you touched on there, IndyCar and Indy Lights, the most variety of racing because you had ovals, you had what the Americans call natural terrain road courses, you had street tracks, you had it all out there, and if you were going to do well in that championship, you had to be a complete driver.
Yeah, and it was a real learning curve. I think my first ever race over there was actually at Homestead on the oval, and I remember going there. Actually, funny enough, they were rushing to get the car ready, and they went out, and it was the scariest thing I've ever done. The car felt horrendous, and actually they set the stagger the wrong way. So it was like I'm thinking, Jesus, I'm going around really slowly, thinking I just don't think I can do this. But as it turned out, once we got going, I actually really enjoyed it. It's funny, because you look at Dan Weldon, bless him, and Dario, and a lot of the Brits that have gone over to race on the ovals, they've actually really excelled on ovals, considering it's not really our natural sort of forte. But for whatever reason, we seem to have done quite well, and I found the ovals really good fun. I mean, people say, oh yeah, just going round and round in circles, but there's a lot to it.
I remember Dan when he first went out there, God rest his soul. I'd been involved in doing his PR over here before he went out there when he was doing British Formula Ford and stuff like that. And we had him on the forerunner of midweek motorsport when he first went out there. He was doing Formula Ford 2000 in the States. And he said, and I said, he won the Oval Crown. And I said to him, how's that work? He said, I've got no clue. I just go out and do what the team tell me to do. And if they tell me 22 seconds is a good lap, then it's a good lap. If 22 seconds is a bad lap, it's a bad lap. And when they say, what's the car doing? I kind of try and tell them, and they do something, and then I go out and drive it a bit faster or a bit slower. I mean, because we don't have... What he was saying now is he didn't have the vocabulary to explain, but he could kind of put it into words, and the team went, oh yeah, we know what you mean, you need to do a little bit of this or a little bit of that.
I think having no preconceived ideas, just getting in, having respect. The thing is with ovals, well, they're all racing, but particularly ovals, you've got to have respect. You've got to get in the car, and you've got to, and I think if you've got a bit of healthy respect and you listen, and not hustle the car, because if the car won't do it, you can't make it do it.
Right.
Maybe on qualifying you can, for that one lap you can hang on, but you've got to have respect, and you've got to know what the car can do and can't do, and not try and force it. And it's interesting because the car changes a lot over the course of the race as well.
And you can make adjustments to it, which is very unusual in Formula racing over in Europe.
Yeah, this is you can do quite a bit to it. So it was good. It was quite a nice change to go and do something different circuits, new challenge with the ovals. So I kind of embraced it, and then, but again, the IndyCar route, there wasn't really openings. There was some discussions, and then Stefan kind of approached me, sort of end of sort of '99, and said, I'm looking to do a sports car team to go and race at Le Mans and do the American Le Mans series. Would you be interested? Because we'd gotten really well from when we worked together in Indy Lights. And I was like, I don't know. I still kind of thought, I still want to do IndyCar. That was kind of what I was hoping to do. And I hadn't really, I hate to say this, but I hadn't really followed Le Mans as closely as I probably should have done. I think a lot of young drivers, it's maybe slightly different now, but tend to overlook it a little bit. And to be honest with you, it was literally all I had. So I kind of did it. And that's, and in the Reynard 2KQ, which was not the best car.
No. Things fell into focus for you then. We're with Guy Smith, by the way. We're talking on this long one on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. And we're up to 1999, as you heard Guy say there. The American Le Mans Series had just started.
Yeah.
First year, we'd done Petit Le Mans at the end of 1998, and the first full year was 1999. And there was Stefan Johansson giving your career a life now. Now, were you paid for that? Was that a proper drive, or were you still taking money then?
That was a free drive. So basically, so it'd gone from sort of, to be fair, my last year in Indy Lights, I actually got paid a little bit. So it hadn't cost me any money. So it sort of crossed the threshold then. And then when I did the sports car thing with Stefan, it was a free drive. So it wasn't physically costing me money. So I wasn't technically a professional, but I was on the cusp. I had my fingers on the ladder kind of thing. And the American Le Mans was such a great series. I mean, it was the start of it. You had these great names, Orbelin and Jules Dadgounon and Soper and, the Menishes and Capellos and Christian, all these great names. So it was somewhere definitely, to be amongst that company, you suddenly went from being other kind of drivers of a similar age and ability to amongst these kind of legends almost.
Did you find, when I first went over there in 98 and particularly in 99 for the first year of the championship, what really surprised me, maybe it wasn't such a big surprise to you because you'd already been in the IndyCar paddock, but the atmosphere in the paddock in the US was completely different from racing in the UK, which was all very cut and thrust, and certainly different from, say, Formula One or the big European formulas, where everybody was very secretive. No, this was an open paddock. You'd see David Brabham sitting, hang on, I've got a story here. Brabs is sitting at BMW. Oh, no, he's just having a cup of tea with one of the BMW drivers, which you would have never seen in those days over here.
No, and I think it's still true today. Actually, it must be a cultural thing, but it's the racing. I have to say, the racing. Not to be misunderstood, the racing is incredibly hard. It's as hard as anywhere else. So just because the environment is slightly more relaxed doesn't mean to say the racing's any easier. It's incredibly hard. But you're right. The environment is a great place to be. I know it's because it's sunny all the time. That helps. And usually you're in a nice place. But no, just generally, I think everybody's a little bit more open. The nature, you're not really in garages so much, you're kind of more in working out tents, so everybody's kind of walking around more, whereas here in Europe, everyone's out in the truck or motorhome or garage, wherever, and no one really kind of moves all weekend. So I think in America, people are walking around, and so yeah, it's just got a different vibe, and I think, it's hard not to embrace that when you're exposed to it.
So did a little light bulb go on at that point? So point number one, you're not having to pay for it, which is great. Yeah. Point number two, it's a great atmosphere, racing's good. Point number three, on the downside, the car wasn't great, as you said, and you weren't as competitive as I think we all thought that Reynard might have been. But did something click there where you thought, hello, there might be something here?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Reynard's success in IndyCar, and then they're building a sports car, I think, wow, this is going to be great. And I think we all thought that. And while the series was great and the atmosphere was great and everything was good about it, as a racer, I wanted to go and win and be competitive, and it became quite clear that while the car had some pace in it on its day in the right condition, with if it was cool, we also had Yokohama tyres which were great, but they operated in certain conditions, and when the conditions were suiting the tyre, the car could go really quick. But and also it was a little bit fragile. It was very fragile, particularly the gearbox. So we'd have races where we'd be quick and then the car would break down, and there'd be races where I wouldn't drive.
That was effectively a 675 car, wasn't it? It was a very, very lightweight car, and that was part of its appeal, but it was also part of its fragility.
Yeah, because it was built, it was designed by IndyCar engineers that everything was super lightweight and beautifully made, but just not built for endurance. So that was its fundamental downfall. But what happened was John Wickham came over. John Wickham was a team manager who Stefan had worked with previously at Spirit and Audi and everything else, and he was a team manager. And I didn't know John. He was just another Brit working in the team as far as I was concerned. But kind of got to know him a little bit. But what was happening was, although I was disappointed with the performance and I was probably quite disheartened by it, John was able to see that there was times where I'd be faster than Stefan, or I'd be a match for Stefan, who was, certainly at the time was very much still on it. And he was obviously taking note of that, which was great, which obviously ultimately came to help me down the line. But during that year also was my first exposure to Le Mans. So went to Le Mans for the first time, and I can't really remember the race particularly that well, but obviously I'm sure we didn't finish. But I remember winning Rookie of the Year. I remember turning up at the parade and them thrusting this trophy in my hand, and there's me thinking, what have I done? What have I done? There's a big heavy trophy, and it's like Rookie of the Year, and I'm like, it's for the fastest lap of a rookie in practice, or whatever. So that was nice. That was a nice surprise. But just generally, the whole event, really impressed me. I mean, we got there and it was fairly busy, and throughout the week, as you know, it builds and builds and builds, and by the weekend, you felt like a superstar because it was all these people and all the glitz and the glamour, driving at night, everything that sort of is special about Le Mans, just absolutely just took me away really.
It's almost overwhelming, isn't it, the first time that you go there? Anybody who's going there for the first time, whether it's a driver, a team member, a spectator, somebody from the press, I always say, try and take your first Le Mans in, because there's only one time that you're there for the first time. Yeah. And you can never take enough photographs, you can never build enough memories, because it is absolutely overwhelming. It's difficult to explain to someone who hasn't been there before. And you've been to some big events, let's not forget, particularly in the States. But Le Mans is just something over here out on its own, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, like I say, it's so unique. And even to this day, I mean, you can't, even if you've been many times like you have, you still go and you're still impressed by it. You're still like, geez, this is huge. I mean, and it has that effect on you. And I think that's why it's so special. It's like probably like the Indy 500, all these, they're events within themselves. And so it was my first exposure to it, and then I kind of got it. This is actually a really good home for me. I'm really enjoying this. I wasn't thinking about single seaters. I wasn't thinking about IndyCar. I was thinking about how can I get back in here again. But ideally, I'd love to be in a position where I'm in something a bit more competitive. But didn't really have any kind of thoughts or ideas as to where that might be. So, and then it was already at the end of the year that John sort of, John, is a great guy, as we all know, and incredibly quiet, keeps everything to himself.
Brain the size of a planet, though, logistically brilliant. Yeah. He's planning, he's scheming all the time. Yeah. John Wickham is just we should do one of these with him, actually, and sit down with him. So, did he come to you then at the end of the year?
Yeah, it basically came to me, and just said, look, just so you know, at the end of the year I'm going to be leaving. Bentley's going to look and set up a race team, or they're going to set up the race team, and they want to return to Le Mans. We've got the new GT coming out, and they want to make a return to racing, and so I'm going to go and do that. I said they're also looking for a young British driver because they want to, come out of the shadows of Rolls-Royce. They want to establish themselves as a young, new, fantastic GT car.
Still both the same company in those days, of course, Rolls-Royce and Bentley, before they were split apart.
That's right. So they'd split. So obviously Rolls-Royce had gone to BMW, Bentley to VAG, and so they wanted to come out of the shadows. And going back to Le Mans was the perfect way of doing that, because there's obviously such a rich history and success at Le Mans that by going back and trying to emulate that would be the perfect way to kind of shout about what they're up to.
When you think about it, that was a bold move at the time. I remember all of that happening as if it was yesterday, possibly not quite as clearly as you did, because you were even more significantly involved in it than I was. But I remember when that first started talking about, I remember going up there and talking to Brian Gush, Sarah Purris was involved on the PR side, and Wick as well, of course, and saying, are you sure this is what they wanted to chat with us about what was going on? Are you sure this is what you want to do? Because it was a bold thing to do, wasn't it?
Very bold. I mean, very bold. If you think where financially the company at that point was they were definitely not making money. They were losing money, and so it was a big commitment. It's a big commitment to set up a new team, go racing with LMP1 at the highest level. It's a big step, and but obviously. Fantastic move for them. It's a move that's paid off. I remember when actually my last race in America, I can't remember the actual bet now. I had a bet with my mechanics, which I lost, and I ended up bleaching my hair, bleach blonde. Not a great look. And literally within weeks, I had to go and have a meeting at Silverstone, because I think they were testing here at Silverstone with James Weaver, and there was Sarah Purris, Brian, and I don't know who else. Maybe John was in on the meeting, and they were kind of sort of giving me like a bit of an interview, and I turned up with like. At this point, and started to grow out a little bit, so I had these sort of horrible hair sort of combination. And I remember having a conversation which went really well, and they basically said to me, you've got the drive, but you've got to lose the hair. And I was like, no problem.
So you didn't need asking twice about that. You understood what an opportunity it was inherently. Straight away, you thought, oh, hello, this could be a new chap. Did you? You can't have known what was going to come after it, but did you? Realise what an opportunity that was when it was being offered to you?
I did, because I think this was when I look back at that year, and I was looking for this opportunity to go to Le Mans. to be ultimately be in a factory team to try and win outright, I never really expected it was going to happen. Certainly not so soon. And there was definitely far more, many more drivers that were more qualified than I was to be taking that seat. To be fair, but these things happen. You get a break, you get an opportunity, and it's about making the most of it. And things happen, don't they? Usually by accident or whatever, things happen, circumstances happen, and I got the drive, and then it was a case of sort of trying to sort of go with it really.
Now, if Le Mans was overwhelming when you went there with Stefan the first time, what was it like going back with Bentley overalls on? Because this was a huge story. Let's not underestimate this. Bentley and Le Mans, in terms of the history of that great race, going right back into the early 1920s, there is a huge amount of that history that is inseparable. Yeah. British brands at Le Mans. This year when we go there will be people with Bentley hats on. There'll be people with Jaguar hats on, and they haven't been there for 2.5 decades. Yeah. There is something essentially very British about that race that's held in France. So to go there as a modern day Bentley boy with everything that entailed, and that was played upon as well, that all of that history was evoked. What was that like? Were you ready for that?
No, it was huge. It was huge. Because in reality, I'd done the race the year before, and I'd done a handful of laps because the car kept breaking down, and I'd done a bit of testing. In the Bentley, but was I ready? Probably not. Not really. I wasn't an experienced Le Mans driver. I was a wannabe Le Mans driver. But I definitely wanted to take the opportunity, and it was great experience. Working with Stefan Ortelli and of course Martin Brundle. Learned a hell of a lot. And I think the thing is, when you're sort of learning. I must have been 27 at times. But when you're driving with drivers of a similar age, your learning curve is fairly sort of progressive. It's fairly steady. But when you're learning with people like Martin Brundle and you're sitting in a debrief and watching how they work and how they operate, mate, you grow up and you just go through. So I think that year, by the beginning of the year to the end of the year, I'd gone from being like a imposter almost, imposter kind of sports car factory driver.
Okay. By the end, you said wannabe at the start of the year. You were a wannabe Le Mans driver. You were in a factory team. So did you feel a bit like, what am I doing here? A bit like an outsider. In your own mind, I'm not saying the team.
Honestly, I don't know. I think I just tried to embrace it the best I could and just tried to take it all up and tried to do the best job I could in the car and in the testing and stuff. I'd been as quick as Martin and Stefan, so I felt like on pace and stuff. I felt like I justified it, and I justified it to myself.
And what was that first Bentley P1 like?
It was the best way I can describe it. It was raw. It was a fast car, but it wasn't an endurance car. It was hard to drive. It was edgy. It was very difficult in the wet. The mapping wasn't great. What happened was when the tyres were cold, the car would used to search left and right, in the straight line. It used to pull around. I remember Pete Ellery. I remember once we all used to complain about it. We used to test a lot at Snetterton because obviously RTM was close by, and we'd all complain about it until the tyres got warm. After 3 or 4 laps, it would be fine. And I remember maybe 2 or 3 years later on, where we actually converted one of the cars to a 2-seater and taking Peter out, and we set off down the back straight at Snet, and the car's snaking from left to right, and he looked at me. And he just like, I'm sorry.
Oh, now I know what you mean.
And like saying like the Mulsanne.
I think Ellery was the car designer, we should say. Yeah.
Actually, I have to say he was brilliant. Brilliant. Did a brilliant car. But on the Mulsanne, because the Mulsanne, the road's quite crested, with all the traffic going down, so it was pretty leery. But again, it's all part of the process. And unfortunately that year, the car it rained a lot. Martin was doing well. Was leading or was up front, and then it started raining, and he started complaining that there was they wouldn't shift gear. And what happened was the rear brakes were getting too hot in testing, so they put these ducts to cool the rear brakes. But what we hadn't done is we hadn't tested in the wet, and what it actually was working as a scoop, so water was going in, and it was going onto the activator, so it wouldn't shift gear. So quite often he was stuck in gear. Then it started to dry out a little bit, and he came back in the rain and said, it seems to be okay now. It seems to have fixed itself. So great. So then he comes in after like a triple stint, and I get in, and as I'm getting into the car, it pours down. It like just throws it down. So I go out the pits, and as we've done a driver change, he's got out all hot and sweaty. I've got in, I'm sort of normal, but the whole cockpit just steams up. So the side windows are steamed up, and literally the front window is steamed up, and there's the wiper, which is pretty pathetic, is in the middle. So I'm kind of like cricking my neck over to the middle of the cockpit, trying to see where I'm going. They've decided we're going to put you on intermediates because it's only a shower. It's only going to last So I leave. So I'm into intermediates. I can't see where I'm going, and I'm struggling to keep up with the safety car. Then I'm trying to shift gears, and it won't change. I'm thinking this is my first foray into, and I think I'm leading the race. I'm either leading or I'm second or somewhere up the front, and I'm like, oh my god, this is horrible. Anyway, ultimately what happened was the car got stuck in sixth gear, and what I should have done is I came up to the Indianapolis. It's stuck in Indianapolis. We came to Arnage Corner. I tried to get around Arnage Corner in sixth gear, which obviously was never going to happen, and the car stalled. So I'm stuck in sixth gear, and I'm at Arnage. And what I kept trying to do was put the clutch in, trying to start the engine, trying to get it moving, to try and see if I could. Anyway, and basically they said try and get it back on the starter motor, which I tried to do, which ultimately the clutch went, and it was a disaster. Now what I should have done, which was if I would have been a bit more mature and a bit more wise, which
experienced guy,
which is what Andy Wallace did, was not even try and make the corner and just straight line the grass in sixth gear. And so he just basically didn't even try and take the corner, kept his foot in, went across the grass. Once he got to the posh corners, he could go through at relative speed, managed to get back to the pits, and they fixed it, and then they finished the race. So it's all part of the learning curve.
And that year, Audi won the race, but Bentley won the podium because the guys came on in the old suits and the old flying helmets, the old racing helmets, and stuff like that. And at that point, I think everybody realised that Bentley was serious. And not that we didn't before, but the fact that that Bentley boys came on in those white suits, and Audi all of a sudden, albeit being a sister brand, went, oh, hello, what have we done here? And in fact, the next year, Audi entered 3 cars, so that the idea being that you guys couldn't even get on the podium.
Safety in numbers, yeah, exactly. And so basically, at the end of that year, actually was a really good result. Third was a great result, obviously. And but they decided that the sort of feeling was the car, although the car was very good, it probably wasn't the complete package if they were going to win. It needed to be easier to drive. It needed some alterations. So they decided to commit to building a brand new car for 2003. So while that took a lot of resource and effort, they said, right, well, what we're going to do is we're going to run one car in 2002, and we're going to just develop the new car throughout that year, ready for 2003. So it was a strategic move, but quite a big commitment. And they kept the 3 guys that stayed on, that were on the podium in 2001, and then they kept me on as well. So they obviously felt that they obviously felt I wasn't been an imposter, and they felt I had something to offer. And I did most of the testing on the 2.
I heard you made a good cup of tea, in fairness. That's what Gushy said to me. He says that lad from Yorkshire can make a decent cup of tea.
Well, it's from all my time at Manor. Every time I used to go to Manor, the first thing they said was get the kettle on. So I think I probably learnt from them. But I think So then in 2002, we had the new car, and it was instant. We jumped in that car, and it felt like jumping into it was like jumping into a road car. It's one of those cars that you could drive around the paddock, leave the pits, whatever, and it just felt easy to drive. It just drove like a road car. Normal race cars, until you get over until they get over 100 mile an hour, they feel horrendous, like a tractor almost. So this car was nice to drive.
Like a Bentley should be.
Like a Bentley should be, exactly. And obviously on the track, it was instantly we knew that the car was a big step over the previous car.
I remember seeing it at Sebring in 03.
Yeah.
When it was effectively unveiled, the first time we'd had a good crawl around it and have a look at it. And I just thought to myself, that looks like a weapon. And Charles Dressing said at the time, that looks like it should be hanging under the wing of some bomber plane ready to be unleashed. Because it did, it looked like it was still recognisably, a development of the car you'd had before, but everything was sharper, everything was optimised, everything just... It was literally jaw-droppingly beautiful, and the colour helped as well, of course. But when you were doing the testing, did you immediately know then that car was a quantum leap over what you'd had before?
Yeah, I mean, it was a quantum leap. But what we were doing throughout that year, towards the end of 2002, leading up to 3, at that point we knew that Tom Christensen and Dindo Capella were going to be coming over for 2003. So they came over and did some testing with us, and we were doing back-to-backs with the old car and the new car, and they were like, I mean, it was interesting, like with Tom, because obviously with all his experience and all his success, he was like, yeah, the 2001 car is a great car, but it's not an endurance car. And he jumped in the 2003 car, said, right, that's an endurance car, because it's endurance racing. It's not just about like Formula One where it's about that lap time. There's so many variables and things it has to be good at. It can't be a one-trick pony to win an endurance race. And the car was fantastic. It was instantly better and a big step forward. And yeah, went to Sebring and. Immediately, the car was one of the hardest tracks in the world. The car was fantastic, and I think it looks like you said, it looks purposeful. But even now, it still looks. It hasn't really aged. Considering how old it is, it looks great. It still looks good today.
You could roll that out today, and it wouldn't look out of place on any World Endurance Championship grid. We're with Guy Smith. We're talking about his career as he's decided to go back to Yorkshire and concentrate on road rallying, which we'll talk about in a moment. But we've got to talk about 2003 Le Mans. Everything had been leading up to it. It was the third year of the programme. There'd been big claims made for the programme, and the third year was the year that it was meant to happen. Ultimately, it did. I remember everything was optimised. You were the first guys who I ever saw. This was under John Wickham as well, of course. Videotaping your pit stops from 2 or 3 different angles and then having a look. That started in 2002, if I remember rightly. And extraordinary. That must live with you, clearly, a Brit standing on the top step, looking at all those Union flags down below you, national anthem playing out. That's the end of it. That's the culmination of the race. But so much went into the race itself and even leading up to it. How much of that now do you remember? Or is it just that, oh my God, and you got to take the checkered flag as well, of course.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right, because obviously you do all the work and the testing and the 24-hour tests and all the effort that goes into it, and it's such a big team effort. You never really allow yourself to think that it's ever going to happen, because you never want to put yourself into that position, but you just, we had a really good race. We had Joe Housen was our engineer, one of the best guys I've ever worked with, incredibly calm. He was one of these guys that, like, you could say to him, Joe, I've only got 3 wheels, the wheels come off. And he'd sort of say, no problem, you're actually faster with 3 than 4. And you'd believe him, he'd give you that kind of confidence. And of course, between Tom and Dindo, I had great co-drivers to kind of, take some pressure away. And we worked incredibly well together, even though we only did a handful of races together. And the race itself just was literally the perfect race. And that's what you need at Le Mans. And it almost felt like doing a test, because you come in, bump, fuel tyres, go, drive fuel tyres. And it was one of those, we just kept cycling through, and we just kept our head down. I mean, there was a little bit of an issue at the beginning of the race, but that was the only real scare. But apart from that, it was very straightforward.
I remember looking back when we all met up at the Grosvenor for what was the traditional Bentley Boys celebration, and we got the car in through the doors by putting it on its side. I remember filming all of that and doing some stuff live for TV down there. I remember I had a copy of all the hourly results at Le Mans. There's a result comes out at the top of every hour, and Bentley led at the top of every hour for the whole 24. Your car, I think from the top of my head, was something like 25 minutes in the pits. In the whole 24 hours. It was barely a minute an hour.
I don't know if it's still a record. At the time, it was a record for the least amount of time in the pits. I think the number 8 car had an issue with a headrest coming loose or something else. But, they also, had a great race, but just not quite as perfect as ours. And I mean, it's just fantastic. And then you get to, I get to do the last 2 hours or 3 hours, which is a great honour and a great trust in Bentley and in myself. But
it could have been a nightmare if you've messed it up.
That's exactly it, and it's amazing what goes through your mind when you're going around and you're looking at that Rolex clock and you're thinking, okay, right, 2 hours to go, and you come back round and it's like 1 hour, 57 minutes, and it's the slowest 2 hours of your life, and you start every little noise, every gear shift, every little noise you hear, and you think, God, anything could go wrong now. Please not on my watch. And as we saw, last year, the year before with Toyota, anything's possible at Le Mans. So yeah, an incredibly long couple of hours, but to cross the line, was it was a huge release of emotion, but at the same time, it did take a long while to really sink in, because you kind of, I'd love to win it, but you just never quite, you just don't expect it, to be fair. So
at that point, then, you've won the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It didn't get the coverage that it should have got in the mainstream media. Although France went bonkers, I seem to remember. Didn't you drive the car down the Champs-Élysées?
Yeah, we actually drove down the Champs-Élysées the following day. So we had so actually Derek drove the car down the Champs-Élysées, and we were in a couple of Bentley blowers following, which was again, pretty impressive to see the cars going down. Obviously, all the traffic and everything else. So yeah, it was cool, and that's what makes a brand like Bentley so special. Being able to do all these kind of cool things that go with it.
You stayed in sports cars, obviously. You've ended your careers in sports cars now. I'm aware of the time, so we're going to skip on a little bit. Bentley coming into GT3 racing the cars that they sell. Again, a bold move. We talked about it with the prototypes. The Continental is a beautiful car. It's a beautiful Grand Tourer, in the broadest sense of the word. GT3 and balance of performance allowed it to go up against Ferraris and McLarens and cars that
genuine sports cars.
Genuine high performance sports cars. That couldn't have happened without GT3 regulations, could it?
No, I mean you could argue that Bentley's the only true GT race car.
Grand Tourer,
which is a Grand Tourer. The other cars are sort of supercars. So, but you're absolutely right. I think it was a very bold move, but I think it's one that Bentley deserves to be at the racetrack. Its heritage is motorsport. To come back, LMP, just wasn't viable with the cost, and plus all the other brands, with Porsche and Audi there, it wouldn't have made sense. GT3 racing is what they sell, and you can sell the race cars, you can race them. You obviously have your M Sports and so on and so forth. So it's a great platform, and I think to see a Bentley out there racing and beating the likes of Ferrari and Porsche and stuff is fantastic.
I'll come on to why now is the right time for you to step away in a moment, but when I skipped forward there, I didn't want to skip over, and I have, so I want to go back a moment. Just those American years in the ALMS, when you were out there racing prototypes as well, with a number of teams, including the Dyson guys and all of that. Happy days for me, those. That was, we didn't have a World Endurance Championship in those days. We didn't need it because it was all in America.
Going back to America, obviously when the I did the Le Mans in 2003, I did Le Mans in 2004 with Audi UK and finished second with Johnny Herbert. Again, very close to winning. And then after that, Bentley decided they were going to continue with racing. And I got to meet with Chris Dyson. I got to met him previous race that year. Got on really well, and long story cut short, but ended up driving with Dyson for nigh on sort of 8-9 years, and had a great partnership racing their prototype program, winning the American Le Mans Series Championship in 2011. So it's been fantastic years. As I said, great race in America, great circuits. But when I got the call in 2013, middle end of 2013, from Brian Gush from Bentley, and he said, right, we're going to go back racing again. We'd love for you to be a part of it. We're going to go in a GT car, which is something I'd never really done. I've done literally nothing. But I thought, well, I'm 39. It's an opportunity for a new challenge, something different. A bit like with the Indy Lights and the ovals, it's sometimes good to challenge yourself, go out your comfort zone a little bit, and I've relished it. I've really enjoyed it.
And it's been great to watch as well, Guy. Tough question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. It's an impossible question for you to answer. 2003 Le Mans, your best race? You had some great races in the LMS, some close races, dash for the line type close races after 3 and 4 hours. Think about your best race, your most memorable race. Le Mans obviously has got to be up there. You drove a lot of different cars. Audi R8 as well, of course. We talk about the Bentley being a classic car that had a 3-year lifespan, effectively, 2 and 1. The Audi R8 had a very long lifespan and generally thought of as a modern classic. The GT car as well. So tough questions, but best race got to be Le Mans 2003, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think it's probably the best one, and it's obviously the most well known. I think I've got 3 that kind of stick out in my mind. There's that one there. There's the Pretty Well Challenge race, which I won in Utah, which was Bentley's first ever win in America on my 40th birthday. So that was a great one, and nice to do it with Dyson again, because it was sort of pulling the Dyson Bentley connection together. So I was working with the 2 teams really that I've driven for majority of my career. And I would say Silverstone in 2014, where we won here, which was Bentley's first GT win. So so important races to Bentley, but also equally important to myself as well. So I'm proud of those races. always say I'd like to have won more, but you got to take what you get in life and go with it, really.
And what about that Audi R8? You got to drive the Audi R8 when it was in its pomp, and that is generally thought of as one of the best sports prototype cars ever built.
Yeah, fantastic. The first time I actually ever drove it, I drove the Gulf Audi with Stephanie Hansen and Sebring, where we had a good shot. We had a good chance to potentially win it. So that was a good race. And then obviously raced the Audi UK car at Le Mans. So yeah, another fantastic car. Different again to the Bentley. Many people think that the Bentley is an Audi painted green, which I can absolutely categorically say is completely not true. But yeah, that in its own right is a very, very different car to the Bentley, but in its own way, very, very efficient, and obviously an iconic car as well of its time.
I've got a great picture of you in that car going into turn 1 at Sebring that Gary Dodds, our photographer for the American Le Mans Series web stuff that we did, took, and I've got it blown up. It's still in my office. Okay. I'll have to get you one day to sign that. It's sparkling from the front end. It's superb. So we've been talking to Guy Smith here at Silverstone on the eve of his final race as a Bentley Works driver. Why now? Why is now the right time for you to step up? You've done it on your own terms. You've not waited till the end of the season. Bentley have been very understanding about allowing you to step away. I know the new car was part of that decision, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it's one of those things. I've probably been thinking about it for maybe a couple of years now. It's sort of crossed my mind. People always said, you'll know when the time's right, and I didn't really fully understand that. But there was a couple of races where you're sort of sitting there and you're thinking, you start to weigh things up a little bit, and not so much the danger, but just, do I want to still be doing this? And I love it, and I love the racing, the purity of it. I love all of that and the teamwork and everything else. But probably about 2 years ago, I set up. I've got Greenlight, which is a sports marketing business, so working in different sports, which is taking up more and more of my time as it's becoming more and more successful. I'm also more involved with the family business as well. Plus, there's other projects that I'm working on.
Swift Caravans and Motorhomes, by the way, the Swift group. Just thought I'd get that in. I never know when I might have to borrow one.
Thank you. And of course, got a big family, got 3 daughters as well that are grown up. So it's all part of the sort of the process of moving. I love the racing. I really enjoy it. But I just felt like, last couple of years, I felt like I've got a lot on my plate with everything, and I just need to take some pressure off. And I think I was getting to the point where I was, I'd be on my bike at 5:30 in the morning for a couple of hours, then I'd be at like a board meeting at Swift, and then I'd be doing something else, and I was just running myself ragged. And I'm thinking, if I'm going to be a factory driver, I need to give it 110%. And I felt that I probably wasn't doing myself or the team or my teammates justice if I was just kind of, for want of a better word, bluffing it. If you know what I mean. Yeah. So I just thought, well, it's time to step back a little bit. I mean, I'm still open to racing, whether it be in America or pretty well.
Well, that was going to be my next question. Yeah. So, not a works driver anymore, although I'm absolutely certain that Bentley will find you something to do that has the word ambassador in it somewhere. And let's hope that continues. Yeah. But, you're not going to stop filling in your forms at the end of the year and getting your racing licence. You're not stepping away completely here.
No, I think whether it be, hopefully driving a Bentley or whether it be rallying or whatever it may be.
You still got your rally car?
Still rally cars. So I still do some forest rallies in the historics, and we've I've got a Fiesta R5 as well. So there's plenty of stuff. There's plenty of stuff to keep me busy. So yeah. So between that and like I said, if I decide that, or if there's an opportunity to do some stuff with Bentley, with customer teams, I'd like to work with them. I'd like to work with the drivers we've got here at M Sport and try and nurture them. And obviously we've got Jordan coming into the team, so I'll help him. I just felt it was time to pass the baton. I think Bentley would like me to carry on. I would like to have tried to carry on, but I just felt that I probably wasn't doing justice. And I think that there's a lot of young drivers that they deserve that chance. That chance that I got when I moved, to be a factory driver. I got that opportunity, and I'm sure Jordan wasn't expecting it, and he got a call out of the blue to say, right, you've got your chance. That's what happened to me in some respects, and it's his turn to make history, carry on the history for Bentley. I can't go on forever, can we? So, and I'm 44 this year, so I'm not, it's not like I can keep driving. As much as I still love it, you can't go on forever.
Yeah, you just get faster as you get older. That's what I tell everybody anyway. Guy Smith, thank you for a career that has brought me personally, and I know a lot of our listeners, an awful lot of excitement and entertainment. You've been a gentleman all the way through it, in everything that you've done, in all the dealings that we've had together, through the good times and the bad. You are a true Bentley boy and a top bloke. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks, John. Thank you very much.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com. Inside Dunlop Racing.
Joining me here on Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM, James Bailey from Dunlop. James, lovely to have you back again in what is a very important year for Dunlop, because back in 1888. See, I should have stayed on at school and done a bit more of that. 1888 in Belfast is when it all started for Dunlop, and obviously quite big celebrations for the 130th anniversary.
Yep, it's 130 years of winning, because the reason why Dunlop was created was John Boyd Dunlop had a son who was competing in tricycle racing, and we wanted to make that tricycle go a little bit faster and further. And it was his discovery of the pneumatic tyre and the improvement in rolling resistance from that led to it going faster and further and winning a race. So we can genuinely claim that Dunlop exists because of that desire and that need and ambition to win.
And in those early days, early sport, be it cycle, pedal-powered or subsequently motor-powered, were tremendously important in not just developing the pneumatic tyre, but getting people to believe in it.
That's right. I mean, the concept of putting air in a tyre was a new one, and came with some issues, some that we still have today, like punctures and puncture resistance. But a lot of the technologies that we've developed over the years have been to continually improve the product. I mean, for example, at Le Mans in the 1930s, it was around the first time that we started to experiment with a lining inside the tyre, which was a forerunner of the tubeless tyre that we take for granted now. And in the 1980s, we began to experiment with something called Dunlop Denlock, and that was a tyre that would stay on the rim when it deflated. So it's very similar to the Dunlop run-on flat tyres that you get these days on a BMW or on a Mini. And that was actually used on the Porsche 956s and 962s of that era as well. So it was another example of how coming here to Le Mans helps us develop new ideas and test them in a demanding environment.
The Le Mans 24 Hours and endurance racing in more general terms, of course, I think all of us can relate that far more easily than perhaps some other forms of motorsport. I know you learn from every type of motorsport in which you compete, but the importance of endurance, of wear, of performance at Le Mans, wear resistance at Le Mans, while still giving grip and feel for the drivers. I think as everyday drivers, most people can carry that through into your road products without a massive leap of mental faith.
That's right. We learn a lot more in endurance racing than we do in sprint racing. If you look at the typical power to weight ratios of a Le Mans GT car, it's actually quite similar to a high-end GT car for the road. If you look at the tyre sizes, 18-inch wheels, perhaps 310 millimeters wide, that's the kind of tyre size, again, that you would expect to see on the road car equivalent. Compare that to Formula One, where you're looking at 13-inch wheels. There's less to learn in that environment. And that's what we do. We come to Le Mans and to all other endurance races to develop and to learn. But it's one of 300 races that we do during the year. And one of the great things about Dunlop is that it's such a diverse range of racing. We're not a company that's just chosen to do one championship. We're involved in so many. In the last 2 weeks, we've had British Touring Car Championship. We've had the Endurance World Championship for motorcycle. We've had the Isle of Man TT. We've got national level superbike races around the world, European Le Mans Series, and we're present in all of them. And we apply the learnings from one to the other. And within Dunlop, the compound engineers for motorcycle, they sit next to the compound engineers for car. There's a lot of sharing of ideas. The tyres that we make for the LMP2 cars that are racing here at Le Mans are made in exactly the same factory as our high-performance road tyres. So it's about transfer of technology and production methods.
Technology, not just from Dunlop and the tyre side of things, but of course, through the 130 years, you've had to deal with innovations from the motor manufacturers as well, and not least, of course, here at Le Mans.
The cars are always evolving. Take LMP2 as an example. The regulations changed last year. The downforce went up, the power went up. The LMP2 pole time in 2017 was faster than the Audi LMP1 pole time of 2012. And this is with cars that are designed to be run by privateers on smaller budgets. So it's constantly pushing us further and farther to go and discover the pace, but also, more importantly, the consistent durability. Because one of the great things about the Le Mans regulations is the fact that only a few people can touch the car during a pit stop. That means there's a penalty for changing tyres. That means it forces us to develop tyres that last longer because of the penalty for changing them.
And it is open tyre competition, of course, in LMP2 and indeed in GT. You've never shied away from that as Dunlop as a brand in the 130 years.
It's what we do. We race to compete. It goes back to that ethos of John Boyd Dunlop and wanting to win a race. And most of the areas where we compete in international motorsport are against the biggest and the best of our competitors too. Whether it's in the Isle of Man TT, whether it's in the Motorcycle Endurance World Championship, whether it's in the Car World Endurance Championship, whether it's the Nürburgring 24-hour race where there's 6 different tyre manufacturers present. We're there because we want to benchmark ourselves against the competition.
What do I, as a consumer, what benefit do I get out of the not inconsiderable investment in time, energy, and indeed a financial investment of Dunlop going racing? If I think back to the 1950s, Jaguar were the first disc brake winners here at Le Mans in 1953, and you guys involved in that, in fact. We could see in those days more easily the technological advances. It's perhaps more incremental nowadays. Are those advances still there, and are we still getting the competition dividend, if you like?
Absolutely. If you put on the LMP2 tyres of 2 years ago on this car, it would be going maybe 2 or 3 seconds a lap slower and not lasting as long. We're constantly pushed to develop and to go further and have tyres that perform, we call it stronger for longer. And one of the great examples of that is, we've talked about that penalty for stopping in the pits, but going 3 stints was a good thing 5 years ago. Then we've been going 4 stints, now 5 stints with many cars. And that pushes us to, the tyres might look the same as they did 3 or 4 years ago. One thing I can promise is tyres aren't going to look radically different in the next few years. I think they will still be black and round, but it's those incremental marginal gains that we keep making, and a lot of it comes from compound development, and a lot of it is through trying new materials as well. We've done a lot of work that I'm not allowed to talk about, but particularly around cords and some of the plies and the materials that we're using within the construction of the tyre, and that's giving us better durability. It's keeping the tyre more rigid, keeping its shape. It's also helping with low rolling resistance, because fuel consumption is an issue on an endurance car, as is top speed, and you don't want the tyre to have drag on the straight, but you want it to have grip in the corner. And these are the kind of things that we're always improving on every year, and it's one of the reasons why every single tyre specification we've brought to Le Mans this year is different to last year.
All of those attributes, though, that you're talking about there, James, they are all equally relevant, perhaps even more relevant than ever nowadays, for road tyres, for street car tyres. And your latest range of tyres does incorporate some of that knowledge, and delighted to say that you've been chosen, as you have been down through the 130 years, for the original equipment manufacturer and specified tyres for some of the most well-known sports cars in the world.
When we look at our Le Mans wins, I mean, we've had wins in the 50s with Jaguar, then Aston Martin, then Ferrari. Probably our most famous and iconic images of winning were with Porsche throughout the 1970s and the 1980s. You think of cars like the 935, the 936, 956, 962. They're the kind of numbers that make that Porsche enthusiast heart beat faster. And we're working again with Porsche on road car development. We've developed a tyre called the Dunlop Sport Max Race 2. It's a combination of a road tyre with high track potential as well, and that's been chosen by Porsche for GT2 RS, GT3 RS, and GT3. We're delighted about that because Porsche do have a close relationship with other tyre companies. Yes. So the tyre was chosen by Porsche on merit after comparison testing. We've done a lot of development with them, and that tyre incorporates learnings, particularly from a construction and a compound point of view, that have come directly from motorsport. One of the critical things with it was high-speed stability. We did some work on construction that came directly from our Nordschleifer experience, where we've been supplying tyres to 911 GT3 teams like Fricadelli in the VLN Championship. The development from that went into the Sport Max Race 2.
How closely do you have to work then with a manufacturer, let's say Porsche, for that type of application? And how much trust has there got to be? Because clearly you can't wait until the car comes out to benchmark it. They've got to be able to give you a specification, one presumes.
When you're chosen to work with a car manufacturer, you do get access to the data, the modelling, and also some of the early prototypes. And in this case, the car manufacturer chose to work with us at an early stage. We'd worked successfully with Porsche with our predecessor tyre, the original Dunlop Sport Max Race that was launched 4 years ago. That was original equipment as an option on the last generation 911 GT3, and as a result of that, Porsche chose to work with us for the Dunlop Sport Max Race 2. And it is a close collaboration. You need to understand the car, you need to work with them throughout their testing, understand what their goals are for the car. And as you'd imagine, a manufacturer like Porsche is amongst the most demanding in the world. But that's great, because just like motorsport, that pushes us to develop the ideal and optimum product.
They always say an informed customer is a good customer. Perhaps a demanding one is also a good customer as well, as we all are, because the round black things at each corner of our car are the things that keep us pointing in the right direction, that stop us. 130 years down, we're in a period of change for the automotive industry globally. What does the next 10 or 15 years, never mind 130 years, have in store for Dunlop and for the products that we'll see coming out of Dunlop that we'll be putting on whatever our personal transport vehicles might be in the next couple of decades?
Well, a few years ago, on our 125th anniversary, we asked fans what they expected the race car of 125 years' time to look like, and we weren't sure we would like the idea because we had autonomy. The driver was standing in the pits, controlling the car. It effectively was radio-controlled racing. So we decided to scrap that idea. Let's just stick with the short term and the next 5 to 10 years. We're seeing increased use of hybrid and electric power. That's something that's being discussed for GT racing as well. That brings new challenges in terms of the torque that's going through the drivetrain and through the tyre. And we've still got to maintain the same level of performance and durability with a very different type of powertrain. I think the regulation makers will always set us a new challenge. They're going to want tyres to last longer than ever before, and that's something that we're definitely up for, and that's why we're working closely with the teams to develop the tyres that have that durability but the lasting performance, and that's really our focus for the coming years.
But still round and still, I suppose, potentially black, although I know they don't have to be, but the big differences will be presumably in materials that we look at as we go into another 5-10 year cycle.
It is. People think of a tyre as just being rubber, but you've started to list the materials in there. You've got rayon, nylon, carbon, Kevlar in some of the tyres, steel, of course, and it's each one of those materials. We've got experts in our technical centres, and it's a proper multinational team. We have compound development in Montluçon, just a couple of hours south of Le Mans. We have design engineers in Birmingham, UK. We've got manufacturing and materials development in Hanau near Frankfurt, and our main technical centre in Luxembourg, just about 50 miles south of Spa. We've got a lot of our materials and chemistry development there. And they're all working together. It's a multinational team in different sites, but we get them to collaborate, to share ideas. And as I say, although the end product often looks the same, what goes in it is going to be quite different in years to come.
And the relationship with endurance racing, and particularly with the Le Mans 24 Hours for Dunlop, continues. It's been a very successful one down through the years. You are still the most successful tyre manufacturer in the history of the Grand Prix d'Endurance, and that's not going away anytime soon either, is it?
No, we don't take success for granted, but we're proud of the fact that it's 130 years since we won our first race. Our first Le Mans win came in 1924. We've had 34 overall wins, as you say, more than any other tyre manufacturer. In the class that's mainly featured open competition in the last decade or so, which is LMP2, we've had 7 consecutive wins. We're going for 8 this weekend. And of course, last year in GT racing, we won the Nürburgring 24 Hours and we won the Le Mans 24-hour GTE class with Aston Martin. And we're proud of that success because, again, it's a genuine team effort. It's a multinational team effort, and a lot of resources, a lot of brain power, and there's a lot of history behind this too.
James, thanks for joining us. Enjoy the weekend.
Thank you, Andy.
This programme is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
News and analysis,
Speculation and debate.
special guests, and our resident experts discussing the whole gamut of motorsport.
Formula One, sports cars, touring cars, rallying and bikes. If it has wheels and an engine, and they keep score, it's on Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
on RS1.
Hi everyone, Joe Bradley and Gemma Hatton reporting from the BMW garage at Le Mans test weekend, and Gemma and I have been joined greatly by Alexander Sims, who's down to drive one of our BMW M8s that are in the GT Pro category. Welcome to your garage, Alex. I suppose I should be saying welcome to me and Gemma.
Hi there.
We've got this great opportunity, Gemma, to talk to Alexander about the car. And I know Alexander's a professional racing driver, so we don't want to be too technical. So where we're going to go with this?
I think we'll start with the aerodynamics of the car. Obviously, with the late being based on a production car as opposed to a sports car like your rivals, I think lost a bit of development time. As a driver, how does the aerodynamics perform in the setup? What kind of parameters are you playing with specifically for Le Mans?
So actually specifically for Le Mans, I haven't done a huge amount of running in the car in Le Mans spec aero. It's obviously less downforce because you want less drag for the long straights. But fundamentally, it's still got a similar level compared to the road car. You know, you're going from nothing in the road car to quite a large amount in this race car. The aero on this car, I mean, comparing it to the M6, which is the other BMW I've most recently driven, I would say it seems to be more efficient, probably less drag. I'm just talking speculatively from a driver's point of view, but yeah, probably like 5th, 6th gear corners we're a little bit weaker in the M8 compared to the M6, because that was really the M6's absolute strength, was ultra high speed corners, but the M8 seems to be better throughout the whole range and more consistent throughout the whole range, put it that way, rather than this big ramp up in the high speed corners like we used to have.
Is that going to be, I mean, the Porsche curves, it says, you know, reputedly, if you can get the car to work through the Porsche curves, then it's going to be good at Le Mans. But from what you've said there, Alexander, the Porsche curves are pretty high speed, aren't they?
Well, yeah, I don't know what they're going to be 4th gear, I would guess. I'm just saying relative to the M6. Obviously, the M6 never drove here, so the M6 might have been way above everyone else, and now we're actually at a similar level. I don't know if Porsche curves is the absolute critical thing here. obviously there's a vast mix of slow-speed chicanes, high-speed straights, high-speed corners in the Porsche curves, all sorts of things you need to get right in the car. I'm confident that the car will be handling well, don't get me wrong. I'm just comparing it to the M6. So yeah, no, we'll see what it's like on track tomorrow.
Looking at the M8 and certainly the rear of the M8, the GTE class, the huge diffusers that, they kind of remind me of prototype levels of aero, work of art. I'd have them on my mantelpiece anytime. When you are working with your engineer with regards to setup, certainly in the world of single seat, there's something like a millimetre of ride height difference at the rear can destroy downforce. Is that what we're getting to now in GT cars?
Honestly, no. We are still in a place with our cars anyway, where it's still important, don't get me wrong, but sometimes actually you don't want to be running the car right on the ground, or the nose right on the ground, to make the floor work as hard as possible, because the pitch of the car can then upset the aero balance quite a lot. So it's sometimes, or quite often I would say, a better situation to actually reduce the overall amount of theoretical downforce you have by lifting the entire car up slightly by 5 or 10 mil, to enable the aero platform to stay more consistent. So with the driver inputs, with your braking and accelerating, the pitch of the car has less effect on the aero balance, and then you can generally hold a faster speed over the duration of the corner, rather than just working on absolute peak downforce when the car's settled in the middle of the corner.
Is that when we hear terms like pitch sensitivity? Is that what Alexander's just described to us, Gemma?
Yeah, I think so. Continuing on the aerodynamics theme, or airflow, obviously it's quite a large car, quite a large cockpit. How are they dealing with the cooling of that car? Is it effectively a greenhouse for the hotter races, or how are they dealing with that?
Well, firstly, there's quite a lot of airflow through the cabin. We've got sort of vents in the rear screen to help pull air out of the rear of the car, to get some of that hot air out. But we've got quite a lot of incoming air along with air conditioning. Got air conditioning blowing onto the back of the driver's seat. Helmet cooling if required. I use it personally. And lots of cool air coming onto the driver. So it's pretty nice and good conditions to drive in the hotter races, because I don't know so much in Le Mans. Sometimes it's obviously nice and hot here, but certainly over in IMSA where I drive, you have some races over there. I remember COTA last year in Texas. It was just, I don't know, it was like mid to high 30s, plus it was humid, and you do a single stint there and you are like maxed out. And so to have aircon for a backup as a driver is fantastic, to just keep your head nice and cool, just not make any mistakes. It's one of the sort of unseen benefits to having aircon and stuff, is just for the driver to be calm and just crack on with his job.
And I would imagine, crucially, the preparation that you put in on a personal level to meet those demands is quite an important factor.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to stay fit and healthy, stay active, but also with my program last year and this year as well, we're driving all the time, either traveling or driving. I'm doing IMSA, this program, Nürburgring 24 hours, some of Blancpain. There's really not much spare time at all, to be honest, and so you train when you can, when you have the downtime, but if you have one day in between traveling from America to then come to Le Mans or whatever, you don't then want to spend that one day training. You need to calm down, recover, and go to the next race. So it's just balancing your time and being smart with it.
Yeah, and no better training than being in the car and getting seat time, is there? Gemma?
Yeah, well, as a driver, would you say it's the air temperature in the cockpit or the amount of airflow that gives you the most sort of cooling to help your performance?
I would say air temperature, personally. Saying that, it's a mix, ultimately. If there's no airflow, then it gets stagnant and it feels horrible. But equally, if there's massive airflow but it's hot air coming in, then that's not helpful either. A balance between the two, to be honest. But certainly if you can feel a little bit of aircon and the air temperature, the cooling effect on your skin, that makes a huge difference.
Looking into the cockpit of this M8, it's a very busy cockpit. Switches everywhere, pipes, how involved are you as the driver? It's all right. You've got that steering wheel with a myriad of buttons. I'm sure a 747 jumbo jet didn't have as many buttons on as that your steering wheel that you're going to be using, Alexander. Can you give us a bit of insight as to what exactly that's all about? We'll just step across to the M8 now and look into the side of the cockpit of Alexander's car.
Well, to be honest, yeah, there are loads of switches and loads of functions available to us. Most of the time, we're going to be using the bare minimum, to be honest, when we're actually driving. We're focusing on driving the car as fast as possible, so we don't really want to be adjusting settings every straight for various different parameters to be changing. We want to just get to a happy medium and then crack on with it.
Right, that's what you want, but what does the engineer? Does the engineer demand of you?
Well, I mean, we work together, and obviously the engineers come over the radio sometimes to tell you to change certain settings for whatever reason. You know, they've got some data coming back to the pits that they can see, and for, you know, the gearbox guy might think that something needs to be changed to optimize the gearbox settings. And to be honest, some of the settings I don't really know what they're doing, but I just go to whatever function I'm told to go to and select it.
And do you practice that? I mean, you know, we talk about it's all right, test weekend, it's all about practice, not just for the engineers, for the crew. I saw your guys out there doing pit stop practice, for instance. So from a driver's point of view, would that be something that you practice going through the settings on the steering wheel whilst you know, hammering around Le Mans here?
Yeah, well, at pre-season testing in development of this car, that was certainly something that all of the drivers were very keen to do, because compared to the M6 and I guess the DTM car, they don't have anywhere near as many functions as this car does. You know, with this car, the electronic side of things have been massively improved in terms of just having more scope to change more things on the car electronically. And yeah, that's something that we were keen to practice, was just to go through all the different settings, get used to all the different functions so that we can do it without, you know, putting too much brain power into it. Sounds silly just to, you know, just flipping a switch or something, but actually at 180 mile an hour, when you've got someone overtaking you and you've got to spot your braking point and you've got 2 seconds to make the change, you want to be able to do it without thinking. So it's definitely something we focused on, yes.
You're listening to Radio Le Mans. My name's Joe Bradley. I'm with Gemma Hatton, and we are in the BMW garage with Alexander Sims. So Alexander Sims from BMW. We're in the BMW garage. Joe Bradley, Gemma Hatton. We've managed to grab Alexander, Gemma, and for some great insight, that's really going to set our week up for Le Mans week, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. And we were touching on the cockpit electronics and the amount of adjustments that the driver has to do. Obviously, in Formula One, you see them tweaking the steering wheel all the time. You've got I drove down the Mulsanne Straight today, and okay, I was in a Peugeot, but it was still a very, very long way. That's plenty of time for you to sort of reset yourself and have a bit of a rest as much as you can on a racetrack. I mean, can you give an idea or an estimate of how many buttons or notches you'd press throughout the Mulsanne Straight?
If we get a call to change something, then it's generally just a turn of the multi-dial on the middle of the steering wheel, and then up or down on a couple of rotaries, and then a confirm. That's about it. I honestly watch the F1 guys and am in awe of how much they have to do round Monaco, say. I remember watching some onboard, and obviously in time you would adjust to it, but I can imagine that to start with, those guys are having to put a lot of brain power into trying to get everything right, because then they come in the pits and they've lost a tenth in one of the corners, and then the engineers are going to be hard on them, saying, you know, why did you give up time? Well, hang on a sec, I was trying to change 4 settings in the 2 seconds before I hit the braking zone, you know. So no, thankfully we're not as busy as those guys.
Okay.
This year, Le Mans pit stop regulations change. I mentioned earlier, Alexander, we saw the guys practicing their pit stops, and, you know, a casual observer would probably think, well, surely they've got that down to a T, you know, but no, there's never enough practice, and especially this year because it changes. We're now able to change tyres at the same time as refueling. And that's tactically going to completely change the complexion of the race, because it would be tactically advantageous to double stint Michelin tyres on the BMW. Have you discussed that, without giving obviously any secrets away that BMW are going to use? What's the plan, and how are you going to address? And is it going to change things, massively?
Well, I mean, it's the same procedure as we have used in IMSA, and so I did it all last year and this year so far. It was certainly something that, during the development of the car, we thought we were going to have nice, easy pit stops here at Le Mans, and then, I don't know, middle of the way through or end of last year, the regulations were announced, and it was like, oh, okay, we're going to have to factor that into our preparations. These guys here in MTech, they were in DTM before, so yes, every team will want to practice, but these guys, it's all still fairly new, so as much practice as we can get, the better. Because everyone's still just fine-tuning their processes, because the DTM pit stops were different to these pit stops. And yeah, I mean, the tyre situation here will force us to double stint some tyres at some points during the race. It's not defined so that you have to double stint an entire set. You can put half a set on or something, but I can't remember exactly. I think it's 18 sets of tyres for the race, which, generally it's about an hour per stint. And so, yeah, we're going to have to factor that in and work that out. And so during the test day, I'm sure we'll be double stinting some tyres. But yeah, as you say, from a pit stop point of view, it's not advantageous anymore. It's just, a reality of the tyre regulations.
And I suppose the tactic's going to come in as to how you spread those allocated sets. Maybe take the tyres off, go through a heat cycle, cool them down, and then bring them back onto the car. Gemma, I know you're a big geek when it comes to tyres. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think obviously you have to, the main problem with taking the tyres off the car and reusing them again, you've got to get them up to temperature in the blankets or the ovens, so that'll be a major consideration, but it does allow you to sort of scrub the tyres and get that, like you say, that initial heat cycle. So yeah, and hopefully that will give you more grip straight off the line, but only if they're warm when they come out of the ovens and up to temperature.
We're here at test weekend, Alexander. Tomorrow morning we're going to be on the track, and it's going to be effectively, the majority of the Le Mans circuit here is public roads. So you're going to have a lot of dirt and excuse us for the background noise, but we are in a work environment. But we're going to have, how long do you think it's going to be before we scrub the track and it's going to be worthy of, consideration to where the track's going to be likely for next week?
I would anticipate that throughout the day tomorrow it's going to be improving and changing. Certainly the first hour or two is going to be fairly unrepresentative, but it does require cars to go out there and start cleaning it up for it to be in a window that we can use it. So we'll go out and I guess you're going to have people working on more systems things, technical things with the car, rather than looking at performance in the first few hours, and then get into some of the more nitty-gritty setup work in the afternoon, as you say, when the track's more representative. But yeah, doing the track cycle yesterday, you can see there's a lot of dirt on the track, as you would expect. So it's it's always interesting to come to these sorts of places and see that evolution of track grip, and yeah, see where we go.
And it's an added challenge also for engineers, not just drivers, isn't it? To make the cars work on what is effectively a public road, Jenna.
Well, exactly, because all the data, all the lap times, everything's skewed a little bit. So anything like tyre degradation, you can't really get a good estimate or guide for the race. You've also got the temperature, by the heat of the day. Hopefully the track will have some form of evolution so that you'll get more representative results. But yeah, basically tyre deg values are out the window while it evolves, but that's going to be the case in a couple of weeks' time here at Le Mans, because that's the nature. They open the roads up for the public, and that brings dirt onto the track, and that's got to be cleaned up by something.
BMW back at Le Mans, hurrah, I think is the word there. But they've pitched themselves in what is arguably, in fact it's not even arguable these days, is it? GTE is the most competitive class of racing here. Massive manufacturer involvement, and really it's about time BMW came back and had a go, isn't it?
Yeah, I was very, very pleased when they said they were coming back to Le Mans. I was hoping that, with the Z4 that they would do something, then, understanding the realities of that car's strengths and weaknesses, Le Mans probably wasn't the best place to come for many attacks, and the M6 never transpired into a GTE car. So when they said they were going to do the M8, it was pretty awesome. I didn't quite expect to be part of the lineup in its first year, which is an honour to be a part of this big program. But no, to have BMW back here is cool. I think, as you say, the GTE class is just immense in terms of the levels of competition between the manufacturers. You know, all the drivers are absolutely top notch. The teams running the cars are insane. It's going to be really, really enjoyable.
And talking about levels of competition, what's the level of competition within the BMW garage here? 2 cars, 2 sets of drivers. There's definitely got to be one side of the garage against the other, surely.
Well, I mean, all I can say is that our car, all the drivers' names start in A, so I guess we're the A car.
See, it starts already.
No, but I mean, quite honestly, I get on so well with all the guys here. We could pick any of the, whatever there is, 15, 16 factory drivers in BMW's stable, the DTM guys mixed with GT guys, and I think the performance level would be just the same. So I'm more than happy to work with any of them. We get on very, very well. It does really feel like a team effort at the moment. You know, it's not car versus car, like you might hear in some other manufacturers. So it's a great environment. We'll go out there, and if there's one car that's doing better than the other, then there's no doubt about it that the other car would help the leading car. Full stop throughout the whole race. So we'll do what we can.
I've spoken to you before about the transition from the single-seater mentality where it's all about you and the endurance racing and the sports car racing environment where it's a massive team effort. And I think you told me, Alexander, that you actually fell into that quite readily and you kind of thrived on the team aspect and everybody working together towards the one aim.
Yeah, to be honest, in single-seaters, it's one thing that I really disliked about the whole environment was the fact that you've got to try and screw your teammate over to get one up on him, when actually it's such a nicer environment to just work together as one team and move together with trying to help each other out to do better all together. So yeah, the team environment in GTs and sports car racing in general, I'd say, is something that works far, far better for me. Just, in general life, I'm a bit more like that.
And just to end on, Alexander, Sunday afternoon, Sunday tea time, what will you be happy with?
This Sunday, as in test.
Sorry, no. This Sunday, I think you're not going to tell us anything. No, in 2 weeks' time, Sunday afternoon after the race.
I mean, finishing, to still be in the race and to finish the race without having had any major problems will be the first hurdle and first thing that we should be proud about. Obviously, if you're able to stand up on that podium, that's a massive achievement. I don't want to say much more than that. That's, we're not here to do anything other than win the race, really. But at this stage, it's far too early to predict that.
Alexander, I can't thank you enough for allowing Gemma and I to have a chat and give us a bit of insight. It's certainly going to benefit us, and I'm sure the listeners in the build-up to the big race weekend are going to enjoy our little chat. Thanks again. Alexander Sims from BMW, Joe Bradley and Gemma Hatton.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com. Miss the race and want to know what happened? Don't worry, there's a full archive of all our race coverage on the website at radiolemans.com.
Full coverage of the FIA World Endurance Championship.
Full coverage of the Le Mans 24 Hours and Nürburgring 24 Hours.
Full coverage of the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge.
Full coverage of the Hankook 24-Hour Series and the European Le Mans Series. Plus dozens more races, interviews with drivers and those behind the scenes, features, road tests and much, much more.
Find out what you've missed at radiolemans.com.
The RS Travel Club is the best fastest way to get to the biggest motorsport events.
Ready-made packages or bespoke itineraries for Le Mans, Daytona, Sebring, the Nürburgring, Spa, and Bathurst, and many more. We've got them all covered, so you can be there.
Accommodation, flights, ferries, trains, and the all-important race tickets.
Our travel partners are APTA and ATOL bonded, so you can book with confidence.
Start planning your trip today with the RS Travel Club at radiolemans.com.
Joe Bradley from Radio Le Mans and Gemma Hatton from Race Car Engineering, once again finding ourselves in BMW land. And Gemma, we've got the opportunity now to get really technical because Gianpaolo Dallara has joined us. Gianpaolo, thanks for talking to us. We've got some questions that your drivers were unable to answer, and I'm not surprised because they're racing drivers. So Gemma, do you want to kick this off?
Yeah, so obviously new to this championship, and you've got a slightly different philosophy because your race car is based on a saloon car as opposed to some of the other teams that are based on a sports car. Can you go into some details of what saloon car is based as?
Absolutely. So first of all, the car is based on a 8 Series, which is a new car for BMW as well. It will be launched soon, I would assume, but obviously for us we had the basis available earlier on to start developing. What you mentioned is partly true internally, just because, yes, it's true the car is conceived as a saloon, but in our case it's conceived as a race car, and from the beginning it was designed to be a race car, which is also a little bit different from some of the earlier races from BMW. So the car was designed on the basis or on the chassis of the 8 Series as a race car, was developed to be an endurance racer, and yeah, now we got to Le Mans and looking forward to see the result of what we've been preparing.
Yeah, okay, wonderful. And in terms of the aerodynamic development of the car, I understand there were some changes quite late to the day. Can you explain the overall concept of the aerodynamics?
Of course, I mean, as every race car, aerodynamics are conceived to make the best out of it, first of all in terms of lap time, and then in terms of getting that performance consistent over the race, which in the case of the endurance race, it's down to getting the tire to last as long as possible. Limitation we get in terms of aerodynamics package are primarily from the regulations, and in second order, once the car is defined, it has to be, let's say, within a performance ballpark from the rest, which is quite a non-homogeneous bunch of cars. So basically the governing body checks the car in the tunnel and gives some further directives. On our side at the track, obviously we take care of the first part of the business, so get the car to perform, so to produce as much downforce as possible with the minimum possible drag, and to have it balanced to the drivers. So we have to make sure that there are no instabilities of any kind, that the car produces the amount of downforce we want on the front or on the rear axle in a way that the driver can handle it, that the level of drag is not excessive in order to compete, although some level of adjustment is there from this balance of performance. And last but not least, the cooling, which I think is what you refer to as a bumpy road for us to get here. Yeah, obviously we need to call the engine, we need to call the brakes, we need to call the driver, and all of this falls into the aerodynamic concept of the car, which we've been developing through for the last few months.
Obviously your car is quite big. It wouldn't even fit on the cover of our Race Car Engineering magazine. Has that helped cooling and packaging because it is such a larger car and chassis?
Well, the size in itself, I wouldn't say it's a big limitation for this. I mean, we knew from the beginning it has been designed to be within that performance ballpark I was mentioning earlier, and yeah, and purely on the aerodynamic or on the cooling side of things, I wouldn't say the size is a limitation. Obviously, if you ask the same question to a driver, he might answer differently. I mean, for us, there are a few challenges in setting it up to have it going around the corner the way we want, to get it responsive to the driver, to get the horsepower on the ground. Yeah, the size is definitely playing a role. low center of gravity, low polar moment of inertia, just normal racing stuff, which you tackle differently than if you would have had a smaller car.
Okay, and obviously you've got more than one driver to please in that cockpit. What sort of aerodynamic parameters can you tune and set up and play with to sort of satisfy both drivers, or do you just do what's best for the engineer's sort of performance and just they've got to drive that?
I mean, if you purely talk aerodynamics, there's not much you can play with in those cars. That's a fact. I mean, if you compare to a single-seater with the big wings and ridettes and underbodies, there's a lot more you can do. In this car, of course, you play around a bit with the underbody, which is the biggest downforce generator you have in the car. Therefore, ridettes are important and stuff, and you do it in a way that the car is the more driver-friendly as possible, just because you have more drivers. So in fact, compared to a single-seater or a sprinter car, you don't deal with a single driver. You have to get to some compromises, but you also choose your crews in a way that their preferences are common, and therefore there you tune the car on. I have to say, I would balance 50-50 the level of aerodynamic peak you chase with the other kind of balances, such on the mechanical side of things, that get on one side the driver's happy, but on the other side the tires as well to perform where they should, which is maybe less lap time focused in this business, but more focused over the distance to have consistency and performance over long stints or ultimately the race.
And I would think, Gianpaolo, that having a car that's very loose, which is great for a 10-lap race, maybe not so from, we're maybe seeing triple stints from drivers, 3 hours in the car. You don't want to have to concentrate. Even these guys who are pure athletes, you need a car that's comfortable for the drivers, I would imagine.
Yeah, definitely. This is a point on single laps, and also what you want to consider is that the looser the car is, and the worse it gets, the longer the stints. So normally when the rear is not sticking to the ground, it can only get worse. And if you do drive the car for 3 hours like that, it's not the first lap is anywhere near the 10th or the 20th or the 30th. It just gets worse. So yeah, it's definitely a point to consider when you set it up. Yeah.
Yeah, well, going on to tyres, obviously we all know those black circles can equate to a lot of performance. What sort of parameters, and again, are you changing and setting up sort of tomorrow here at the test day, ready in preparation for Le Mans in a couple of weeks' time?
Yeah, I mean, as you know, the tyres are chosen in development phase and then declared for the season. So for here specifically for Le Mans, we will have 3 specifications. This is what the regulation allows you. The track in itself is pretty friendly to tire durability. You got long straights, relatively smooth tarmac. So ultimately, you try to make your softer specification work as best as, because it allows you to go quicker. And the parameters we will work on are normal race car parameters. I mean, the more directly linked to the car once you have defined your weight distribution and mechanical balances, aero balance. Try to have the rear as stable as possible, and then avoid the front to become the limiting factor. Here I would expect the rear still to be limiting the car, just because let's say traction is dominant to high-speed cornering, or severe braking is still there, but it doesn't really affect the tire performance normally. Having said that, you get down to the detail, setting up camber, toes, and then you just look at your achievement out of long runs. There are some parameters you can monitor live via telemetry, most typically temperature and pressures. Others that you need the tires to get out of the car, wear, for example. Make your assessment and then get to your race plan in the best possible way.
So the new pit stop regulations, which allows tyres to be changed while the car is being refueled, has that changed the kind of strategy that you were going to see on the BMWs?
Well, definitely it does. Obviously, we were not there when there was the old one, but our approach to preparation has been affected by this. The amount of tire we can use in the race is limited, therefore some will need to be double stinted or even triple stinted. This is not changed from before. What it definitely changes is that whereas earlier on, if you had to double stint or triple stint a set of tires, we just leave it on the car because it makes operations quicker. Now you can afford changing the tires every set, even if they would then see the car again. And this gives you an edge for checking them, for reshuffling them if you need, and it doesn't cost you time just because the fueling is the limiting factor in most of the stops.
We're really appreciating this insight, aren't we, Gemma? Gemma, just to finalise, have you got a question that we can round this off?
Yeah, just finishing up on the tyres and sort of strategy. If you take a set of tyres off the car, how long roughly does it have to get up to temperature in the ovens and the blankets before you can put them on the car again?
Not much. I have to say these tires are pretty... I've got a pretty wide working range. Therefore, yes, it cools down a little bit, but it's enough, I don't know, 10-15 minutes that you get within a usable range. Maybe not an optimal one, but a usable, that's enough. Then if you want to get it to the optimum, maybe it's not half an hour or something like this, in the region there.
Thanks, Gianpaolo. We're about to go into test weekend. What does test weekend and test day, I should say, it's not really a weekend, it's one day now. What's test day going to mean for Gianpaolo Dallara? What's going to be your workload tomorrow?
Well, I'm just part of a team, and the workload will be a lot for everyone. I mean, I wouldn't make it down to a single person. Everyone has got their own role. It's a very intense session. We have 8 hours to prepare the race. That's split into sessions, and we have to try to put everything together in order to get all the information we want. And being new to the business, probably is at least twice as much of the established team. So we have the 2 cars, the 2 teams. They are flat out. Hopefully, they're going to get through a smooth day, reliability-wise, weather-wise, operation-wise, and that's what we're preparing at the minute. And I'll be able to tell more tomorrow night.
Thank you for talking to us, GP.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com. Live from trackside.
24 hours a day.
This is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
We are slightly under 10 minutes to start the first qualifying session, which is also a night session. We are starting on time. Please turn on your RCNS so that we can communicate with you. Track is clean, track is dry. Session will start on time as foreseen in the timetable. I will come back to the frequency before the session starts.
Well, thank you, Eduardo Freitas, for kicking off qualifying in a perfect fashion. The faces are a bit more serious up and down the pit lane. As the free practice has ended, the time to set up your cars is well beyond us, and 2 hours of qualifying set to begin in just over 8 minutes time. Hello everyone, I am Shay Adam, joined by Johnny Palmer and the very one and only Paul Truswell for this first qualifying session of the 2018 24 Hours of Le Mans. And to kick things off, let's go straight down to Bruce Jones, who is in the pit lane with Khaled Al-Khabaisi.
It's very busy down here. Khaled, thank you very much for coming to the front of the garage. Qualifying 2 hours tonight, there's 2 hours tomorrow, but you just said to me everyone's worried about rain tomorrow, so they're going for it now.
Yeah, definitely. You know, you never know what happens, rain or something else. It's better to go out for it here now before it gets dark. So we're doing it, and I'm sure everyone else.
Now, in the practice session this afternoon, we were all commenting the Dempsey Proton Porsches look just really well balanced, so you must feel pretty confident at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we're happy. The team did a great job improving the setup from the test day and today, and the drivers are doing great. Mateusz seems to be the best in business right now. A good chance of getting pole.
And what's the rotation going to be? He's out first, and you're going to have a go, obviously.
Yeah, we're gonna go second with Giorgio, and then I'll go third, and then we'll see. We might go for another run again at the end with Matteo.
Now, you always seem to drive a car with the 88 on the door. Is that because it's a lucky number for you, or just a habit?
I don't know. Maybe I'm the lucky charm to 88. I don't know, but it seems to be the luck, to be honest. It's a Proton number, and I'm lucky to drive in it for the last 4 years.
Good stuff, Carly. Best of luck for the 88 crew. Ooh.
Thank you, Bruce. Sounded a bit like you might have gotten nudged out of the way at the end of that interview, and no harm, no foul. It's quite a busy pit lane down there, as a lot of people sort of hung back at the beginning of the last session, Johnny. There were quite a few cars that just waited in their garages for the track to be cleared off. I don't think we're going to see much of that in this session, though.
No, well, there is a threat of potentially some rain tomorrow, and therefore, because today is set to be dry, we think, for the 2 hours, then this is going to be much sought-after track. And almost as an indication of how little time there is to lose, the 31 car released virtually into the path of the number 4 Enso CLM. I think they avoided contact, but that was pretty close, wasn't it, Shay?
It was very close, and somebody who would have had a very good view of that would be our other Forza Motorsport pit lane team member. That would be Nick Damon, who is with Davide Regon.
Davide, about to go out to qualify. There's a lovely long line of Ferraris from the AF Corsa stable, including, I think, your teammate in the car. What is the programme? What are the plans?
Yes, ready for quali. The plan is that Sam Bird will start, then me, then Miguel. Yes, we try to give everything, because tomorrow is supposed to be some rain, so we don't know how will be the condition. We have a good balance of the car. We are missing something on the straight line, but we do our best, and let's see.
Where do you think the Ferrari is compared to the other GTE cars, your competitors?
This morning looks like the Ford and Porsche are very, very strong, and they looks a bit different category, and we are very close to Aston, BMW. So we will see. We will do our best. Looks we are good on the pace of the race pace. Nothing. We will push as much as we can, and then we will see in the end. I hope it will be close.
Davide, thank you very much. And down to Bruce.
About to get very, very busy here. Senior Tech Alpine have to have a good chance at the P2 pole this evening, but we think this could be the defining session.
Yeah, well, should be really hard. Definitely everybody put the new tires now, first qualifying. We expect some rain tomorrow, just a little bit, but you know, you have to do everything now. And of course, save some tires for tomorrow as well. But I think we can do a good job. Definitely the Michelin tires, they have a little bit upgrade and just for one lap between Dunlop and Michelin. But well, I mean, in 24 hours, I think it doesn't count so much to qualifying. Of course, we have to do in the front positions. But yeah, I think it's a long race, so we try everything now.
So you've wound Nicolas Lapierre up, stuck him in the car, and see what time he can do.
It's hard to say, but I think he can do a 3:27, 3:28, I think.
We will see. Best of luck, Andre. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce and Nick, both down there in the Forza Motorsport pit lane team, being members of that. And Nick, who's quite busy, has found Jan Lammers, so we will go straight back down to him.
Yeah, and one of our many ex-champions of Le Mans a few years ago now, and this may be your last Le Mans, is that right?
That's not a plan at all. I mean, it's my last race with Racing Team Netherlands. But for the rest, I take them one at a time. So if there's still an opportunity next year and people are interested, then yeah, you know, it depends a little bit on how it goes. If I stay in the running somehow for the rest of the year, then I can keep my form and fitness. But if I stop driving for like half a year, then it's no good. So we'll see.
How do you feel the Dallara is up against the Oricas? It's got this new aero kit now. Is that working? Do you feel you've caught up the gap?
Well, as you can see, the Oricas just have the speed with a little more ease than we are. So we're still trying to deal with a few issues. I think if we can iron those out, we will make you know, quite a step. Whether that's going to be enough to close the gap
entirely, I don't know. But it would be nice if we can just clip the top 6 in qualifying. That would be fantastic. It doesn't look like we can at the moment, to be fair, but we're still working on it, and we're positive. So maybe if it stays dry tomorrow, we should have sorted out our problems.
So this session won't be qualifying; it will still be basic setup.
Yes, because we haven't got it cleared yet, and we're making small steps. But we'll see. There's still a lot of hours to go in qualifying and also the race, of course.
Yeah, and best luck, and hope you're back next year, mate.
All right, thanks. Cheers.
As do all of us as well, Nick. And one of the main stories of the practice session was down towards the pit-in area of the pit lane, which is where Bruce Jones is, to give us an update on the Ginettas.
Charlie Robertson, I thought you'd be helping fix the cars. Both the Ginettas are up on the jacks. What's going on at the moment?
So car 5, my car, I share. Nothing's wrong at the moment. We've literally just made a slight setup change practice. So we're just validating that everything's okay. We should be into the session very soon. The car's just going to come down now, and we'll be out. Mike's doing his 5 qualifying laps. Then I'm going to do the same, and then we'll send Leo out after that. Whereas car 6, we've had an engine issue, so the guys have done an absolutely fantastic job to change the engine in the space of 2 hours, less than 2 hours. So yeah, that should be out within the first sort of half an hour of quali as well. So it's been a bit of a baptism of fire for us, but we're positive, and we're looking forward to sort of making the car, get better as we kind of go through the weekend, I think, and that's what we're aiming for. We've made a solid step from the test day. Mike did put down a decent time in the practice session earlier, so I think with a bit more time we'll find even more, and hopefully have a clean race.
Good stuff, Charlie. I feel guilty for having supper while they were changing the engine. Thanks very much for talking to us. And Nick with Paul Di Resta.
Paul, you're uniquely, I think, able to judge the size of Le Mans. 2 weeks ago you were at DTM, last week at the Grand Prix. How does Le Mans compare with those sort of events? You're one of the drivers, and now, of course, media guys who goes around all the major events. How does Le Mans compare to these other events, Grand Prix, DTM, for example?
It's obviously a big race. I was going to say Grand Prix, just because you mentioned it. But people have always said to me this is a unique event, and somehow very different to anything else, and that's what it is. I've come here very open-minded, what to expect, what not to expect, and enjoy the racing. This year was the first time I'd done a 24-hour race, and I really enjoyed it. So it's kind of the relationship with United's just kind of come forward from that, and the challenge is to try and have a successful weekend.
You missed test day with your DTM equipment. How were those first laps around the Le Mans circuit earlier today?
Listen, I've driven a lot of tracks in my life, but the biggest thing I had to do was not underestimate what this place is. It's a challenge, but I got myself right up to speed quite quickly. I had a decent enough session, got further down, the lap times tumbled further down than I would have expected to, so it was good. But obviously going into the night again, you've got to start again and build the confidence. But the thing for me this week is just to ensure I'm ready for the race, and let the other side and Philippe Albuquerque focus on the other bit.
Coming into qualifying, what's the programme for the United Autosports team?
Well, obviously Philippe's in the car at the moment. It was a wise decision to get him in. He's got a wealth of experience around here, and then the big thing for me is just to get out and get my eye in the dark, just to think about it in both conditions, back in tomorrow, and then again the fine adjusts. But going on experience, I think you can really only expect to get properly up to speed again when you've done 2 or 3 stints in the race and you see your surroundings. But so far it's been positive enough.
Paul, thanks a lot. See you later.
Thank you for that, Nick.
Live from trackside. On 91.2 FM.
On Sirius Channel 138 and XM Channel 201.
And online at radiolemans.com.
At radiolemans.com.
You're listening to coverage of the world's most famous motor race, the Le Mans 24 Hours, on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
Dura Garage's weather update.
The weather brought to you by DuraGarages.com.
It's a balmy 15 degrees Celsius out there right now, showing 16 on our screens, but it is dropping rapidly as the sun has gone down and it's only going to continue to drop. It was 18 degrees Celsius when the sun was up. We might even get down to 11 tonight. No rain on the forecast, but this is Le Mans, and you can never count it out. We'll see what comes to play as 3 minutes gone of this session.
The weather brought to you by DuraGarages.com.
Let's welcome in Paul Truswell, the third member of our booth team, to this session. And Paul, just a little bit of a reminder of what happened in that first practice. We've already discussed the Ginettas, and they're a bit of a thrash to get ready for this qualifying. But in terms of who topped the charts for the practice, just who was it?
Well, it was Toyota 1-2, hardly surprising in many ways. Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 Toyota, the quickest, and Pejito Lopez in the number 7 Toyota, and it was the 7 that was quicker than the 8. So a 3:18.718 for Toyota number 7, a 3:19.275. Slightly surprised that only one other car got beneath 3 minutes 20, and that was the Rebellion number 3, which Gustavo Menezes managed to do a 3 minutes 19.426 in. So that was the top of LMP1. LMP2, having heard from some of the drivers there, including Jan Lammers, their fastest lap time in the free practice session, a 3:26.529, so going considerably quicker than they went in the test days 2 weeks ago. In GTE Pro, it was a Porsche 123, the 93 car quicker than the 92, and the 92 quicker than the 91, so they were lapping in 3 minutes 50, 3 minutes 50.121 for the 93 car, 3 minutes 50.859 for the number 92, and in GTE AM, the fastest car there was another Porsche, the number 88 Khaled Al-Khabaizi car that he shares with Matteo Cairoli and Giorgio Roda. 3 minutes 52.903 was the quickest time in GTE AM. I suspect all of those are going to get beaten though. Now, what's going to do it is they'll get pushed now, I suspect. We'll get people staying out. What we saw at the beginning of the free practice session was a lot of cars coming in at the end of the first lap. I think now what they're going to go out and do is try and do some flying laps while the course is still green. Now, I don't mean green in the sense of it not being offering so much grip. I mean not having any yellow zones, and that was the feature, wasn't it, of the free practice session?
It very much was, and it was interesting that at the end of the session, for the majority of the session, it was that EDEX Sport Racing LMP2 car that held the fastest time. Toward the end of the session, Jean-Eric Verne in the G Drive, the number 26, sort of came out of nowhere and pipped in a very quick time. But I'm not expecting to see that happening again tonight until we get to the last dying moments when most of the other cars have cleared off the track.
That's right. I mean, the track is only going to get better. It just gets quicker and quicker as the weekend moves on, and to the point where on Sunday morning it'll be quicker than ever. There is the threat of rain tomorrow. My little weather forecast here says that it's only a 50% chance of rain, and it doesn't come till 11 o'clock at night. So. Weather can change and forecasts can change, but certainly there is some rain around tomorrow. But of course they're going to want to go quickly tonight just in case it rains at 7 o'clock tomorrow, which would be the worst situation. So they've got to put a banker lap in at some point in this evening's session. The other thing, I mean, we heard Paul Di Resta referring to it there, is that each of the three drivers of each of the cars have got to go out and do 5 night laps. And of those 5 night laps, at least one of them has to be across the start-finish line, so you can't just go out and come back in again. At least one of those, and that's for each of the drivers. So that's 15 laps taken up, just qualifying your nighttime drivers. Then you've got to try and do a qualifying lap. So there's a lot to do in a 2-hour session when you're not quite sure what the weather's going to do tomorrow.
And do those laps have to be done tonight, or do they just have to be done in the night qualifying?
In the night qualifying, so that can either tonight or tomorrow night the night laps can be done. So they don't need to be done tonight. And of course, it doesn't matter what time you do those night laps in. They can be as fast or as slow as you like.
Ah, excellent. Bruce, at the end of the last session, we saw the number 93 Porsche in the hands of Patrick Pilet hitting a little bit of strife. Have they fixed the car?
Very nearly. I just went over to look, and there was no driver to be found, and people with the equivalent of almost bits of string just checking the suspension. But Patrick's being given another go. He's just come out of the back of the garage with his helmet on. They still haven't got the front, well, effectively the top of the fenders, the bit with the headlights, the bodywork's lying on the floor of the garage. But I think the fact that Patrick's out and is pacing around, helmeted up, suggests he's going to go out and play. One of the Fords was quite late out, and also the 38 Jackie Chan DC racing car has only just been swung out onto pit apron. So a few slow starts, but I think the 93 car, which let's not forget was right at the sharp end in GTE Pro, will be out very soon.
The sharpest of the ends. Thank you very much, Bruce, down in the Forza Motorsport pit lane team, himself and Nick Damon for us in this 2-hour session, of which 8 minutes have already elapsed. It brings up a very interesting perspective to have the core Autosport team representing the 93 and the 94 Porsches for Porsche GT team directly juxtaposed with the Manthey Racing cars, the number 91 and 92. Those are the ones that you're more familiar with, Paul. I'm more familiar with the core guys. They come into endurance races and expect to win, even if they've never been here, but they still respect the race.
Absolutely, and I was saying to John earlier on, part of the reason for splitting the teams is purely one of logistics and how you manage the process. If you think about it, every car has a race engineer, but then every layer you put on top of that adds to the line of communication. So if you split the teams, you're making the decision-making process that much more efficient. You don't have to worry about kind of going up to the boss before you do anything, which is what's happened in some other teams where they've got a very pyramid-like management structure, and that can make a big difference. And one of the things that I think we learned from Audi was how by having the decisions taken, say, fairly low down the food chain, makes things much more efficient if you need to make a snap decision.
There was just a very large moment going into turn one for, it was the 91 Porsche. And backwards, near the Dunlop Bridge, managed to recover slightly, didn't throw too much gravel onto the photographers standing down there, but for Fred Makavecki watching on from the pit lane, Jimmy Bruni driving, Jimmy Bruni in a Porsche. We should give that a little bit of attention as well, because it's the first time he's been here not in a Ferrari.
Yes, indeed. Maybe that was what confused him. We should also give attention to the fact that I talked about the 3 times under 3 minutes 20 we had in the free practice session. We've already, in 8 minutes, you said 10 minutes now of this session, had 3 minutes under the 3 laps under the 3 minute mark.
Wow.
Under the 3 minutes 20. So we've had a 3 minutes 17 from Kaz Nakajima, 3 minutes 17.2, a 3 minutes 17.3 from Kamui Kobayashi, he's done a 3:17.3, and Gustavo Menezes in the number 3 Rebellion has done a 3 minutes 19.945. No sooner have I finished saying that than the number 17 SMP Racing BR1 goes round with Stefan Sarazan at the wheel, 3 minutes 19.483. So some very fast lap times early on in this session, and of course now you can't go quickly because there's yellow flags up at the Dunlop chicane, where I think Jimmy Bruni is still in the gravel, isn't he?
He is, and the interesting thing is that there was another Porsche, one of the core machines, so probably would be the 94, I would have to imagine, since we were just hearing from Bruce, so that would be Sven Muller, about how Patrick Pilet was getting ready to exit the pit lane in the 93, and indeed the 93 has not yet been out. The 94 went straight as well into that braking area at turn 1, and then the 91 just continued and did it a little bit more dramatically backwards and all that jazz. So maybe there's something down on the circuit at that point, Johnny?
Difficult to say, possibly, but we've also seen Porsches very squirrely into that part of the circuit earlier on in the day, because Laurent Vantor nearly threw it off the road there, and I'm trying to remember, there was another Porsche. Matt Campbell had to straight line the Dunlop chicane as well. Nothing to the degree of the 91's moment, though, because that could have been monstrous. I mean, a big lose early in the curve as well, and travelled through the gravel trap to driver's left, then back across the road. Fortunately, he didn't collect anybody in the process, and ended up in the gravel then on the inside of the circuit. So the 91 car, driven by Jean-Marie Bruni, as you say, that is an attention-grabbing moment, I would say, for the Italian.
Yes, he might want to pit for a new fire suit
Possibly
after that incident. And then, again, when they had him dangling on the What's the official term that we use for the vehicle that removes them from the gravel?
It should be a Manitou, seeing as that we are in France, but they can vary in manufacturer, but Manitou is generally the brand.
I was going to say manatee, so I was close.
That's something entirely different.
It was bouncing back and forth on the suspension almost, not the suspension of the car, the ropes that were holding it up in the air. So Jimmy Bruni might be feeling a bit like he's ridden on a roller coaster as well after that.
Yeah, that's the sort of feeling that Harry Tinknell had earlier on today, because he threw it off at, didn't really throw it off. He braked himself into Mulsanne corner. And
Johnny Adam, wasn't
Johnny Adam
it?
in the 97 Aston Martin, yes. And both of those cars were retrieved in a similar manner. What I like is these sort of pickup points that are located in the roofline on both the left and the right. I would imagine at the top of the A pillar and the top of the C pillar, basically, and you can hook those in. They're locating pins, and it means that retrieval of a car is so quick these days, plus you're not dragging the car through the gravel and doing potentially further damage.
And it's not like they just try this out for the first time when the car's actually gotten stuck. This is something that they do before any of the cars go out on test. It's part of the scrutineering process now.
Yeah,
so the mechanics nervously watch on as their babies are dangled just to see if it'll work, just in case. It's not something that they would do with the little tow hook that goes in the front of a car in the same manner. Jimmy Bruni, free from gravel, now gets to drive a new path under the Dunlop Bridge, one that he's not quite accustomed to. And he's not satisfied, yet he's not quite moving. And now he's doing a bit of a Control-Alt-Delete by the look of it, Johnny.
Yeah, power's off, isn't it? Because the brake lights have suddenly been extinguished, and he's trying to restart maybe the ECU, just to, the simple thing is just to turn the thing off and turn back on again. But clearly, Jimmy's in touch with the team. Must be frustrating to know they're so close and yet so far away, because they're just down the hill behind him. However, in reality, they're about 8 miles away because it's a long, long way home. And Jimmy Bruni deep in conversation now with the garage that has the brickwork as its exterior. They are regular pit boards, but made to look like the side of a house. Very, very impressive. I do like the kind of rogues gallery as well on the left and right, displaying the portraits of the various drivers. And Jimmy Bruni still in conversation with the guys back in the garage as to what exactly he should be doing to get the car restarted.
It's a bit like a post office where you put up your most wanted on the wall. That's what Porsche have done as well. Nick, do they have anything like that down in the Aston Martin lounge where they're looking after their drivers?
Well, we were in the lounge. There's plenty of criminals when we turn up. I'm with Paul Delorme. Paul, you were watching a bit of a standard service for the old girl, the 98. Given the troubles and the travails of the new Vantage, are you pleased to have the older car here this year?
Well, listen, you know what? I'm sure the pro guys are going to figure it out. Obviously, there's teething problems, but yeah, we know the old girl well, and in fact, we're a little bit hopeful here that she'd be able to do what she did last year. Although I've got to say, as I look at it right now, we have a pretty big deficit to Porsche right now. So, I'm not sure, but we know it's going to be reliable, and we know how to bring it home over 24 hours. So, I think we feel good about that, and just looks like we need a little bit of help here to get the cars equalized.
Yeah, those pesky Porsches, of course, now have the new version of RSR with the effectively mid-engine, and that's obviously given them a big lift, whereas you're still with the car for the last 7 years.
Yeah, listen, they seem to have a whole lot, so we're watching in awe with what they're doing. But listen, I really hope that when it comes to race day, we'll be a little closer and we'll put up a good fight.
Now, Paul, you obviously have confidence in the new Vantage program. I understand you've ordered one of the cars for Daytona. Is that correct?
Yeah, listen, they've put a ton of energy into it, so I think it's going to be a GT3 versus GTE, but ultimately the car can be converted to GTE down the road, and we'll be able to run that in the 1920 season in WEC. So if I'm able to do all that, that'd be great.
A little voice in my ear who has the stats says this is the only race in the WEC you've not won.
Yeah, listen, it's a minor irritation of mine. Obviously, we come every year for the last 5 years with very clear focus to win. So 2 shots this year in WEC, If we don't get it this weekend, we'll be back. So, but in any event, it's such a special event, and clearly the one feather in my cap that I'm looking to add.
Paul, thank you very much. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Always great to hear from Paul Dalla Lana. He does have a smile in his voice, and another man who I'm used to seeing smiling, Ant Davidson. Welcome to the Radio Le Mans Broadcast Center.
Thank you very much. Yeah, good to be here.
It's a beautiful time of night to come into the booth because you get the opportunity to see the headlights on the screen. From a driver's vantage point, it gets a lot darker out there than what we can see with the assistance of the cameras.
Absolutely, yeah. The cameras always make it look brighter than it really is. But the headlights on these cars are so powerful that it's almost like driving in daylight at some points. When we first started the program at Toyota, back in 2012. The lights were painfully dim. It was like having two candles at the front of the car and relying on that for your visibility. And over the years, the team learn and the drivers have their input and we progressed in all areas and visibility was definitely one of them.
The iteration of the car running now is the very same that got the pole position last year. It was a lap to remember for Kamui Kobayashi, and for you, I can imagine it was a little bit bittersweet being in the other car.
It was amazing, the lap. I mean, all the drivers like to see the ultimate lap time. That's what qualifying's all about. And you rarely get to see that at Le Mans because of the traffic situation. And Kamui had the golden lap that all the drivers look for in quali, where he not only didn't have any traffic, the cars he came along gave him a slipstream. So it was everything, just all the stars aligned for that one lap. And I actually said to him afterwards, when he came in, said, great job. But you do know that you've used all your luck for the race, don't you? And he said, yeah, maybe you're right. And sure enough, when he got to this point at the end of the pit lane that we were just watching there, the driver gave him the thumbs up or whatever, and the clutch was burnt out in an instant. So, yeah, it's you need luck with you all the way through this event, and you definitely need it in qualifying as well for the traffic-free lap.
Because it was the perfect situation that happened last year, are we likely to see a time anywhere close, do you think? I mean, I know you're wearing the right T-shirt to be cheering them on.
Look, the car's capable of doing it. We all know what the car can do. There is a 14 in that car. But I don't think we're going to see it this time because the track was in such good condition last year. We didn't have any rain on the lead up to the event since the test day, the test day we had a week ago. And so the track was just so rubbered in that by the time we got to, tomorrow's qualifying event, it was just in superb condition. And we've apparently got rain coming tomorrow. And we've had heavy rain on the build-up to this. So all the rubber that was put down in the test day, that's all gone. So you start from scratch on a completely green circuit today. And it's rubbering in. The track is getting faster, but I don't think we're going to be seeing the times of last year.
I did see a guy with a lot of wood building something that looked vaguely like a boat after all the rain the other day.
He might not be so silly. That might come in handy, yeah.
that might be the formula to winning the race.
Yeah, maybe.
Have something with fins.
You have to come prepared to this race.
You're somebody who not only loves racing, but loves the history of this sport as well. When you see cars running around like the 91 that's just been stricken that we saw with the very traditional livery on it, and the pink pig, the number 92 Porsche, does that pull at your heartstrings even though you're a Toyota man?
This race is steeped in history, and it's all about the heritage, and that comes out in different ways. Teams have different liveries like we see here this time, and the drivers maybe have a nostalgic helmet design or something like that, and the fans get involved as well, young and old. It really is an event, this one, where lots of different generations can come to and enjoy. And I guess the teams like to bring that history to the fans as well. And it's great to see those different designs out there. And it's a carnival kind of atmosphere at Le Mans, and that's all part of it.
Well, they're not the only ones bringing traditional liveries. There were 3 GT86s that drove down from England in 3 traditional Toyota liveries. John Hindhaugh had me drooling over them the other day when he was showing me a video of them driving down. If you could pick any traditional Toyota livery, including the one on the car right now, hello Patrick Dempsey, by the way, which one would you go for?
Oh, I don't know. The for me, it really was I think the TSO 10 was the car. That was a beautiful car.
That was.
Not just the livery, but the whole car. It had serious ground effects. It had a blown diffuser. It was a proper car. Nice and low, nice and wide. And of course the livery helps it as well, but it sounded good as well.
Yeah.
Amazing piece of kit, and I guess if it ran today, it wouldn't be that far off of the cars that we have and the lap times that we have today. It ran on a different circuit, of course, back then, so the lap times you can't really compare, but it was a beast.
Well, it is Toyota 1-2, as we are now 1 hour and 37 minutes to go in this session. The first qualifying, it always just seems to fly by. Are you at all surprised the number 8 Seb Wemme behind the wheel now with the fastest time, the 3:17.2? You said we're not going to get into a 14. What would be reasonable, Ant? What would you expect?
Well, look, if it stays dry tomorrow, then I think we could see maybe a 15 out of the car. But look, the emphasis isn't on qualifying this year. The team have said that. It's nice to have the cars at the front. We expected to have the cars at the front. And the world knows what that car can do around this track. They both guys had pretty much a traffic-free lap just then. So I guess it's the benchmark as to what the car can do, and that's why their lap times are quite comparable, with just just over a tenth separating the two of them. Maybe Kamui had to slow down a little bit too much on his outlap to try and get some free air, but I think Kazuki's was. He had some cars to pass, but again, it was just all in straight lines, or at least on the acceleration phase, which isn't a problem for our car because it's got the hybrid boost, of course. You can just power past the LMP2 cars on places like this we're looking at now out on the exit of Tetra Rouge. And you don't have to take many risks either
And
in overtaking cars.
There was a giant risk between one of the Chevrolet Corvettes, I think that was the 64, and the 33 Ligier, one of the Jackie Chan DC Racing prototypes, exiting on Tetra Rouge out onto the Mulsanne. They got to be, a few millimeters apart. There was space for a sheet of paper.
It was pretty tense stuff, and it always is, in the traffic here with the different classes that you have, and that's why with the times that the drivers have done at Toyota, we shouldn't expect them to come tumbling down through this session, because now you're in the flow of it. Unless there's a red flag, you're just in the middle of all the traffic out there, and it's hard to find a space. You've got to be incredibly lucky now to find that space, and that's why they send the cars out early in the session, down at the end of the pit lane, and in a bid to try and find some clear air. Doesn't always go to plan, but I think the team they got it just good enough, I think, for that. The beauty is this year you have the LMP1s out there, the privateers that are a similar speed to us, so you don't have to worry too much about them getting in your way as you go around. But it's more about the P2 cars, and especially the GTs. Everyone's out there together trying to get the best lap they can, but you don't help yourselves because you all trip over each other in the end. You wish you could just all collaborate together and say, hey, all right, like GTs, you go out at that point and we'll wait for you. We'll go out later, but in reality it would never work like that, because you all want the last dying minutes of the daylight so the drivers can see more to get the extra detail from the track.
You're obviously here with Toyota Gazoo Racing reserve driver role this year. Your responsibilities are different, but are you going to get any time to go out and just enjoy watching cars around the circuit?
That's a good question, actually. I haven't done so yet. I'd probably frighten myself with what I normally do around here if I saw the speed of them, to be honest. It's always like that. Inside the car, you tend to kind of slow time down, and it's all about trying to stay as calm as you can and get in the flow as much as you can. And with that, you're forever sort of striving to slow the time down, and so you can, keep it neat and tidy. It's not a frantic experience when you're behind the wheel. It's you just got to let it flow and just let the car do its thing. Especially when you come to higher speed sections of the track like Tetra Rouge or the Porsche curves. From the outside, though, it looks frantic, and you look at them quite often and you think, "Whoa!" You step back and go, "Do I do that?" You can't. The two don't relate really. So yeah, that's and even the onboard shots don't really do it justice. It's sometimes the car can feel not slow, but just like you have all the time in the world when everything's just clicking and flowing well.
Well, we'll let you get a chance to get to see some cars, but it's not too long before you're back behind the wheel of one. You've got a bit of a program coming up.
Well, and it's been a really busy start to the year. You know, the start to my year hasn't been any different to the start of any year. I've been doing all the winter testing, developing the car, just like usual. Doing all those long, hard hours through the night in the 36-hour endurance test that we've done in Europe on the build-up to this one. And, it's only when we got to Spa where it suddenly all stopped, and I was there as my reserve duty, which I've been in that position quite a few times in my F1 days, of course. But, quite weird to watch your car driving around and you're not in it, but it's... it's part and parcel of motor racing. It doesn't always go your way, but it's. I will be back behind the wheel, but in the LMP2 class come Silverstone.
Well, good luck in your endeavors out there. Thank you very much for stopping by the Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans booth.
No
problem. Great
problem.
to see you again. That's Ant Davidson. And we've got Bruce down in the pit lane. He has Earl Bamber for us.
Earl, the 93 Porsche has had its problems so far. It was a delayed start to the session, working away on setup. And what was the degree of rebuild they had to do?
No, I mean, even though we were quickest in the last session, we're still hunting more. We were not happy with the car at all, so we're still working away at it, trying to get a good race balance. So we just wanted to change a lot of stuff. Got out a bit delayed, but we just went quicker than the 91 in first sector by 2/10. So she's got some degree of speed. We just got to get her balanced.
Now, talking about balance, obviously Jean-Marie Bruni had a problem in the 94 car. Has he got back yet?
I don't think so. I just came down to the box, so asking the wrong guy. But no, I think he's stuck up in turn 1. Yeah. So I don't know what's going on there why he couldn't restart.
Okay, we'll see. Best of luck for the session, but your cars have looked exciting from the outside.
Yeah, I mean, it's not so easy. We're quick, but it's not easy. So let's see if we can keep them on the track.
Let's hope so. Thanks, Earl.
Well, Earl, if it was easy, everyone would do it, and not everyone can be a racing driver, or else it wouldn't be fun. Now, would it, Paul?
That's right. I mean, I think this is one of the things that I've never raced a racing car. I've only driven very slowly, but I'm still fascinated by the process of driving, and I stay up all night and I watch these things go round, and it's one of those things that just fascinates me. So good to hear from Earl. Good to hear from Anthony Davidson there. So
yes.
It's good background and insight into what goes on in the race driver's mind. Had a couple of driver changes. You mentioned that Sebastian Buemi taking over the number 8 car. Kaz Nakajima has only done 3 of his 5 laps, but as you mentioned earlier on, he's still got time to do that either later on this evening or tomorrow. Mike Conway has taken over from Kamui Kobayashi, who did do 5 laps, and in the number 17, the SMP BR1, Igor Orugiev has now taken over from Stefan Sarazan, but Sarazan did 5 laps, so that was all kind of as it should have been. A new faster time for it was Bruno Senna, who brought the number 1 Rebellion up into 4th fastest now. So the SMP is best of the privateers at the moment. Stefan Sarazan's time, 3:19.403. 4.83. Bruno Senna has done a 3:19.662 to be second of the privateer cars, and then it's the number 3 Rebellion, which, although it has Thomas Laurent at the wheel at the moment, it was Gustavo Menezes who set the time of 3:19.945 for that. And then 4th, as far as the privateers is concerned, which is in 6th place overall, of course, is Tom Dillman in the Enso Nismo number 4, who's done a 3:20.911. He's now handed the Enso over to Ollie Webb. Ben Hanley is out in the number 10 Dragon Speed BR1, and he's done a 3:21.110 and has gone out for a second stint. But he has now done his 5 nighttime laps, so it's going well for most of them up at the top.
Well, and it's that time, Mr. Trustwell, where it's the bottom of the hour, which means it's time for a Silverstone hourly update.
Live from trackside, this is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
The hourly update.
So with half an hour of the qualifying session gone, still an hour and a half to go, it's a Toyota 1-2 with the number 8 car having done a 3 minutes 17.270 and the number 7 car a 3 minutes 17.377. Then it's the SMP Racing BR1, which is currently in the hands of Igor Orudjev, but the time set earlier on by where are we, 17, time set by Stefan Sarazan, and that was a 3:19.483. Fourth fastest is the number 1 Rebellion, 3 minutes 19.662. Fifth fastest, the number 3 Rebellion, 3 minutes 19.945. And sixth fastest, the number 4 by Collis Enso, 3 minutes 20.911. In LMP2, fastest car there is the number 48 Edex Sport Orica. Paul-Luc Chatin has done a 3 minutes 24.956. To be quickest by 0.28 of a second from number 28, Mathieu Dachevier in the TDS Orica, a 3 minutes 25.240. Third in LMP2, Jean-Eric Verne at the wheel of the number 26 G-Drive Orica, 3 minutes 26.447. So it's an Orica 1-2-3 in LMP2. In fourth, it's another Orica, and that is the number 31 Dragon Speed car, which Pastor Maldonado has done a 3 minutes 26.508. Fastest of the then we've got the Alpine with 36. Andre de Grau has done a 3 minutes 26.681, and then rounding out the top 6 in LMP2, Phil Hansen in the United Autosports Ligier, 3:26.772. In GTE Pro, fastest car there, number 91, the Porsche of Jimmy Bruni before he went off the circuit. No, it wasn't Jimmy, was it? Sorry, it was the 93 that went off, Patrick Pile. No, it was Jimmy Bruni.
You were right.
Yeah. So he was fastest before he threw it off, 3 minutes 47.504. Lawrence Vantor, number 92, second fastest for Porsche, 3:49.097. And Ollie Pla, third fastest for Ford, 3 minutes 49.181. Fourth fastest in GTE Pro is the Ferrari, the number 51 car, James Collado, 3:49.854. Fifth fastest, the Porsche number 94, Sven Muller, 3 minutes 50.089. And sixth fastest, number 67, Harry Tinknell for Ford, 3 minutes 50.429. So Porsche, Ford, Ferrari, Porsche, Ford is the top 6 in GTE Pro. In GTE Am, Giorgio Roda, number 88, is quickest for the Dempsey Proton team, 3 minutes 50.728. Second fastest is the second of the Dempsey Proton cars, number 77, Christian Reed, 3:51.930. And third fastest is another Porsche in GTE Pro, the Gulf Racing car, number 86, a 3 minutes 52.517. That's your Silverstone Circuit's hourly update. Still an hour and 24 minutes of this session remain.
The hourly update on Radio Le Mans.
Thank you, Paul. Very useful to know how they stack up, even after only half an hour has gone. Interesting that the 91 Porsche, as Paul rightly mentioned, the fastest car out there, having only done 2 laps, still out on its third, trying to make its way back to the garage.
Well, I do wonder whether he came past the start-finish line so fast, finishing off the lap, he might have just taken his eye off the road to look down at his steering wheel to see what the time was and lost concentration. But racing drivers rarely lose concentration, but it occasionally happens.
As the number 33 has come to a gravelly halt just before the Dunlop Bridge. While that gets sorted out, let's check in with Nick, who has Bruno Senna from Rebellion.
Bruno, surprisingly, you now appear to be locked in a battle for top non-hybrid with the SMP car. Are you surprised? We thought it'd be a carve-up between the 1 or the 3 for that position.
To be honest, we knew that they had good pace, so we were pushing very hard. It's a shame that the traffic completely stopped me from doing a good lap today, but the fight is on. There's still 2 more qualifying sessions, and we know that the race is going to be tough against them.
We're now seeing a 2-second gap between your cars and the Toyotas. Do you think that is a truer reflection of the difference in pace than this supposed half-second gap?
I think the Toyotas still have something more to show. Hopefully we can find some more in our car as well, but they are very strong. We saw last year how strong they are, so we need to keep pushing and improve ourselves.
How important is qualifying? I mean, obviously you have 6 hours of running today and tomorrow. Are you actually running a qualifying setup, or is it just new tyres and a race setup?
I mean, qualifying is not that important in a 24-hour race, but any position you take is a benefit and less risk of confusion in the first few laps. So we need to keep pushing, hopefully get just behind the Toyotas tomorrow, and then start the race from there.
Bruno, thank you so much.
Thank you, Nick. Part of our Forza pit lane team for this session. The other half is Bruce Jones, diligently down there working away, getting stories. The 33, which was the story before we went to Nick, is indeed another Nick. It is Nick Boole, who has come to a halt just before the Dunlop Bridge. He is getting some outside assistance to get going again, and one car that doesn't need any outside assistance, at least to the moment, is the number 7 Toyota Gazoo Racing TSO 50. Mike Conway hops out of that. I think that was Jose Maria Lopez jumping in. I did not recognize the helmet, as Paul Treswell nods sagely to acknowledge that. Interesting that both cars that have come to a stop so far in the session, Johnny, on opposite sides of the track from one another, but within about 50 feet.
Yeah, and that might add further evidence that maybe the track really is quite greasy through there. It's still recovering really after so much rainfall, and you've been here for more of the week than I have, Shay. Rainfall leading up to today that was dry, that's been dry, and yesterday that had a little bit of rain. But I mean, whether there's been some fluid that's dropped down there on the Dunlop curve, it seems funny that we've got 2 cars that have had moments. Although, as I say, I've seen several Porsches this weekend that are very fast, but they appear to be ill-handling in places. Nick Tandy, Earl Bamber struggled to get the car stopped earlier on into the pit lane. We've seen Patrick Pilet have a big moment at the Forza Motorsport chicane where he wiped off the front right wing and did some significant damage that the team has sorted out now. And Laurent Vantor nearly had a massive moment. Matt Campbell had an issue in one of the AM Porsches, which are the same spec, remember, as the Pro Porsches this time, because that's now a year-old car, so you can run it in AM. And then the biggest of all of the Porsche issues has been Jimmy Bruni very recently in that Rothmans replica livery 91 car.
That moment with Patrick Pilet reminded me of what Romain Dumas did several years ago.
Yeah.
And his car, Bruce Jones, is finally back in the pit lane. That would be the number 94 Porsche.
Correct. And Romain has got his helmet on. He's waving to Jimmy, who's waving to him out of the window. But that's been quite a big hiatus. Not what they need, because come what may, don't forget they've got to beat 3 similar works Porsches. And you know what racing drivers are like. So we have the driver change. And Romain just looking to get on board. Doesn't seem to be anything amiss with the cars. Of course, they're checking for all the gravel. They're replacing the tyres at the moment. New wheels going on. But looks relatively standard. It's just simply they threw 20 minutes out of the window. More on that later.
Thank you, Bruce. Good to know that there's not a great deal of damage to any of the Porsches, considering that they don't really have a great deal of spares, as we heard from Earl Bamber earlier, that the demand is such for the new 911 RSR that Weissach is pushing them out as fast as they can, but Stuttgart is, they're pretty much at max capacity.
Yeah, well, Earl, I think, mentioned that one was very badly damaged in a test at the start of the year. We've also had, during the prologue for the World Endurance Championship, one was, in fact, either the ELMS or the WEC prologue, I forget which, but Joel Camathius had a huge moment at Paul Ricard and basically rode off a chassis as well, and Joel politely was asked to leave the team as a result of that. So, the problem is they keep being crashed. And as you say, the factory then cannot churn out new replacements with so little time between the first few events of the season.
Well, and it was Sven Muller who brought the number 94 back into the pit lane. Thank you very much, Bruce, for letting me know off air that was the situation. And Sven, really an initiation by fire, being brought into your first ever Le Mans, being given the keys to drive with guys who have not only won in class, but overall. They've won together, they've won separately. It's quite the pressure situation.
It is, but I think, he's capable, perfectly capable of dealing with that pressure. As you say, some big names, Roman Dumas and Timo Bernhardt being his teammates, the 94 car. But Sven is a VLN winner.
Yes.
And has done well in the Nürburgring 24 Hours as well. He knows his GT3 cars. I don't actually know whether Sven has had much experience in a GTE car, so that's something he needs to get more used to, and just the behaviour of one of these cars that doesn't have the driver aids that a GT3 machine does?
Well, just enough experience to mess with you a little bit, because he tested both cars here last year. He was the 4th driver in, I think it was all 3 of the Pro cars, actually. They had him mentored just in case anything happened. So he got used to having the engine in a Porsche normal place.
Yeah.
But then had to readapt to the new car. And he's a guy who's a Carrera Cup Deutschland, a Super Cup champion. He was Rookie of the Year in his first year of both championships. A very capable driver, but still, nonetheless, it's a lot of pressure on, especially when the car you're driving is going for a championship back in the States, and there is not time to rebuild a chassis should something go wrong. That is also something to keep in the back of the minds for drivers not only of the 93 and 94 Porsches, but also the 2 Corvettes and the 68 and the 69 Fords. They're all deeply embedded in a championship fight. They can't let something happen. And something has happened to the number 90 Aston Martin Vantage. That is the TF sport car. Sally Yolick behind the wheel at the moment. Looked like a left rear puncture from my eye, as, there was a little bit of bodywork shedding itself on the pit lane entrance. Not far to go for the first ever Turkish driver to run the 24 Hours Le Mans. That was Sally last year. But still, the Aston Martin pit box a little bit more than halfway down. As Jenson Button, now out of the 11, he gets out of the car having brought it in the 8th position. Time of 3:22.0. And Paul Tresswell, does that mean that he has done his minimum night laps? If
Sally Yolick is in, remind me which car number.
Are you talking about Jenson?
I was asking about Jenson, sorry.
Oh,
Jenson Button.
In the 11.
Yeah, Jenson in 11 has done his 5 laps, as has Vitaly Petrov, so that car can now go to Mikhail Aleshin. The guy I'm just keeping an eye on at the moment is Sebastian Buemi in the number 7 car, rather than just, in the number 8 car, rather than just doing 5 laps, he's done 7 thus far, which makes me think he might be going for a full stint. So we'll keep an eye on Seb Buemi, or it may be that Fernando has just said, no, I want to have a nice long dinner. I mean, the Spanish do tend to eat a little bit later than certainly we do in England. So it may be that Fernando said, no, I don't want to get into the car until at least 11 o'clock at night. So Seb's having a longer stint. We'll see. Meanwhile, there's somebody stuck in the pit lane there.
That one is the 90.
Okay, that's the one who did have a puncture, didn't he? Sally Yolick with a puncture in the TF Sport. Aston.
Round to a halt at the pit inn, and I believe Bruce Jones has a better view of this than I do.
Well, I saw 4 people, and they've got smaller in my sights. I'm in the middle of the pit lane, and it was the crew running down in various different degrees of natural athleticism down to connect the car at pit entry. They looked pretty quick, but it was downhill, of course, but just what the crew really doesn't want. Hopefully the car's not damaged, it simply just can't get to them. But that's where the mechanics, they've got a tough enough job to start with, but when you suddenly get the call, go and get the car, it just is something else for them to get on with. But it's going all right, I think.
Sprinting downhill, which ultimately means they're going to have to push the car back uphill.
You got it. Good news, bad news, yes. The Ginettas, we've had a lap from the number 6 car. However, we haven't yet had a lap from the number 5. I think that kind of tallies with what Charlie Robertson was saying earlier on before the session started. At last, the number 5, Michael Simpson, has actually done a decent lap as well, a 3:31.477, which is in amongst the LMP2s. He was up at the bottom of the LMP1s at the end of this afternoon's free practice session. 3 options, you got there eventually. One of them.
Fair enough.
I should have just said earlier, shouldn't I?
Yes.
The earlier free practice session was they were down at the bottom of the LMP1. So Mike Simpson, that's his only flying lap though, and we've yet to see the number 6 in the session at all, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's showing 1 lap completed, but no time registered.
An out and an in lap. It was a lap which was an out lap and an in lap on the same lap.
Well, the dramas for the 90, the TF Sport Aston Martin, have not yet finished. Bruce Jones, you've got a better view?
Well, we talked about they sprinted downhill and then they're going to have to walk uphill pushing the car, but they've run back up the hill and the car's stationary right outside the number 8 Toyota's garage. But it's in the fast lane of the pits. and marshals are standing around it, looking as though they want to push it somewhere, waved yellow flags, actually quite a long way down towards pit entrance. They don't want anyone to hit it, a dark car on a dark night. All they can see are the tail lights they come in. The marshals have got it covered, but I fear for the mechanics, they've got another run down the pit lane. It looks like, I know it's quite dark, I thought he had a punctured rear left, but that's not the reason. It may be jammed. That's why they can't push it anyway. Maybe jammed in gear. I'll try and find out for you. But yeah, busy time for the 90 Aston Martin crew.
I think you're right, Bruce. It is. There is a puncture on the rear left, but why that's stopping the car from going any further is a mystery, and it's drivetrain related, I would say, or as you said, gearbox maybe. And the car's stuck in gear, perhaps, I don't know.
Or possibly that the rubber from the wheel has got itself jammed in the wheel arch and just preventing the wheel from turning within the wheel arch. So
it's a big, powerful car, though. I would imagine it just drive it. It would be driven out of the way, but possibly not. Depends.
But if they're pushing it because the engine is stalled or something, but they do want to lift it up onto the dolly wheels, and having got it on the dolly wheels, of course, in order to get it onto the dolly wheels, they need an air canister, because the air that they have on the pit won't stretch that far, so they've got to then get a canister to roll down. So it's not only the dollies but also an air jack canister air bottle that they need as well.
As long as they don't start running out onto a live track with an air canister on the wheels, as we saw at the Nürburgring 24 hours when Mercedes spun at the first corner minus one of its rear wheels, and that was a very silly situation that happened last month, but they should be a lot safer remaining in the pit lane. Well, the dolly trolleys are on their way now, and the air canister, I think, too, to try and jack that number 90 car up.
Bruce,
poor old Sally Yollick.
Is that what's going on, Bruce?
That is 100% spot on. 3 mechanics have returned. 4 went down the pit lane, 4 went back up, but they brought 4 trolley jacks between them. And be a big sigh of relief, I think, at Toyota Gazoo Racing when the entry area to their garage will be cleared. Luckily, they seem to be in the middle of a program that keeps the cars out for a while. But it's one thing getting the trolley jacks down, but with that punctured rear left, it's quite difficult to get them underneath. That is their next problem, so it's far from solved, I'm afraid.
Yeah, they've forgotten the problem of the air jack, in fact, or they've not got a canister, because you thought we were having the trolley jacks, but you then got to lift the car. Can't lift it up. But they'll get there.
And thank you to the diligent work of our Forza Motorsport pit lane team. Nick says in my ear, they do have that air canister on the way, but it's just moving a little bit slower than the dolly jacks were.
Right, fair enough.
You see a car stranded in a pit lane, and the first thought when it is in the transition lane or the fast lane is the incoming cars that are going to have to go around it. Well, now it's in a position where the incoming cars aren't really going to be affected by it unless they're in about those first 3 pit boxes. So you kind of worry about the mechanics standing on the left-hand side of the car towards the fast lane. When they bend down to put the jacks and the wheels and the dollies underneath the car, they're going to be susceptible to cars coming in.
It's like having to change a flat tire on the shoulder of a freeway or a motorway, isn't it?
Exactly.
You don't want it to be that side of the car, but it's okay. There are a couple of marshals there, one with 2 yellow flags pointing left and right, so you'd be hard pushed to miss that. And actually the marshals are being the bravest of anybody down there, as they often are. In fact, the tyre is, virtually not there. I mean, the sidewall is still there, but the rest of the tyre is virtually gone, I think. So I don't think there is an issue with it all wedged up in the wheel arch. I think just the engine stalled, and now Sally cannot get it restarted. But as to what led to that stall, I'm still a bit puzzled. But anyway, they'll get it going eventually. They'll get it up to the team. And that car is 12th in class, isn't it, at the moment? Trailing the sister machine that is run by Aston Martin Racing proper, TF Sport being a customer team, Tom Ferrier's outfit. Their number 98 car is 7th fastest, so ultimately they'll be aiming to try and match the speed of the 98 crew.
And in talking to the drivers of the number 98 at the scrutineering that happened a couple of days ago, Paul Dell'Anna, Pedro Lamy, and Matthias Lauda, I asked them just how much it would help to have the TF Sport car, because of course now with the new Aston Martin Vantage, different body shape, you can't transfer information back and forth as easily. So having another car semi under the same umbrella really would be a leg up. And they said, yeah, to a point, but they're still the competition. They are not the same family. They might be running the same logo, and yeah, they might work together when it's convenient, but ultimately, at this point in time, if the 98 has a really good qualifying setup, they're not likely to share it over with the number 90.
And quite right too.
I think the other fact is that because they're AM entries, they're being funded largely by the amateur part of the team. And of course, if it is AM funded, then he who pays the money generally calls the shots. And so in an AM team, you have far less cooperation, shall we say, than you would in a pro team where the pro drivers are there as employees of the team that's running it.
Very good point, Paul. Have to agree with that. We have had a spotting of the two-time world champion, which means, Paul, that he was not having a leisurely dinner. He was perhaps just putting on a new fire suit, which is why Buemi was getting so long in the car. But now Buemi has brought the number 8 Toyota back into the pit lane, and it rolls backwards into the garage, leading the number 80 EBI Motorsports Porsche to take a very odd angle into its pit box. I would imagine that car will also be rolled into its pit box, just taking advantage of a little bit of a calm time as we are 44 minutes near enough into this session. It was Christina Nielsen driving the Porsche, and she's somebody who, for many years, we've become accustomed to saying driving a Ferrari. Well, now she's changed allegiances, and she seems to be having a really good time with the Porsche logo.
Still the only female in the race, though.
Yes.
We've become used to saying that. Time we got another female driver out there. Sebastian Buemi did 10 laps, though, behind the wheel of the car, so it was one short of his maximum, if you will. So Seb doing that 10-lap stint, and the time taken, this is an indication of the kind of time that we're going to have for stints during the race itself. The stint being how long was it? 51. No, where's stint time? 34 minutes. So 34 minutes. Get used to this during the race. P1 privateers are going to be coming in every 34 or 35 minutes.
Okay.
Wow. So that'll be 8 cars.
Yeah. I mean, and over 40 pit stops over the course of the race.
Oh my gosh.
So, you know, there's an awful lot of work for the mechanics to do. And let's say 35 minutes will be in. 35 minutes will be in.
Sorry to interrupt. The start of the race, they're the first stoppers, presumably. After 35 minutes, they come in.
And then P2 will come in just after that.
40 minutes?
Yeah, 38, I reckon, for a P2.
Right.
So it's 35. So it'll probably be on the same lap because the P1s will be ahead of the P2s. They'll probably be coming in after 10 laps as well. The Toyotas will go the extra lap, but they'll still be coming in after 39 or 40 minutes. And of course, because you have to factor in the fact that the start of the race, you get the formation lap, and you can't do the formation lap on free fuel. It's still part of your fuel allocation. So you'll be coming in after 1 lap earlier on the end of the first stint, so they'll be coming in after 9 and 10 laps respectively.
My initial thought was one of sympathy for the crew members, the mechanics, who are going to have far less rest time in between every pit stop, but also for us down on the pit lane. It's going to be quite frantic. Is that a replay of the 90 having struggles, or is that a Porsche, Johnny?
That's a Porsche, again, spinning at the Dunlop chicane, and I'm going to hazard a guess that it was the 56 car, purely because it looked a little bit like the livery of the Team Project 1 Porsche, but it's pretty dark now, so I'm not going to say that was, 100% it was the 56, but it was certainly a Porsche. And again, you just wonder, they've been trimmed out like crazy, these 911 RSRs, but there's a lot of spinning cars, there's a lot of Porsches going wide as well and taking bits of the scenery with them. So how much of a risk are Porsche taking this weekend?
Well, while we try and figure out which Sector 1 time was elongated for a GTE AM Porsche, let's go down to the the Forza Motorsport pit lane team. Nick Damon with a bit of an update on the number 90.
Yeah, we were postulating why on earth has that car stopped in the pit lane? Does it have a gearbox problem or not? Well, interesting, as it rolled up, I thought that is some fantastic driving Solly's done there, because he has not even lightly damaged the outside of the wrap on the on the arch on that rear left, because the tyre had completely broken on the outside. I know what happens. You often see that comedy situation where the middle of the tyre rolls off and lollops off across the track and someone to pick it up. Well, unfortunately, what actually happened is that having torn away from the outside of the tyre. The whole tyre then migrated to the inside and got completely stuck, wedged, and twisted around like one of those strings that get inside an axle, and had completely bound up that wheel entirely with rubber. So the tyre, because they still have managed to get off now, has wedged itself into the disc brake, the drivetrain, the drive shafts, and at the moment is completely enveloping every moving part. So basically, it's like having a big rubber bung in your drive line. It ain't going nowhere, but when they get it off, I don't think there's much damage.
Well, it's a good thing you didn't try and drive it anywhere then. Thank you, Nick Damon. And that would have been a lot more trouble than if you had just left it stay put.
Trussers was bang on. He said, what about if all the rubber's caught around the drivetrain and the axle and the brake caliper and all that sort of thing? That's exactly what had happened. So my apologies, Paul. I wrote that off.
I doth my cap to you, though, Johnny Palmer.
Well, I did get one thing right, yeah. So slight saving grace.
Car identification in the pitch black of night.
Yeah.
You managed to pick out a black car.
And a predominantly black car, yeah, with a bit of yellow on it.
Exactly.
And I only saw the number flash briefly before my eyes. But yes, it was the 56 being driven by Patrick Lindsay, fifth fastest at the moment. But it took Patrick 60 seconds to get through Sector 1. Ordinarily, that would take you somewhere in the region of 36, 37 seconds. So, yeah, Patrick delayed, but good news, he's got to the end of the first sector, indeed the second sector now as well, so he is back on his way, and he didn't hit anything solid in that moment at the Dunlop chicane.
12 cars presently in the pit lane. Does that sound about correct to you, Paul Trustwell?
Oh, yes, I think so. If you say so, you've got it from somewhere.
So that would be 48 then out on the circuit. Now it's showing 10 cars on my little in-pit graphic. Thank you to Al Kamel. That's still a fairly busy... Ooh, no, as Janetta pulls off. I was going to say it's a fairly busy circuit, but now it's slightly less busy. That's number 5 coming to a stop. Is that at the foot of the Dunlop Bridge? Is that the logo?
Yes,
yes,
straight out of
yeah.
the straight out of the
curve,
pit, straight out of the pit lane. In fact,
and that is the car that has set a lap time.
Yes, that's the car that is now being shown as Charlie Robertson behind the wheel. Mike Simpson brought it in. Ollie Rowland has taken the other one out, and the good news is that's not stopped.
Well, coming to a stop a little bit further up the straight was the number 77. That was Christian Reed behind the wheel of that Porsche. So I wonder if maybe the two of them had a little bit of a get together. But it's almost the top of the hour, which means only 1 hour left of this qualifying session already. The Janetta... No, just came out of the pit lane, took off the pit lane speed limiter. The sister car came blasting past, and it just pulled over. It is painfully close to the pit entrance, closer than any of the other usual suspects we've had so far tonight. But since it is now 11 o'clock, just after, it's time for a little bit of weather.
Live from Trackside. On 91.2 FM.
On Sirius Channel 138 and XM Channel 201.
And online at radiolemans.com.
At radiolemans.com.
You're listening to coverage of the world's most famous motor race, the Le Mans 24 Hours, on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
The weather brought to you by DuraGarages.com.
Temperature continues to drop. It is only 15 degrees Celsius out there. The good news is it is clear. We do not have rain in the forecast for tonight. Indeed, tomorrow looks a little bit more hesitant in terms of that plan, but it seems to get better and better with each passing minute, so we might just be able to get out of this. It's going down to 13 degrees tonight, though, before it goes back up to about 21 at full afternoon tomorrow. But for now, nice cool conditions, and the turbos are happy.
The weather brought to you by DuraGarages.com.
You're listening to Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's Shay Adam, Johnny Palmer, and Paul Trustwell taking you through this last hour of Wednesday qualifying. We've got a fairly predictable order so far, at least given off of the practice session we had earlier on in the afternoon. It is Toyota Gazoo Racing car number 8 topping the charts. It was a time set by Sebastian Buemi. Fernando Alonso now behind the wheel of that car. The number 48, the eDex Sport Orica, which led most of the free practice, is back to the top of the charts, ahead of the number 28 TTS Racing, again another Orica. For GT Pro, still that time of Jimmy Bruni. He must have been going really quickly backwards across the line. Just kidding, I think he was going the proper way at the time, with a 3 minutes and 47 seconds ahead of his sister car, the Pink Pig, currently driven by Lawrence Vantor. No insinuation that Lawrence is a pink pig, by the way. 3:49 flat for Lawrence. And then in the AM class, again, it is the number 88 Dempsey Proton Racing Porsche, leading the way ahead of its sister car, the number 77. So interesting first hour that we've had, but I think that the times that we are yet to see in terms of the best are yet to come.
Possibly. In terms of the outright best, I'm not sure. I would be surprised if Toyota go faster this evening than they have gone already. Unless one of them, we had Ant Davidson up earlier on, and he was saying how he was saying how much Kamui Kobayashi's time was a benefit for him last year because he got a clear track and got a little bit of slipstream, and it was one of those kind of perfect laps, which do come along occasionally. Now, that was a 3:14, so we're sort of 2.5 seconds off where that is. But if there is a clear bit of track and these guys are able to drive, there isn't really such a thing as a qualifying setup on these cars. So it is possible that they'll improve, but I don't think necessarily that we'll see improvements in the top class. We may see some in the other classes, though.
Let's ask a driver who's just come in from the circuit. Bruce Jones, part of our Forza Motorsport pit lane team, is alongside Christina Nielsen.
Christina Nielsen, double IMSA GTD champion. We always think Ferrari, of course, think Porsche now. Driving for the Ebi Motors crew, how's it going?
I would say we have a bit of work to do. You know, it's been a little bit of an uphill since the test where we didn't, I didn't get any track time. My teammates got very little. So, you know, all the data that we would have collected, feedback would have collected from testing that day. Today has been sort of our test day. Because we didn't have that Sunday, so you know we're a little bit behind, but you know we got on to Saturday luckily.
So you'll be praying, of course, that tomorrow we have a dry qualifying. There's a chance of rain, but is it really just about getting the setup right for the race?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you want to have a car that's an endurance car. You want to have one that's comfortable to do double stint on. So, you know, yeah, I'm hoping for dry because the race looks dry. So it would be nice to get a bit of extra time for that.
Okay, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us, Christina.
Thank you, Christina, and thank you, Bruce, for that little bit of insight. It's been tricky out there. We had a moment for Romain Dumas coming into the Mulsanne corner, carried a lot of speed, missed his turn-in point, and spun it through the roundabout area where we've seen cars put back down on the circuit.
That's right. He ended up partway round the roundabout at Mulsanne corner.
Yes.
So an instance where another Porsche looks rather squirrely under braking, let's say, and the 94, of course, is sort of being borrowed for this weekend by three drivers that will hand it back at the weekend to the regular WeatherTech sports car pilots. Romain Dumas, Timo Bernhardt, Sven Muller may not care quite as much about their Porsche as the 93 boys do.
Well, and in fact, the 94 is being broken in because it's an entirely new chassis from Germany. The crew guys operating that car, the minds on the pit wall, I know David is the full-time engineer for IMSA. He normally works with Earl Bamber and Lawrence Vantor in the championship.
Yeah.
And instead of doing that, he's working with three new guys that he met at a test at Monza. But before we get into that, let's check in with Nick, who has found Paul-Loup Chaton.
So, Paul-Loup so far going well for the fastest, but the car has a problem. What is it?
No, the car is really good for the moment. We just manage a little bit the setup, you know. Of course, we try to do some good lap for the qualifying, but like I said a lot of time, the main thing that we work for is for the race. So, okay, the car is competitive, but we really have to work on it to make it more comfortable and as comfortable as possible for the race.
So did you start this session with a qualifying setup and now you've gone back to a race setup, or are you just tuning that the whole time?
We're tuning a bit the whole time, you know. I think the setup that I use for qualifying is really close to the setup that we want to use for the race. We just have to adjust, you know. We just have the test day of practice. We have the first free practice this afternoon, so we don't have a lot of mileage with this car on this track. So each time we run out, we try to improve a little bit the setup. So even if the lap time is good, we think that it's still possible to improve our lap time. So we work on it.
It's an incredibly competitive field in LMP2. Who do you think are your main rivals?
Sorry?
Who do you think are your main rivals in LMP2?
Yeah, it's very competitive, like you say. I think there are a lot of drivers who can fight for the pole position, but if I have to say three names of driver or three teams, for me it's TDS, G-Drive and Dragon Speed. These three teams are really fast since the beginning of the test, and there are also a lot of great drivers like Loïc Duval, Mathieu Valxivière, Jean-Éric Verne, Maldonado, Nathaniel Berton. So yeah, it's really tight and it's really fun to drive against them and to fight against them for the pole position.
Paul Loup, thank you very much indeed. That's Paul Loup Chateau from the 4J EDEX Sport. Basically illustrating how incredibly strong P2 is, Shay.
Nick, was he staring at a timing screen by any chance when he listed off those three that he's worried about?
No, I think he's fully aware that there's a lot of incredibly good drivers. A quick aside story. I was up about 10 minutes ago at the 31 car. Past Maldonado, I'm not sure they've gone out again, but they were spending a long time rummaging around the side pods, and I thought, uh-oh, cooling problems, uh-oh, oil leak. No, the light had gone out on one of their number panels.
Oh, gosh.
And they're trying to fix the lights.
Well, thank you, Nick. It's always good practice. And I can actually tell you that car is back out because we were seeing into the garage of the Dragon Speed crew the sister car, the LMP1 machine, currently being driven by none other than Renger van der Zande, came to a stop. Where, Johnny? Where would that be? Oh, yeah, just after turn 1.
Yeah, again. So, yeah, that's the point Shay's making, I think. You know, cars, we've seen that several occasions now. Yeah. Cars leaving the pits and really not lasting very long at all before they come to a halt for whatever reason. The number 5 Giannetta's done that twice now, once in free practice and now very recently didn't quite make it all the way to the Forest S's, which it did, or Tête Rouge pretty much, when Mike Simpson was at the wheel. So covering where that number 10 car's come to rest now is, Shay,
our first slow zone of the session.
Go.
Thank you, Johnny. It was almost like we had rehearsed that, like practiced right into that sort of partnership.
It's actually a third slow zone of the session.
Is it?
Yeah, because we had a slow zone when the Ginetta came to a halt up there, and then there was a slow zone for Jimmy Bruni's accident at the Dunlop chicane as well. So this is the third that we've had, and each of them has been at the Dunlop chicane, the first area. So no quick laps for the moment, and no quick laps either for the number 4 by Collis Enso, because they've had 2 of their laps cancelled, one of which was the car's fastest lap. It was a 3 minutes 20.911, which the timekeepers don't want me to tell you about because they've wiped it off all my screens. But you can work it out by subtracting that from all the other times that you've got. So a 3 minutes 20.911 was the time which was set by the ENSO and has been cancelled. Not for exceeding track limits, though. This is for excessive fuel consumption, and this goes back to the famous EOT document that we were talking about during Midday Motorsport, which defines how much fuel the car is allowed to use at any particular moment. And for the non-hybrids, it's 108 kilograms per hour, and if you go over that, then they will disallow the lap times, and come the race, again, there'll be some kind of penalty to be paid. There's a fuel flow meter aboard the car, works just like any fluid meter works. It just measures the rate at which the fuel is going into the engine, and of course you can control how hard you hit the throttle. In the Toyotas, it's impossible to go over the fuel flow limit, not because the rules, but just because the team themselves have put a regulator in there. So it's not a meter, but it's a regulator, which means that however hard you press the throttle, it won't go over the amount that you're allowed to. And most of the teams, I would have thought, would do that, but maybe the budget at ENSO isn't quite as high, or by Collis isn't quite as high, and so as I say, they have to kind of control it. But they've been pinged, and that means they're going to have to go to the drawing board again to work out how they're going to keep that, because it's one of those things you're not going to be able to go over that during the race.
Do we know what the penalty will be for going over that yet?
I do, but it's in another book.
I don't mean
go
to
into race mode.
Yes, that'll come later on. Maybe it's just that the Bicolis racing team has so much faith in Tom Dillman, Dominic Kryheimer, and Oliver Webb that they have told them not to go over the limit, and they believe that their guys will. It's
there's a lot going on in the cockpit, isn't there? And that's another thing that it's a bit like your job right now, Shay, really. Plenty going on, and spinning plates, and maybe it is, pretty easy to just go, and we're probably talking very small margins here, by pure accident, go above the permitted fuel flow. And obviously, if you can limit it somehow, physically limit it like Toyota have done, then that eliminates one of the other things you've got to think about. I'm fearful about the 10 car. There was a lot of smoke coming out the back of that car as it ground to a halt. As we've established, it was an outlap for Dutchman Renger van der Zande, and I don't know where that smoke was coming from. It didn't look like it was locked up, so I don't think it was smoke from tyres. So we'll wait to see. The number 10 car's been lifted up out of the gravel and back onto hard standing. But the Gibson engine, which powers all the LMP2s, remember, their 4.2 litre configuration of the V8 engine, has been kind of supercharged, if you like, not literally, but they've done an awful lot of work on that to increase the capacity. It's now 4.5 litre power plant that goes in the back of the Dragon Speed machine and powers the two Rebellion Racing R13s as well. It's a very reliable engine, so I would be surprised if it's expired. But then again, it is an evolution of the very reliable engine, and in the, I won't say corners they've had to cut, but they've had to increase the power. It also weighs less, I believe, than the 4.2. So they've done quite a bit of clever engineering as far as that engine is concerned, and they will have done plenty of mileage testing on it too.
And in terms of that car, that chassis was a complete rebuild after Spa.
Yes,
and
good point.
A real thrash to get it ready for the Le Mans test days. The Toyotas are flying in formation. How interesting. The 7 and the 8 going around the track together, side by side across the start-finish line, as a matter of fact. And the 7 is ahead. That is Jose Maria Lopez. So the Argentinian driver ahead of the Spanish driver, even though the time charts reflect the opposite way around. Had a really good chat with Jose Maria Lopez the other day. He is such a likable guy. Have to just throw that in there. But yeah, as you mentioned, for Renger van der Zande, when he went into that turn 1, there was white smoke behind him. White smoke is normally an oil smoke, and if it's an oil issue, it's probably not good for the engine.
Certainly not. White flags being displayed at Forest Estes and Tête Rouge, indicating a car is back on the move. So fingers crossed that is Renger.
And the slow zone has been removed, so that kind of goes together. That we've got a green flag around the circuit now, but a slow car on the track. Fernando has done his 5 nighttime laps, so there's nothing going to stop him from starting the race now. So he's done all his qualifying. He did his rookie laps during the test weekend. He's done his nighttime laps now, and I think he's probably within the 107%, which is the other qualifying rule that he has to do. So he's safely qualified for the race, and he's actually gone out for a 6th lap now. And as you say, very running in very close company to Jose Maria Lopez, who's already done his nighttime laps. That's all of the Toyota drivers now qualified at night.
Just a quick question about when a car is labelled as stopped on the timing screen, is that then, even if it did continue around the track, would it trigger the sector points? Bet you don't know the answer. I'm really hoping Van der Zande is moving, but he's still shown on the tracker in exactly the same point, and he hasn't triggered any of the sector points either. So I don't know. There's still a big question mark above the number 10.
While Paul investigates that, let's go to Nick for an update on the number 37, Jackie Chan DC Racing Orica. Had a very rough opening practice session. Nick, is everything all right down there now?
I'm down with Nabil Jeffrey. Nabil, a difficult opening practice session for your car. Is everything sorted now?
Yeah, everything is good now, and Gazman is going out with new tires now, and hopefully he makes a good lap for the qualifying. I think for me it's more about still gaining the confidence, try to be doing more laps as possible. Because the last few sessions I didn't do proper laps, so my target is just to do as many laps as possible.
Raced obviously mostly in the Far East. Is this your first European racing experience, or have you done some racing here before?
No, I did a lot of European races before. Like before this, I did like all races in Europe, and then Formula 2, Formula 3, and everything. But this is my first race in France in Le Mans, so I'm looking forward to it.
And how are you coping with racing in the dark?
It's hard to see. No, I'm joking. It's incredible. I think the feeling, because you feel quite fast in the dark, comparing to the dry, comparing to the sunny ones, But I think it's a good experience for me, and hopefully I will improve.
And will you get out again today with some fresh tyres and go as fast as you can go?
Yeah, but then I think I'll take this one as a practice, and we still have 2 more qualifyings, so I will take one step at a time.
Thanks, Nabil. And now it's down to Bruce Jones, my fellow Forza Motorsport pit lane team member.
Thank you, Nick. It's good, it's bad, it's good, it's bad. Those are the words of Elton Julian. I just went to speak to him about the returning number 10 Dragon Speed entry. Not oil smoke at the back of the engine. Apparently it's a wheel problem, Renger van der Zande has reported. They're waiting. They said, we know what it is. We know how to fix it. It's just a small frustration. So what we thought might have been a far bigger frustration, fortunately for Renger van der Zande, Ben Hanley and Henrik Hedman, it's just a little blip rather than anything too serious.
A little blip. Thank you very much, Bruce Jones. And before that, Nick Damon, down part of our Forza Motorsport pit lane team. Also to be joined by Diana Banks and Joe Bradley and myself a little bit later on. That'll be tomorrow, thankfully. Although by the time this session ends, it'll be later
tomorrow.
Today. It's a bit like traveling to Australia, Paul. You just are never really sure what the time zone is.
That happens for me at Le Mans every year.
Yes.
I just go for when's the next session, when's the next meal. And in between time, there's some pit stops to worry about.
Yes. For Nabil Jeffrey, though, I have to say, he's got the line of the weekend so far. What's it like driving at night? It's dark.
Yeah, he can't see very much.
Nope, he can't see very much.
There's no fooling him. Fernando has come into the pits at the end of his 6-lap stint and gone out again. No stopping him. He decides he wants to do a little bit more nighttime driving. Remember you were asking me a little bit earlier on about seeing quicker lap times coming.
Yes.
Having given it consideration, what I think we'll have is probably the next 20 minutes or so of drivers getting their night laps done, making sure the light's pointing in the right direction, making sure they're all comfortable in the car, that they understand about how the car performs as the temperatures reduce, because we're seeing that happening very much. And then for the last 20 minutes, we'll see a little flurry of times going more quickly again, because inevitably you get some teams who are deciding as the session wears on that they're going to pack up, they're not going to do any more. That means the track gets a bit quieter. That generally means we get less slow zones, yellows, which generally means that people can go fast. So we've seen it before at Le Mans that the last 20 minutes it all quietens down on the track, and that means that people can go faster.
We heard a little bit earlier from Paul Duresta driving the number 22 United Autosports Ligier. For Paul, it's a learning experience constantly because, as he mentioned, he's only done one 24-hour race. That was the 24 Hours of Daytona. Spoiler alert, it's a lot brighter there than it is here. So for him, going out in these next 20 minutes, as you're talking about getting people their night laps, it's also about learning how to drive at a truly dark circuit. Yeah, he did the 12 Hours of Sebring as well, but Le Mans is a different beast altogether.
Every circuit is different. in daylight as well as at night time, but of course at night time the differences are just accentuated. And so yes, you're absolutely right. For those drivers with less experience of nighttime driving, they are going to want to go out a little bit more, and I suspect that's part of why Fernando's gone out again. He's had experience obviously at Daytona, but you can't beat practicing. And I mean, we heard from Jensen as well, didn't we, that he was getting a bit wide-eyed by the circuit, but now he was feeling a bit more confident in the car, and then he was able to push a bit harder. So yeah, it's all this is a learning process, however good you are as a driver.
It's going to be interesting to hear from the true rookies to this race and to this circuit, Johnny. Not necessarily after tonight's session, but after tomorrow night's session, because after you've had some time to sleep on it, think about the laps that you've turned, and then go back out there and do it again to replicate it. That's when it really sort of makes its mark. I mean, we were just seeing on video Felipe Nasr standing in the garage talking to one of his experienced teammates. Nasr's a rookie here. He's done F1, but he's never been to Le Mans at night. He's going to be going back through the laps he just turned in his head all night long.
Yeah, and I mean, these guys, as you say, are used to endurance racing in the United States or elsewhere too. But I mean, Daytona, compared to this place, quite a short track, really. And and I always want to say relatively simple too. I mean, I know it's complicated up on the banking there, and you get a very tricky line into the chicane, and the infield section of Daytona is very technical too. Sebring is its own beast entirely, with the paved sections, and with another Porsche off at Mulsanne corner. So
that one is the Pig. That one is driven by Kevin Estre right now.
Okay, so pretty much every driver who is racing in the Porsche GT team this weekend has had an experience of the Porsche not necessarily behaving.
Has Timo had a moment?
Good question.
I think Timo might be the only one with a clear conscience right now. Ooh, Estre just missing the apex. The car not wanting to turn in. The back getting a bit tail happy again. It's the pink pig.
Yeah, that was more, I think, Kevin Estre pushing too hard into the corner. Yeah. And, I mean, the guys are chuckling down there. That was less of a surprise, I think. I think Kevin Estre knew he was not going to make the corner and then had to try and get through the gravel, without the scars, without too much of a drama. And often best when you realise you're not going to make the corner, just to ease out of the brake pedal and allow the car to roll through the gravel. Because the last thing you want is to get stuck there and have to be plucked out by one of those Manitous that is still on site. And that seems to be a wise move by the officials to leave that there. There is often one at Mulsanne corner, but we've had plenty of cars in the kitty litter in that part of the circuit,
needing to serve their penalty drive around the roundabout. That's completely unofficial, but now we have made it a thing.
Yeah, well, that seems to be the safest route to get a car back onto track, is to stick it the other side of the roundabout, and then that also gives it opportunity to shake some of the stones out on a neutral area.
Something's not right here. These Porsches are having too many moments.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
I agree.
There's something going.
I think they've almost traded behaviour of the car for pure speed, and they've trimmed them out so much that even the superstars that you just never dream of having moments. I mean, Bruni incident, okay, still getting used to the car, and it's far more. I mean, but then mind you, he's been driving Porsches since January. Was he
for a year and a half?
Okay,
almost.
Okay.
Yeah.
Beginning of last year.
Beginning of last year, right? So this is his first Le Mans with Porsche, but he's been with Porsche for all of last year too.
Yes.
Okay, well that goes out the window as an excuse then.
He started the season last year in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. He did Daytona. Sebring was on the podium at Long Beach, as a matter of fact, and then did Circuit of the Americas, was his last race in the U.S., because, of course, they then did not go to Belle Isle. So his next race was Watkins Glen. But by that point, he was cleared to drive in the World Endurance Championship. That is when the stipulation of the previous contract had ended. So he came into the championship after that race had already passed. It was a bit of an odd season. This is his first full year in the World Endurance Championship, but he's already got a lot of experience with the car. I'm not entirely convinced it's a setup issue necessarily. I think it's more of a pressure that's been applied to the drivers. They've all said they've been given one marching order coming into this race, and that is to win. But enough speculation from us. Let's hear from Nick, who has Lawrence Vantor.
Lawrence, just seen your teammate Kevin go off. It's not the first Porsche we've seen go off. Are these cars very tricky at the moment?
No, I think we're just we're pushing. I think it's better now to make mistakes and find the limit, know where it is, and then know what to do in the race. I think I also destroyed a bumper because I had a floppy, and it's a bit stupid, but at least I know, okay, this what I did there I shouldn't do in the race. It's better now than after.
Is it a case that, to get the speed down the straight, you've trimmed the cars right out, so you really are very low on downforce and therefore quite low on rear grip?
Yeah, sure. Le Mans is all about straight line speed, and you try to trim as much out as possible, and everybody does the same, but for sure it makes the car more difficult and more alive to drive, so you need to control that, and yeah, it makes life a bit more exciting sometimes.
So once we get past this qualifying phase, will you be, by the time we get to warm up on Saturday, will you be putting a bit more wing back in the car to make it more drivable for the race, or do you have to run that skinny?
No, I think you'll have to. I think it's maybe the other way around. Qualifying the new tires, you could potentially gain a lot in the corners and high speed, but in the race you need the low downforce, because if not, no, you cannot pass. The only place is to pass you on a straight line, and if you're quick in the corners, but you can't get by, you're not going to win the race. So.
There was a bit of work done on the car prior to Kevin going out. Was that a setup change or a problem at the rear of the car?
Sorry?
There was a bit of work done prior to Kevin going out. Was that a setup change or a problem?
Yeah, it was a setup change. Obviously still trying to chase the perfect dream balance, which we will probably never find, but we can try to get close to it. But we're working.
Lawrence, thank you for talking. Cheers, mate.
Okay.
And thank you, Nick, for helping us out of digging that hole, which we were very wisely going into. I'm not entirely sure that it's not because of the setup of the car, but I do think a lot of it has to do with the pressure being applied to each of the 12 drivers behind the wheel of the factory Mobils. In effect, they have been told, go out there and win or bring home the steering wheel. Well, almost, but you know what I mean, Paul.
Yeah, and I it's great to hear, as you say, from the horse's mouth.
I just don't. I mean, how many Fords have we seen spin
exactly.
since the
How
start
hard
of
are they
today?
pushing right now,
Well,
though?
Well, yeah, but I mean, the speed. Okay, 347.5 stands out for the number 91 car, but that's still out of this session because of a big off for Jimmy Bruni. 349.0 is the next fastest time for a Porsche, and that's 1.5 seconds off. But the Fords are getting close to that second fastest Porsche, and yeah, there is a question mark as to how much they're leaving on the table, I suppose. But at a guess, I would say the Ford could be trimmed out a little further and still be not as tippy-toe as the 911s have been so far. It's a dangerous game to play. If it works for them and they get through the 24 hours and there's still a Porsche on top intact, then brilliant. It's a great bit of strategy, but it's very risky.
Yes, but sometimes Lawrence is absolutely right. You do have to push to the limit and go over it before you, before you can then step back a stage. So, and in some ways, Timo is perhaps the most risk averse, shall we say, of those drivers. So, yeah, no, that's a good answer. We'll see what they do the rest of practice. We've got 4 more hours tomorrow. And then, of course, they've got a decision to make how they set the car up for the race and the 24 hours.
With only 30 minutes to go of this session, that means it is time for the Silverstone Circuit Hourly Update.
Live from trackside, this is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
The Hourly Update.
So, half an hour to go, and it's still a Toyota 1-2. The time set very early on in the session, 3:17.270 for the number 8 car, 3:17.377 for the number 7 car. Third fastest, the number 17 SMP Racing BR1 with its AER engine, 3 minutes 19.483. That's a gap of 2.2 seconds between the two Toyotas and the best of the rest. Fourth is the Rebellion number 1. Neil Jani is currently driving it. It was 3 minutes 19.662 for that car. I think it was Neil who actually set the time. And the next up in 5th place is the number 3 Rebellion, and that has done a 3 minutes 19.945. Top 6 is rounded out by the number 10 Dragon Speed BR1, although that car, having gone out on the circuit, has ground to a halt, and hopefully now will be able to come back. They know what to do, but Renger van der Zande being stuck with having not even completed one night lap at the wheel of the number 10 car. 3:21.110, the best lap for that car. LMP2 still being led by the EDEX Sport Orica, number 48. That's done a 3:24.956. Second fastest, the TDS Orica, number 28. That's done a 3:25.240, 2/10 of a second, or nearly 3/10 of a second slower. And third fastest is the G-Drive Orica, number 26, and that's done a best lap of 3 minutes 26.447 seconds, a further second and a half very nearly behind the TDS car. Fourth in LMP2, Nat Berton in the Dragon Speed Orica number 31 with a time of 3:26.508. Fifth in LMP2 is the Alpine number 36, has done a 3:26.681, and sixth in LMP2, the United Autosports Ligier, number 22, and that's done a 3:26.772. In GTE Pro, it's a Porsche 1-2, 91 Jimmy Bruni's time still stays at the top, and a 3:49.097 is second. Third now, though, our third and fourth are two Fords, 66 and 68 are third and fourth, with 3:49.181 and 3:49.582 for the two Fords. And then fifth in LMP in GT Pro is the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari with a 3:49.854, and rounding out the top six in GT Pro is the Timo Bernhardt driven number 94 Porsche, 3 minutes 50.089. GT Am being led by the two Dempsey Proton Racing Porsches, 88 ahead of 77, and then third in GT Am is the 86 Gulf Racing Porsche with the Spirit of Race Ferrari number 54 fourth, another Porsche, the Team Project car, fifth, and the Keating Motorsports WeatherTech sponsored Ferrari is in sixth place in GT Am. Hourly update, 27 minutes of this qualifying session remain.
The hourly update on Radio Le Mans.
Thank you, Paul. This session seems to be flying by. Thank you very much to Twitter, by the way, for helping to correct me. I tried incorrectly to give Jimmy Bruni a podium before he actually had earned it. It was Kevin Estra who drove with oh, hello. We've got a special guest in the booth. Sorry, to finish my thought, it was Kevin Estra who drove with Lawrence Vantor in the start of the season last year in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. It wasn't until we actually got to Watkins Glen that Jimmy Bruni was allowed to drive a Porsche, so then he picked it up and drove the remainder of the season. And the thing that I was thinking of was he got a pole for the team that came at Lime Rock Park, which was also the first win for the new body shape. I have not seen you since Circuit of the Americas. Raskan, welcome to the Mobil 1 IMSA Radio Broadcast Center. How's it been? What's it like to be at Le Mans when you are here and not driving?
Yeah, it's a fairly indescribable feeling, to be honest. Le Mans is probably the biggest race, or probably the biggest sporting event on earth. We've got probably 300,000 people coming here for the race day. But yeah, last year was my first Le Mans, obviously, and it ticked every box and every expectation and surpassed it by a million times,
Well, stay with us. We're just going to dart down to the Forza Motorsport pit lane team for a quick word with Bruce Jones, who has Tak-Sung Kim.
Tak-Sung Kim, it's great to have Korea represented here at the Le Mans 24 Hours, but you're so new to prototypes, you're new to Le Mans, and tonight now you're new to to getting out there on the circuit in the dark. How's it going?
Actually, this is my first time racing in the Le Mans, and also the first time running the total dark. So it's unbelievable. I mean, I never driven like this fast, and the track is mega.
Now the track, we've had quite a lot of incidents out on the circuit. It must be quite hard. You get going, then there's a slow period, but you just have to adjust to it.
Right, I think it takes a bit more time to get used to it, but it's getting better and better. I mean, we're doing some of the progress, so I think we'll be all right in this weekend.
And you're racing this weekend for Algarve Pro Racing with Atte de Jong, who's your regular teammate, but also Mark Patterson, who's just such a good character and a gentleman, isn't he?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, Mark is a very experienced guy, and also Atte, I'm racing in a ELMS with Atte, so we know each other quite well.
So tonight you're getting qualifying out of the way, and hopefully tomorrow it might be dry as well. But for your first experience of Le Mans, it's about the race, isn't it? That's the main thing.
Yes, it just being here is just unbelievable. So I think we'll keep pushing. So I think this weekend we're gonna have some results, hopefully.
Well, Taxon, we will speak to you throughout the course of the weekend. It's just great to see that big smile on your face, and it's great to have a Korean driver here at Le Mans. So thank you for talking to us. Thank you. Good. I was saying thank you very much for talking to us. Enjoy the rest of Le Mans. Thank you.
Thank you.
And what I should explain, though, thank you very much to Taxon Kim, is he's hopping from foot to foot. He is loving his time here.
I can imagine. And so can Ross. You said that he's your teammate from a while back.
Yeah, he was my teammate at Kota at the end of last year. So I saw him on last week actually at the test. Lovely guy, really nice guy.
Yeah. Is it make you envious when you see guys that you've raced with, that you shared a car with, and then they're out there doing this? Or
No, not at all. There's a long-term plan for me. Aston Martin are supporting me in many ways at the moment. I'm involved massively with the testing and development of the new cars, which I'm very fortunate to be doing. This is pretty much my 4th year in GT racing.
Gosh.
So, yeah, of course I'd love to be out there.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, but I've got the Aston Martin Festival this weekend. I'll be racing something pretty cool in that, which we'll be announcing tomorrow.
Ooh.
And that will be my experience of Le Mans this year.
And is it good enough to come to a place like Le Mans and to be set free in a race car or in a car on this circuit that's only open a few days a year?
It's, as I said, it's indescribable in many ways with the feeling going down the Mulsanne. You know, cars are going down that every day, and there's so many historical memories of this place that to be part of it last year was awesome.
And we hope to be seeing you as a part of it again in the future at some time. The car that's running around on track, you said you've been part of the testing and development. Have you driven the Vantage GT Pro beast that is out there?
Yeah, I drove it on the second day of its running actually.
Oh.
So I've had a little bit of an involvement in it from the start. It's in many ways it's just a massive step up from the old Vantage. Whilst the old Vantage was very successful here, obviously won Le Mans, won the World Championship in 2016 with Marco and Nicky. This car is, it's very similar in some ways to the other cars. It's very aero dependent. That's the big improvement on the old make, and it's shown that it's very reliable as well. Finished Spa, both cars, and I believe, fingers crossed, we can get both cars to the end this weekend.
It's been a bit of an up and down running so far. The test day, it had its downs for sure, but the crew guys showing the heart to rebuild the car in the short amount of time that they did. Yeah. Did that just inspire the team even more?
Yeah, and it's even inspired me.
Really?
I was able to...
Oops, that's the number 98 coming to a stop at... Oh, yes, that is the part of the track where everybody else has had issues. Turn 1, it's Paul Dell'Olano. We heard from him a little bit earlier, the affable Canadian. He knows this circuit so well, and Ross, I'm sure it's something that you aspire to one day. He's won at every single track that the WEC goes to, except for Le Mans. It's remarkable.
I think it's only a matter of time before they do that.
I would have to agree with that.
For the last 3 years, they've been very close. Last year, pace-wise, they were a long way ahead of everybody else as a trio. Obviously, 2015, Paul unfortunately had an off at the end of the race.
Yes, that was right in front of our booth at the time.
Oh, no.
It was very unfortunate. It seemed that he just locked the rears under braking in that situation, though, so nothing to worry about with the car.
No, nothing to worry about. It looks like he's got going again. But yeah, obviously as the night sets in, mistakes do creep in as he's obviously trying to find his feet and find his references for the race.
You were talking about the reinvigoration of the team and yourself with the accident damage, how it just sort of brings everybody back to wanting to win again even more.
Yeah, absolutely. The 4 day, it was pretty much 4 days that it took the team to rebuild the car. Oh, well, it was actually a new car. So the car went into paint on the Monday. It was pretty much just a shell at the time, and it was on a shakedown on Friday morning with Darren. So,
gosh,
really, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before, and that quick a build, especially as we had a lot of personnel down here for some of the week as well, rebuilding the other cars. To do that with the amount of people we had was incredible.
Brief moment for Andy Prio as he went straight on through one of the chicanes, had to weave between the tire barrier. It's just as you said, though, the night coming in, having to find your feet. For the 95, it's a number that we've associated with the Dane train for a long time now. Nicky Team and Marcus Sorensen proudly flying the red and white flag. Darren Turner, he's got red and white on his flag, but the wrong way around.
Yeah.
Has he been given any shtick from the team about being an honorary Dane?
I think he's learnt a few bad tricks off them for sure.
Oh,
I think the two Danes are really cool characters, fun to be around, great to have in the team. But so is Darren. Darren's been here for many years. He's been here from the start in 2004, and they actually, you wouldn't think it on paper, but they do make a really good team. Obviously, size-wise, they're all very different, but they've got on very well. Don't forget that they were teammates together at the start of 2016, which was the year of their title-winning campaign for Nicky and Marco. So it is a very strong lineup, but as is the 97. We've got Maxime this year from BMW and DTM. Alex Lynn is obviously a huge talent from Formula E and also GP2. And then Johnny, everyone knows what he did here last year. So driver lineup, I think Aston have probably got one of the best ones.
In terms of your role in the program, you said this is your 4th year with Aston Martin Racing. When new guys like Max and Alex come into the program, does that make you feel like the little brother all over again? Do they treat you like you're a step down, or are you sort of on equal ground with them?
They do treat me like the youngster.
Yes.
But that's kind of to be expected. I have the Mickey ripped out of me constantly. But I've had that for all 4 years because I've always been generally the youngest person in every team. But I get on well with all of them. We have a good laugh, a joke around. We are serious when we need to be serious, but then we're not serious when it's there's nothing at stake. So so far I've really enjoyed all of their company.
15 minutes, just over to go in this session. Going back a year, when it comes to 15 minutes to go in the first qualifying session, are you looking to put in a flying lap, or are you thinking, no, I'm going to give the boys an early night?
Generally, you're not looking to put a time in at this time. You've got another 2 sessions tomorrow. The circuit's going to rubber in even more over the next 4 hours of qualifying sessions available. So generally, at this point, you're not looking to set a time. It's more about getting your night laps in, which are compulsory, but also still working on the setup. This is a really important time, or this will be a really important time during the race in terms of obviously maintenance, but also pushing on as well. So at this time, we'd probably be focusing on setup changes.
Paul, would you agree with that? Because Toyota has just put Kamui Kobayashi, the fastest man from last year, into the number 7 Toyota and put a new nose on.
I think what you do is you give them a new set of tyres and you say, look, doesn't matter, just go out and see how these tyres are, no pressure, and then if you find a clear lap, you will go fast. It's if you've got a Toyota under you, it's one of those things that just happens automatically. The question is that, for Toyota, they don't really have to push. And what I'm looking at the moment is that 2-second gap, 2 and a bit second gap back to the privateers. Now, that gap is supposed to be only half a second. Now, I'm sure that the privateers are trying just as hard. The trouble is, if Toyotas go too much faster, the EOT guys are going to start raising eyebrows. And thinking about the possibility of giving the privateers a bit of a break. The problem with the privateers, of course, is they can't act en masse as a kind of union because they'd be stupid if they did. You know, you've got the SMP team that's going to push hard, you've got Rebellion who are going to push. They're going to try and go as quickly as they can. They're not just going to say, let's leave this gap at 2 seconds, because racing teams don't work like that. So you can be pretty sure that the privateers are pushing just as hard as they can. But as I say, that gap of 2 seconds, it's a little bit more than it should be. But no, I mean, even if you're in a P2 car or in a GT car, you know, as I said earlier on, the track does get quieter in these last few minutes because some others are beginning to push the car away for the evening, and so the opportunities to go quickly are there. A couple of fastest laps have been deleted, actually. I just mentioned that because both the number 70 and the number 84 cars, 70 being they're both AM cars, the MR Racing Ferrari, and the 84 is the JMW Ferrari. They were both caught speeding in slow zones, and as a result of speeding in the slow zone, you get your fastest lap deleted from the session. Doesn't matter when you did the speeding, whatever your fastest lap is in the session, it gets deleted.
How difficult is it, Ross, to keep up with the slow zones? Is the crew constantly on the radio telling you where they are?
Yeah, so generally we have a countdown of when the slow zone is effective, and then obviously before we go out onto circuit, we are aware of every slow zone, so where it starts and obviously where it ends. Mainly, the communication is very good from the engineer. It has to be; it's their job. And I've never experienced, or I haven't heard of anyone experiencing problems from our side with the slow zone.
That's a fairly good record to hold. You might want to hold on to that for a while.
Yeah, hopefully. It probably won't last long.
Yeah. Oh, and I did notice on our timing screens, all red and blue on one page for all the LMP1 and LMP2 cars, all green and yellow, and orange, I should say, on the second page. Paul, we finally have a little bit of disparity.
Does that mean you have 30 on each screen?
It does.
Excellent.
And
Okay.
it means that the two Ginettas have both gone out, they have both turned laps, and they are both faster than all of the GT cars.
Yes, although not faster than all of the P2 cars. Although to give Leo Roussel his credit in the number 5 car, he's just set the fastest lap for that car. So both Charlie and Mike have done laps, but Leo Roussel has gone quickest of all, 3:26.883, which is not as quick, I don't think, as... Well, it might have been as quick as they went in the untimed session. Number 5 did a 3:25 too, so it's not quite as quick as he went in the untimed session, the free practice session earlier today, but it's good enough for 15th place overall, so behind 6 of the P2 cars.
Well, Ross, you've got a pretty cool announcement coming tomorrow. I won't ask you to spoil that, but please come back after you have driven whatever it is that you are going to be driven, and thank you very much for coming to see us in the booth tonight.
Thank you very much.
Great to
Cheers.
see you again. That was Ross Gunn with Aston Martin Racing, and he's a name that we will be calling for many years to come, I happen to think. It's been quite an interesting session, and only 10 minutes to go.
Juan Pablo Montoya goes quicker in the Ligier, the United Autosports car. He's only 14th in P2, so as far as he's concerned, he won't be too impressed by it, I suspect. But a 3 minutes 30.347 his time, and as I say, it doesn't really improve his position in the overall scheme of things, but it's the fastest that car has gone in the qualifying.
Juan Pablo Montoya, known for making cars go faster than they have previously gone in qualifying. Stewart's decision number 15, car 8, which is Toyota Gazoo Racing, the one driven by Kaz Nakajima, Sebastian Buemi, and Fernando Alonso, laps 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 12, and 13 deleted due to exceeding fuel consumption per lap. Paul, you're going to have to help fill us in. I know that Buemi was in for the first 10, but after that it was Mr. Alonso, was it not?
Yes, the 4, 5, 6, no, was still Buemi. So, yeah, 4, 5, 6 was Buemi. 8 was Boemi, up to 13 was Boemi. That was his last lap. So now that's a system failure, I think, because, as I said, there is a regulator on the Toyota which prevents it from overutilizing the fuel. So if that would fail, then it would use more fuel than it was supposed to. What's interesting is that Boemi didn't actually go quicker than Nakajima did, and Nakajima's fast time was set on lap 2. So although that seems like, and when I saw it, I kind of, you heard me breathing in and pointing at my screen, and you did the same, because I thought it was going to mean we're going to get some fast laps from the number 8 car deleted. But of course their quick lap was the second flying lap of the session, Kaz Nakajima, so that doesn't affect the times at all, but it does represent some kind of failure on the Toyota.
Fuel consumption is fuel flow, just different words, is that right? Rather than weight of fuel per lap.
It is
amount of fuel used.
Yes, there's several different measures that they put in place. One is the instantaneous flow, and the other is a per lap fuel flow.
Right.
And the instantaneous fuel flow is measured by the meter, but of course sometimes that can be a bit dodgy, so they also get limited per lap as to how many. It's actually measured differently because it's measured in terms of megajoules per lap rather than kilograms of fuel. But the megajoules per lap is averaged over 3 laps, and then it's turned into a rolling average over the 3 laps. So it's harder to make that one fail. Normally what happens is you just go over the instantaneous one. To make the over the whole lap fuel limit to fail, as I say, smacks to me of some kind of failure on the Toyota to make that happen.
And it does seem ironic that the Formula E champion from 2015-2016, a series based on managing your energy, that he would be the one to go over that when he's the guy who has more wins in that championship than anyone else.
Yeah.
So,
But remember, it's not, in Toyota's case, it's not the driver's job to regulate that, because it should be done by the car, and something there has gone wrong. So that obviously has to be rectified now, but at least Toyota's attention has been drawn to that fact. They probably knew it anyway, even before the officials got involved. We mentioned the Ginetta going a bit quicker, by the way.
We did.
Good.
That they're both now on the same timing screen, all of the blues and all the reds and all the greens and all the oranges. Isn't it beautiful?
But I think we might even see another quick time from Leo Roussel. He did a 3:26.2 last time around to put the car 11th fastest in the overall and 9th in class. And young Leo might be about to go through even quicker this time.
Now, just going back to a question you asked earlier on, Shay, was what happens if this happens during the race?
Yes.
Although at the time you were asking in terms of the bike Hollis, which had gone over. If that would happen during the race, it's a stop-and-go penalty. Twice, 10 seconds. If it happens more than 4 times, as this has clearly done, then it's a 1-minute stop-and-go penalty. So it's a serious offence if you continue to do it. So this is why Toyota needs to be on top of the game to work out what's going on.
So for every subsequent offence beyond 4, so if it's 5, 6, 7, it's a 1-minute stop-and-go penalty each time.
2-minute stop-and-go penalty each time beyond the 4th time that it goes.
Ooh.
So that's going to quickly add up to quite a big penalty if it should happen during the race. But as I say, it strikes me that that's some kind of sensor failure which has happened on the Toyota. But clearly it's a part that they will have bought a whole box full of, or manufactured a whole box full of, and they need to work out what's gone on. It is only for the number 8 car, though. We haven't had any such message for the number 7.
Live from trackside at Circuit de la Sarthe, this is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. We have 5 minutes just under remaining in qualifying practice number 1 for the 2018 24 Hours of Le Mans, and we had a couple of GTE Pro cars flying in formation with their sisters as a lot of stones were thrown up. Oh no, don't damage the paint on the pink pig. Now who is that who had gone off in front? It looks like an LMP2 car. The 22 car, so that would be United Autosport car, presently being driven by Paul di Resta. Ooh, Porsche's not going to be happy if he's gone ahead and damaged the beautiful throwback livery. But it was the 2 Aston Martins in the GT Pro Car running around with the 2 Core Autosport Porsches. So it was very, very similar liveries going nose to tail.
Yes, Stu, good point.
Let's go down to our Forza Motorsport pit lane team. Nick Damon has Loic Duval.
Loic, end of the first session of qualifying, and you're second. Are you concerned, or is it just not that important?
No, actually, we are quite pleased with the result. I mean, I'm not concerned at all. I mean, we knew that the Michelin will be really competitive on a single lap. And on top of that, my lap, which I did, it was a slow zone at the start and finish line. So I had to slow down to 80 kph crossing the line. So we could have been a bit quicker, probably like the other guys, but at the end we are pretty pleased with the car. We still have to improve for the long runs, but on the single lap it was okay. But again, no concern at all, pretty happy. We have to work, it's a long weekend.
4 hours tomorrow. If it's dry, will you bother with any qualifying runs, or is it now just about the race?
No, for sure. The track might improve a lot, so for sure if it's dry, we're going to try it. Either myself or Mathieu, and then we will see if we can improve. But again, as usual, it's always nice to make a pole position, but it's definitely not the target of the weekend.
It's an incredibly strong field. I mean, how do you manage to separate your team? How do you make the TDS team stand out amongst this incredible field?
I mean, they're a really good team. I mean, they prove, the last few years that they were really competitive. They are doing a great job. Again, now what we need is reliability, it's performance, but not only performance. So at the end, it's quite cool, and I'm quite happy also because I didn't drive the pre-test, here. I didn't drive last year. It's the first time in an LMP2 car, so I'm quite pleased with the package that we have and the performance that we get.
Right, thanks a lot. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Great to have Loic Duval back at the 24 Hours of Le Mans running around, even if it is in an LMP2 car and not an LMP1, an overall winner in 2013 and WEC champion. He was smiling like you wouldn't believe it, scrutineering, just to be back.
I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, he's won this race overall, remember, 2013 with Audi, and Loic Duval loves this place. It's given him some highs and some lows, yes. Remembering a Wednesday a good few years ago now when he practically destroyed one of the Audi R18s. But TDS Racing currently are the highest up, the best qualified World Endurance Championship entered LMP2 car. There is a point for that, by the way, as far as this being the second round of the championship of the Super Season, Paul.
One of 10 former winners in the entry list, which I'm sure Shay's worked out already. You made it 10 as well?
There were 10, but how many overall wins?
Oh, I don't know.
There were 16 of
16
those.
overall wins. Just one thing before we get the checkered flag, which is seconds away, which we talked about over dinner and I completely forgot to check. Top speeds down the Mulsanne Straight in GTE Pro. The fastest top speed set by a Ford, interestingly, despite the preponderance of Porsches, and we said that they'd been trimmed out for maximum speed. But a top speed by a Ford at 304 kilometres per hour. The two slowest, no prizes for guessing, are the two Aston Martins. What's interesting is that in a straight line, the two new Aston Martins are slower than the AM cars even, and only 290 kilometres an hour. So they are over 10 kilometres an hour slower down the straight line, the two Aston Martins.
Looking at those two cars, the new Vantage AMR compared to the old girl, the Vantage that won here last year, it's a massive frontal area on the Vantage AMR, and it doesn't have any dive planes. All the air is sort of channeled through that big open mouth and then out through the hood. And to me, the old Vantage looks more aerodynamically efficient, but it might not all be down to drag, of course, as one of the Astons goes across the line, and that's one of the first cars, Shay, to see the checkered flag.
And happy Thursday, gentlemen, because it is now after midnight, which means that it is time for the top of the hour and the weather.
live from trackside. On 91.2 FM.
On Sirius Channel 138 and XM Channel 201.
And online at radiolemans.com.
At radiolemans.com.
You're listening to coverage of the world's most famous motor race, the Le Mans 24 Hours, on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
The weather brought to you by DuraGarages.com.
Only 14 degrees Celsius now, but the good news is the skies are clear and the stars are out once the headlights have been extinguished. If you're out around the circuit camping, you can go outside your tent protection and see a couple of stars. It's going down to 13 degrees before the sun comes back up just before 6 o'clock in the morning, so just over 6 hours from now. And then the high tomorrow, about 21. Our rain chances for tomorrow, or today, I should say, a little bit later on, around 5 p.m. now, is our only window of rain. So things getting better and better for race fans all across Le Mans.
The weather brought to you by DuraGarages.com.
Before we give you a full rundown of the times, let's get down to the pit lane. Bruce Jones has found the tall man, Ben Barker.
Yeah, we congregate, us tall men together. So, Ben, good of you coming out. In GTE it's a mixture of Porsches, Ferraris and Aston Martins, but Porsche seem to be at the top of the pile. The two Dempsey Proton cars, and you've been going incredibly well in the Gulf Racing version.
Yeah, I think it seems to be a good year for us Porsches. So, at the moment, the pace looks good. You know, it was a bit unfortunate in this first qualified run for myself. We got a bit of traffic on the new tyre run, and we're just trying to bank a lap because we don't know what the weather's going to do tomorrow in the two qualified sessions then. So at the moment, I think the pace is there for sure. It might not show it on the times, but I think you know, generally the Porsches are very quick, and that's what we're showcasing at the moment. So yeah.
Now tell me about, we saw quite a lot of cars having moments and going off at the Dunlop curve. Was it particularly tricky up there?
Yeah, it was actually. We tried to set a tyre, a certain compounder tyre earlier on, and the rear was quite unstable, so we had to be very careful into there. Mike pushed a little bit too hard into there. It's lovely to see him trying though, and for myself as well, I had a big moment into there as well, so I was definitely pushing the boundaries.
Well, I must say all the Porsches, the GTE Pro ones and the ones in Ab, have been entertaining to watch from the outside, but well done on the job, well done tonight.
Thanks guys, cheers.
It was indeed, and a Porsche show at the top of the charts for GT AM, as Bruce mentioned. The Dempsey Proton racing car, Matteo Cairoli, finished out the session in the number 88, setting the best time of 3 minutes and 50 seconds, .728. Second in class was the sister car, the number 77, finished by Julien Andelauer, who we heard from a little bit earlier, the second youngest driver at the 24 Hours of Le Mans this year, 3 minutes and 51.930, so quite a bit of time between the two sister cars. And then third, the man we just heard from, Ben Barker, in the Gulf Racing number 86 with the 352.517. In the GT Pro category, it was Porsche, Ford, as Jimmy Bruni's time that he did on lap 2 held up, as did the time set by the Pink Pig in the number 92. Michael Christensen, the final driver through in that car, did 23 laps total. Jimmy never turning another lap, so the 91 with a lot of work to do tomorrow, as all three of their drivers will have to get their laps in. For Christensen, it was about a second and a half slower than Bruni. And then in third, the 66, the Ford Chip Ganassi Team UK car, Stefan Muke, Olivier Pla, and Billy Johnson driving that car. They were a 10th behind the Porsche. For LMP2, it was the number 48 EDEX Sport, the car that led most of the free practice session, leading the first qualifying session. Mimo Rojas ending the session there for that Orica, 3 minutes 24 seconds, .956. Right behind them, that TDS racing car, the 28, Matthew Vaxivière, finishing out the session. His co-drivers, Andrea Pizzatola and Roman Rusinov, with the 3 minutes 25.240. And third in class, the other G-Drive racing car, that would be the number 26, Jean-Eric Verne, a very handy driver in an LMP2 car, as we've come to find out, a 3 minutes 26.447. And for the overall, it was the number 8 car, Kazuki Nakajima, Sebastian Buemi, and Fernando Alonso with the time of 3 minutes 17.270 ahead of the sister car, the number 7 Toyota Gazoo Racing Machine. Kamui Kobayashi finished out the session with a 3 minutes 17.377. He shares with Mike Conway and Jose Maria Lopez. And in third was the SMP racing car, not the one driven by the world champion, but the one driven by Stefan Sarazan and his 2 Russian cohorts. It was a 3 minutes 19.483. They were the best of the rest. Well, Johnny, that was eventful. It was interesting. 2 hours of qualifying. We have quite a few cars being called to scrutineering at the end of the session, but I don't know. Are we going to see faster tomorrow?
It's weather dependent, and
Yes.
obviously we continue to look at weather apps and other means of forecasting, and the day seems to be improving, almost as if the rain's going to move to overnight Thursday into Friday now. So if we can get 2 clean sessions, as far as the weather's concerned, the track's getting grippier and grippier. If we've got ambient temperature at a reasonable level, not too hot, not too cold, then certainly there's the potential to go quicker. But Toyota went out into that session, as did probably many other teams, thinking, let's go as fast as we can early on, not really knowing how much time there will be to play with tomorrow, how much good running there will be to play with tomorrow. And we had 1 or 2 late quickest times, PBs coming through, but not the level that I was expecting necessarily, and some jostling of the order further down in each of the classes, but the marker that was set early on in the opening 10 to 15 minutes for all 4 classes wasn't beaten. So, yeah, the timing screens sort of took shape within the first half an hour and stayed like that, didn't they?
They really did. It was a very uneventful second half of the session in terms of the timing screen. Paul, are you surprised by what you saw, or is it kind of what you predicted?
I hate making predictions anyway, but
I know you
yes.
do, but I make you do them anyway.
Yeah. You're right. It was uneventful. I think the good news is precisely that most of the cars had problem-free runs. The problems that they did have were relatively minor ones. My disappointment, rather than surprises for the Ginettas, I did hope that they would be a lot further up the screens than they've turned out to be. I thought at least they would be ahead of all of the LMP2s. Now, they've had problems. They've done much fewer laps than anything else. But I know a lot of the Brits who are here at Le Mans already and who are coming to Le Mans. Yorkshire is a big county, and there's a lot of fond feeling for Ginettas, and currently they're going to do well just to get the cars to the finish. I know that's all Lawrence is trying to do, but it's going to be a tall order even from them. They've just had so little running for them.
And it's a bit demoralizing going into a 24-hour race when you're just looking to get to the finish.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yes, that's disappointing. The other disappointment is that the privateers aren't closer to the P1s. Now, that one, as I mentioned halfway through the session, is something of a worry as well, because certainly the P1s have no way that they could sandbag in any way, because, as I say, they're all from different teams. If anybody was going to sandbag, it would be Toyota. So that gap should be a lot less than it actually is. I'm slightly concerned by that, but no. Other than that, the Porsches are clearly big handfuls to drive in the GT class, but Porsche is taking this very seriously, of course. First time they've been at Le Mans with just GT cars, and that's shifted the focus, whereas the GT cars could kind of get away with working in relative isolation. This year it's much more important for Porsche that the GT cars do well.
Best news that I could possibly give is it's not all over yet, because we still have a lot more track running to come tomorrow. But for now, the Radio Show Limited network of channels never sleeps. And coming up next, it is midnight, as it will be, Motorsport. Bye for now.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
News and analysis,
Speculation and debate,
special guests, and our resident experts discussing the whole gamut of motorsport.
Formula One, sports cars, touring. Midweek Motorsport. Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
News and analysis.
Speculation and debate.
Special guests and our resident experts discussing the whole gamut of motorsport.
Formula One, sports cars, touring cars, rallying and bikes. If it has wheels and an engine, and they keep score, it's on Midweek Motorsport. Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
on RS1.
The world's longest running motorsport magazine show. Midweek Motorsport. News, features, special guests, and analysis from the experts. Formula One, sports car and endurance racing, rallying, touring cars and bikes. If it has wheels and an engine, and they keep score, it's on Midweek Motorsport.
Around the world. Well, everybody else is down at the Circuit de la Sarthe in the top of the middle of France. Middle of the top of France? We're at the top of the Loire Valley for the Le Mans 24 Hours. Of course we are. Let's go through very quickly because we have a packed programme. On a packed programme this afternoon, we have all the usual features. We will be talking to the pit lane. Our Forza Motorsport pit lane team are out there. It'll be Diana Binks and Nick Damon in the early part of the show. We'll try and snag a few interviews, but we'll be talking, of course, about Le Mans. Paul Trustwell is alongside me. He's doing a little bit of setup work himself here. We've already had some EOT and BOP adjustments before a wheel has been turned. We'll talk the machinations of that and more to come before the weekend? Question mark. Almost certainly, I would say. And of course, we'll be looking back at all of the international motorsport from the last weekend, as well as a little bit of a forward look towards what's happening here. But of course, on 91.2 around the circuit, this is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. So hello to all of you who are rocking up in France at the moment. I know there's some people down at Carrefour. David